It's the final day here in Stavanger for Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and two champions will be crowned. After an exhilarating day yesterday, the standings were shaken, but Magnus Carlsen nurses a razor-thin half-point lead. In the women's, Anna Muzychuk is 2 points clear, but can she hold her nerve? Get ready, folks. It all starts now. And we are here for one final day here in the beautiful city of Stavanger. Look at the calm tranquility, but I can tell you that belies something hidden there in the Finansparken. And there you see the absolute majestic beauty of Pulpit Rock, one of the attractions in Stavanger. And this is the perfect backdrop to this here in Finansparken. It is absolutely here where 12 warriors will be fighting it out for one last time. Be it classical, be it Armageddon, there will be a fight today. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it's such a pleasure to have with me the absolute A-team, the best of the best, International Master Tanya Sajdev and Grandmaster David Howell. Gosh, guys, I feel a bit teary actually that I'm going to be sat here for the last time with you guys, but it's been quite the ride.
It's been awesome. I mean, we've had these 9 spectacular rounds and we set ourselves up for perhaps one of the most epic chess finals that I have at least ever witnessed. You know, Norway Chess has been such a roller coaster of emotions for each of these players. They've felt the pain, they've felt the glory. We set ourselves up for this insane final where Magnus the King leads, the new prince, half a point behind, Fabi Hikaru in the mix for that crown. Anything can happen today. Bring it on.
Yeah, it's been crazy. I think there's been a lot of talk about classical chess lately, not least from Magnus Carlsen, from Hikaru Nakamura, but it's the classical games that have shown the most fire throughout this tournament. Twists, turns, surprises, galore. Who knows what to expect today? I want more action, and yeah, it's going to be a worthy winner, no matter who it is.
Exactly. There will be 2 players who will be crowned Norway champion. So let's have a look at the standings and see who has the best chances. So we start with the women, and here you can see Sara Kadem and Vachier-Lagrave, they are out. They are playing for pride, but Ju Wen-jun, Lei Ting-jae, they still have chances, but they basically have to win in the classical.
Wow, and Anna Muzychuk has got a 2-point lead at the top, right? What a turnaround yesterday was with Humpy coming into that match, losing to Lei Ting-jae. Again, a great opening by Humpy, but eventually things not going her way. And she doesn't only lose her lead, you know, at a very critical point. She loses breathing space, her cushion, her big shot at the title. 2 points is a lot for Anna. You know, she could have a strategy coming in, playing with the white pieces, that perhaps going into an Armageddon would be the most cautious, safe approach to at least give her a big chance at that title shot. I think for the rest of the players, it's clear. Get that Armageddon win. Yeah. Get that classical win even,
Get the
David.
classical win, yeah. Anna Muzychuk, if she gets to Armageddon, she automatically banks at least a playoff. If she wins the Armageddon, she will be the champion this year. That simple.
Yeah, it is that simple, but can she hold her nerve? And for the others, well, their fate isn't quite in their hands, but they do know the job that needs to be done. They need to be winning in classical. And let's have a look at the standings in Norway Chess. Let's have a look at this setup, because you can see Wei, Arjun, Geisi, they are out again. They are just playing for money and for prize, honor, glory, etc., etc. But for Fabiano Caruana, he's there on 12.5 points. If he wins in classical, he could potentially overtake Magnus if Magnus loses.
Fabi's lurking. He's got an outside chance. He needs to win classical and just hope and pray for the best in the rest. But look at the top 3 right now, right? It's just 2 points that separate these 3 players, and just a half a point between the world #1 and the world champion there right at the top. I mean, this final day, it's also a generational duel between Magnus and Gukesh for that Norway Chess title. Anything can happen for Magnus. He was here in our interview, and he said it, right? It's not a given. Half a point. He has to be on the front foot today. It's not going to be easy. He plays the madman. He plays the king of chaos. Arjun, for Gukesh as well. Fabi, can he strike? Can he strike against Fabi's psychological situation currently, given the 2 losses?
And adding to the intrigue, the top 3 play against the bottom 3. The top 3 all have black in this round, making it much more risky to go all out for a win in the classical. And there will be a lot of board watching. You will see Magnus Carlsen looking at the screen, seeing how Gukesh is doing, weighing up how much risk to take. You'll see Gukesh deciding how much to push, depending on how Magnus is doing. It's going to be fascinating. Classical win for Magnus. He gets it. If he goes to Armageddon, though, his fate no longer in his hands. Gukesh can take it.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge matchup. Fabiana Caruana with the white pieces against Gukesh. And there you can see everyone is there in the playing hall getting ready for what is going to be the perfect last round. We couldn't have asked for more drama, more emotion. Here comes Ju and Jun. She does need to win in classical. She does have the black pieces against Humpy Kanaru. So it's an uphill task for her.
It really is, especially coming from two back-to-back losses, you know, having so much in her own control and then losing out yesterday in that classical game. And now here she is once again in the situation where she has to bank on that classical victory to have a shot. It's not going to be easy. She plays Humpy, who's been the queen of consistency in this tournament so far until last round, which she lost to Tingzhe, but a great tournament by Humpy. Let's see, you know, David, you've been talking about how you expect more from Wenjun and perhaps she hasn't shown her best. Today might be the day.
Today might be the day, but it might just be too late. It was all about yesterday with the white pieces, the world champion losing. That would have been devastating for her. It does feel like Anna Muzychuk in the women's, she is a huge, huge favourite going into the last round. Statistically, she's odds on to win.
Yep. And she also knows what she needs to do. Anna Muzychuk, with the white pieces against Vachier-Lagrave, she's just looking to lock the game down, take it to Armageddon, and be guaranteed herself a spot in the playoffs. And there we can see we are waiting the arrival of the players. I can feel the tension and anticipation from here, and we are upstairs from the players.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. And I think, like you mentioned, for Anna, it sounds like a very smart, pragmatic strategy to do just that as we see the head-to-head, the matches. But Magnus, being on the lead, he can't rely on that Armageddon, and especially when you're playing against a player like Arjun. You know it's going to be fun. It's going to be fireworks on the board.
Yeah, you have to bring your tactical A-game when you are facing off against Erigaisi, and especially if you have the black pieces. We've seen Erigaisi come to the boards, you know, absolutely prepared with some incredible home opening preparation. But with Erigaisi, it's a little bit random. You don't know which man will turn up, the genius or the erratic person.
It's usually both, right? At different moments in the game, but you got to love the brand of chess. I also want to point out, it's Hikaru versus Wei Yi, and yesterday he said, it's kind of easier to go all out in the last game, but is that candidate spot still in his mind? Will he also have that strategy? You know what? Let's try. I'm playing with the black pieces. Let's try to take this into the Armageddon. Let's bag that 1 point at least and see what happens.
Yeah, if Hikaru does play it safe, it's unlikely he's going to win the tournament, but he knows it's unlikely anyway. So I think Hikaru with black, he'll see how things go. If Wei Yi tries to force a draw, maybe we will see the Armageddon. If Wei Yi keeps the game alive, Hikaru will be ready to pounce. He's fantastic at taking his chances if they do come. And in the meantime, the final players arriving. 7 minutes to go. Decision time soon. Hikaru is in the building, though.
He is in the building. He looks quite focused. He's very pragmatic, both as a player and as a person. I completely agree. He's got his eye on the candidate spot.
Is this coming in, Yovi?
It is Vachier-Lagrave.
Big game for her today.
It is a big game for her as she has the black pieces against Anna Muzychuk.
And interestingly, they have played 7 classical games against each other, and it's only Vachier-Lagrave who's managed to get a win. It's been 6 draws and 1 classical victory for Vachier-Lagrave. I think the entire tournament of Norway Chess women, all the players will be rooting for a Vachier-Lagrave win because that is what will give the others a chance to leapfrog the standings.
Yeah, but it's very difficult to do a win with the black pieces, especially if your opponent wants to lock it all down.
Yeah, Vachier-Lagrave had a lot of fans outside, but she will also have a lot of fans in the playing room. All of Anna Muzychuk's biggest rivals. Vachier-Lagrave just playing the role of spoiler, essentially cannot win it herself. But, in the meantime, yeah, the arbiters gathering, maybe discussing the fact that there may be tie breaks. We might have playoffs if there is a joint lead at the end of today. Vachier-Lagrave entering the building, having a nice chat with her mum there, and maybe stopping for an interview.
It will be interesting to hear what kind of mood she's in. Will she be looking just to finish off the tournament, end it on a high with Armageddon, or will she want more?
Oh, Vaishali, knowing her, she's always in the mood for a fight. The goldfish memory, which is such an asset for a player, she definitely has a lot of that. We've seen her make those comebacks after difficult rounds. She knows she's playing against one of the big giants here, who's so in form, Anna Muzychuk, with her 2-point lead. And of course, as we said, tie breaks are possible.
They are possible. And this is the situation if there is a two-way tie for first place. It's a two-game blitz match played at a time control of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. And if it's tied, the players will play this match again. And then, of course, Armageddon will decide it all if it's all tied. And there you see Fabiana Caruana.
Oh, no one's in a mood for selfies and autographs today, it turns out. All the boys on a mission there, just storming past the fans, wanting to get to the board, the championship on the line.
Yeah, I have noticed it is the players who maybe lack a bit of form, like Arjun, who do tend to avoid the photos, the signatures. Wei Yi is the exception, and he always has time for those fans. Game starts in 4 minutes, but he is locked in last place, no matter how he does today, Wei Yi. And nice to see him having a little chat there with the future generation of chess.
Yeah, signing trophies.
And you managed to get in Wei Yi for some Instagram posts yesterday, David.
Yeah, I did. I felt so guilty. I had a chat with Wei Yi and Zhu and Jun. I asked them whether they could film a reel with me. And they were like, Zhu and Jun was like, oh, we both did just lose. So
I'm sure I cheered them up.
I hope so. He was smiling. He was smiling. But yeah, my timing famously bad. But there we go, Wei Yi. Big fan favourite, I'm going to say, after this tournament, despite the fact it's been a bit disappointing for him. Another fan favourite, Fabiano, who has had a rough few days. 2 classical losses in a row when it looked like he would be a big favourite, but still not out of it.
Yeah. And I think it all turned around for Fabi in his matchup against Arjun, right? It was going so well for him, leading the tournament, losing that. Then against Magnus, you could see the reminiscence of that round playing into the way he handled it. I think Magnus also said it, that Fabi just wasn't at the top of his game. And then his second loss. And there we see Grandmaster Peter Heine-Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's longtime second. And Magnus is that. Magnus still in the car.
He's still in the car. He usually comes out in the last minute, rushes into the playing hall, has a few words. Well, he does have a big match as he is facing Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces. Magnus, knowing that a winning classical will net him his 7th Norway chess title. And Magnus leaves the car with his wife Ella and stops to do some autographs.
Yeah, I think a lot depends on Magnus's mood today. Of course, Arjun, his opponent, will have a lot of say in the opening battle, but Magnus, if he wants to play it safe, if he wants to kind of back Fabi and assume that Fabi will not lose in classical to Gukesh, then we might see Magnus play it a bit more safer. But of course, it's always difficult watching over your shoulder, having the lead, no guarantee. He's been here before, though. Experience, surely an important factor in these crunch games.
You gotta love these scenes, right? It's raining outside in Stavanger, the weather, it's a bit chilly, and yet when we were walking in as well, there was this huge line of fans just waiting for these players to come on and, see their idols. We see the young kids here for that autograph. Such a great moment for them.
Yeah, and it's also quite inspirational because you never know. Amongst these youngsters, this could be the next talent. And there, Magnus stopping for photos, out comes TV2 reporter Sverre to have a few words.
Yeah, fascinating to see what Magnus Carlsen will say before the game. That being said, he does begin in just under 2 minutes. Will he be making that watch gesture again, tapping an imaginary watch, saying he has to get in there? No, it looks like all smiles as he enters the playing hall. With black, it's tough to say. Magnus surely starts as the favourite heading into today, but there've been so many twists and turns this event.
I think it's regardless of what he's done in the previous round, any day Magnus shows up, whoever he's playing against, it always feels like Magnus is the favorite on paper. And you see all the smiles, that's usually not a good sign, not good news for his opponents. He stops with Simon Williams as well for an interview. Good spirits, he's in a good mood, and it looks like Magnus is ready for a fight in the classical, I'd say.
Yeah, bring it on. I want to see a fight on all boards. We're not just facing fights, though, on 6 boards at Norway Chess. We're also facing a fight in the Armageddon prediction game, which we'll have to talk a bit about later. But Magnus seeming really chill. The game starts any moment now. But yeah, he looks very relaxed.
He certainly does. Going in with a smile. some last-minute security checks. They're from Vachier-Lagrave. And in goes Magnus, ready to play with the black pieces against Arjun. Such an unpredictable opponent for him.
And I think that's exactly what you want in a game with black, where you want to create chances in the classical portion. He knows that Arjun isn't going to bring on any of those 4-knight defenses where the game immediately shuts down. Magnus knows that it's going to be a fight simply because who he's sitting opposite right now. And I think when you want those chances for a classical victory, you want to play someone like Arjun.
Absolutely. And here we are seeing all of our 6 boards in action. We're about to see the ceremonial first move for the very last time.
Until next year. Until Norway Chess 2026.
That's true.
Okay. Predictions. Who's going to win Norway Chess in both sections?
That's such a hard call.
Well, I will say for Anna Muzychuk, that 2-point cushion, it does feel exactly something that you need at this point. And, you know, she can feel safe going into Armageddon. Magnus definitely feeling the nerves. Let's open this up to chat. Chat tells us, let's bring on the poll. Will it be Magnus Carlsen? Will it be somebody else? Will it be the chair who wins Norway Chess? And in the women, tell us the same.
Yeah, absolutely. Somehow unlikely that the chair still can make a late bid for the Armageddon prediction.
Surge. Okay. Magnus, it must be said, in the previous encounter against Arjun, made it look very straightforward, defeating Arjun in the first half of this tournament very nicely. Caruana against Gukesh was much closer. Gukesh taking the Armageddon there. Any moment now, we'll see the handshake and games begin.
Yep. And we have a liftoff as the players punch the clocks. And here comes the first move, d4 from Arjun.
Okay. Arjun normally opens e4 if he wants to play a bit more direct. So very interesting d4. Magnus plays everything against this, so I think far harder to predict. We see a Queen's Gambit most likely if Arjun pushes his c-pawn now, or will it be the London system?
And maybe an attempt by Arjun to avoid any kind of Berlin possibilities after the King's Pawn opening. Jackets are off, gloves will be off in this game as they face each other. You know, for the last time we just saw shake hands, round 10, take off. And I have to agree with what you said earlier, Jovanka. It's a bit heartbreaking that such a spectacular tournament is about to come to an end.
Yeah.
We will have a winner today.
It's had so many twists and turns. It's been anything but predictable. And there we see again from Arjun. He's developed the Queen's Knight, perhaps some intention of taking the pawn on d5 and clarifying the pawn structure, but sharpening the game.
Yeah, and it will be interesting once Magnus gets back to see what he's going to play in this position. Bringing the Black Knight out would lead to most likely the main line of the Queen's Gambit exchange variation. If White takes the pawn in the center, you can bring your bishop out, develop it. You can push your pawns forward 1 square. Magnus has played that at World Championship level. Pawn to a6 as well is a favorite of his in blitz rapid games that Magnus really desperately wants to win. Pawn to h6, a bit of a trendy move as well. So a lot of choice, but Arjun, Queen's Gambit is his weapon of choice, and he awaits the world #1 to return to his seat. Magnus, I should mention, always disappears for at least 3 or 4 minutes after making his first 2 moves this tournament. It's been his routine. He goes, freshens up, refuels, and we'll join that game very shortly. Maybe we just talk about the outline of the other boards, because well, big news down in the women's section, but first the top row. The top left board, the blue board, Caruana against Gukesh, is an Italian game. That's going to be very interesting. Gukesh playing a weapon he used in the candidates last year. Top right as well, Weili against Nakamura, another Italian game. So 2 Italians in the Norway Chess Open section there. The bottom row, Sara Kardem, Leiting Jay. Red board, still very early days. That could transpose into a variety of openings. Anna Muzychuk is going straight for a draw with the 4 knights defense. 4 knights opening, we've seen that one. And Humping an Arrow against Zhu and Jun, also a well-known drawish line. So that could be big news. We could even see a winner within the first couple of hours here in Norway Chess.
And I found it quite amusing, actually, in the game between Anna Muzychuk and Vachier-Lagrave, that it was Magnus Carlsen who used this particular variation with the white pieces just to kind of get that draw easily against Hikaru Nakamura. And soon copied by Weili against Magnus himself. And now Anna's like, what's good enough for the world's best is good enough for me. So, well, very important. If Anna takes this to Armageddon, then she's guaranteed 1 point and at least a playoff.
It just feels like the most professional thing for Anna to do, right? Just this opening approach that she's had. She knows that she's completely safe and, like you said, at least has a shot in the Armageddon if Humpy was to reach there. And Humpy is playing against Vengeance, so there's no guarantee which way that round goes. And I think this might be heading into that direction with early trades here. Anna making her intentions clear. Does Vachier-Lagrave want to try to create some chances with black? Very often when, you've got nothing to lose, you try to find ways to deviate from standard theory just to create some play. Let's point out there is an imbalance in the pawn formation on the queen side.
Yeah, I just have a feeling Vachier-Lagrave's body language, ever since she left that car earlier, it does feel like she just wants the tournament to end. She can't win it. And playing black against a super informed player like Anna Muzychuk, I can't blame her if she wants to play solid. The reason we say this is drawish is because it's just bishops now left on the board, knights all gone. Yes, it's slightly imbalanced pawn structure, white having double pawns, but that doesn't really affect anything. Look at this, Anna Muzychuk giving a check. She's trying to force the black queen to block. We might see queens leave the board as well if the black queen slides to either of these two squares. And yeah, this just has such a drawish reputation. With bishops alone, pawn structure less important. And most likely we'll see lots of trades on the only open file.
And there we're seeing that being played out. Anna Muzychuk just wants to chill, relax, and see what happens on the other board. I think this was her mat strategy, that's clear. When Anna wants to fight, this is not her opening approach. So that one, heading to that quick draw, taking it into the Armageddon, what also catches my attention is the early queen trade in the Humpy versus Vengeance board that we see. I think it's still in theoretical territory, that one. The knight moves forward. It's hitting 2 pawns. That's the bottom right board, threatening a fork on f7 and the central pawn on e4. Should we dive into that one? Humpy, the only player who will be able to catch Anna Muzychuk if she wins in the classical, if Anna draws her game, which I think is very likely.
Yeah.
Yeah, this position, we'll just backtrack all the way to move one, but essentially this has a very stable reputation for black. The black bishop now developing to defend the f7 pawn. This was another queen's gambit. It was the Tarrasch defense, at least by transposition, and after knight c3, c5, the old move was to take with this pawn, and you often end up with an isolated pawn in the center. The semi-Tarrasch is to take this pawn with your knight, and often you trade off. Very solid for black as well. But taking on d4 is known as the Berlin defense of 1d4. And after white takes back with the queen, we see a capture. White plays pawn to e4, trying to blow open the d-file. We see another trade. If the black knight, by the way, had come out to c6, then white would have installed a pin. Knight c6, bishop b5 is another line. And white is also doing decently here. But after a queen trade, knight to g5, white has a dilemma whether to take back this pawn, but it's very symmetrical. The pawn structure, very equal, or you take this bishop in the near future and you'll be down a pawn, but at least with the bishop pair, better pawn structure. Humpy plays this move, bishop to d2, and she's clearly done some prep because Magnus Carlsen played this move, I believe against Wesley So, or maybe it was against Hikaru Nakamura in a speed game and won very, very nicely. So bishop to d2, it looks a bit innocuous, it looks like a bit of an odd square, but white is just getting ready to castle her king, and this bishop might be decently placed a bit later, especially if there's some trades on e4 to sit on the c3 square or even come out with some checks later on. So it does feel like Humpy doesn't want to take too much risk. Zhu and Jun, she knows minimal chances, she's just playing very solidly. But that's good news for Anna Muzychuk.
And just a quick FYI, Hikaru is in the confessional booth.
Ooh.
So maybe we kind of go to Hikaru's game and try and guess what Hikaru is saying.
Let's do it. That's the top right board. Starts with an Italian, the Geico piano, the slow game in the green. That is the board, and looks pretty standard so far. White is expanded on the queen side with the move a4. Let's jump straight into that before Hikaru joins us and gives his mindset. With the black pieces, what do you think? What do you think is the statement by him? Or is it too early to say, given that everything's still on the board?
I think Hikaru in that confessional will be saying, oh, I'm glad we didn't play the 4 knights game, trade off for the pieces, and it's a draw. He'll be like, oh, it's a position. It's fine. It's not super active for black, but it has a very, very solid reputation. But the game will go on, and maybe around move 40, he'll decide whether to risk it or not.
But then do you think this is Wei saying that he wants a fight? Because against Magnus, what he did was he just went for that 4 knights, and eventually, and within the next 10 minutes, the game just fizzled out and went into an Armageddon. But this is perhaps Wei saying that I want this to go on.
It certainly appears that way, doesn't it? that he just wants to keep the game alive, that he's perhaps playing for pride.
Sorry, I misclicked here, and we're getting an action replay of the game. Just to mention, both games, both this and Gukesh against Caruana had this position. Didn't even mean to analyse. Don't know what happened there. The mouse has got a mind of its own on day 10 here in Norway Chess. But just to mention, in this position, Gukesh played the move. Okay, my mouse has gone really rogue here.
Okay. Expect the unexpected.
Expect the unexpected, Norway Chess. And, okay, I'm going to do something here and refresh, but... Okay. We'll talk about it in a moment.
We've got the live board there, and he's just made that move c3. We can see on the bottom right, wanting to get that central break in right there. I love that we get a fight. I love that this doesn't go into an Armageddon right out of the opening. A bishop trade would pick that up with the knight.
Yes, and there you can see it has been recaptured by the knight, but Hikaru, we did earlier see him stopping for the cameras, so let's have a listen to what he had to say.
I'm curious about your approach today, Hikaru. Will there be a lot of scoreboard watching and maybe some crazy games if Magnus gets in trouble?
Well, I think I've been asked some variation of this question at least the last 3 rounds. I think a lot depends on the openings and all the games. I think Magnus' game for sure will be interesting. I think Arjun's definitely going to try very hard to put pressure on him, and Fabiano is the white pieces. So I expect exciting games in both of those. As far as my game goes, I think a lot depends on, what kind of mood Wei is in, and we'll see how it goes.
It was really interesting what you said yesterday about how much you focus on candidate qualification and such. And is that still the main focus to take away from Norway Chess here, or is the table just as important?
I mean, I think a lot depends on the opening, as I said. It depends on what the opening holds. If I get a certain type of position, I'll definitely try quite hard today, but remains to be seen.
Good luck to you, Hikaru.
Thank you.
That we heard Hikaru just saying, it all depends on Wei Yi. I think he was alluding to the fact that Wei Yi could come in with this 4 knights, but instead, we have something that is very tense. Just one set of minor pieces exchanged, and it's going to be all about the maneuvering game and an eventual breakthrough.
Yeah, will it be white breaking through with pawn to d4 a bit later? Will it be black, maybe after some developing moves, who breaks out in the center himself? Hikaru looks very, very chilled and composed, barely spent any time on the clock. It doesn't feel like the most fighting position, though, which maybe doesn't suit Wei Yi's style, maybe suits Hikaru a bit more.
It also feels like that kind of position out of this Italian game where, again, once there's a pawn break in the center, you get that fighting position. And to what Hikaru mentioned, I think Wei Yi does want this to go on, at least not immediately take it to that quick Armageddon. So Hikaru now knows clearly that Wei Yi is in the mindset to continue this. 8-6, a nice move. It's always good to prevent any piece jumping on g5. And Wei Yi does the same, takes control of the g4 square. For both these players, so much of the idea revolves around getting d4 or d5 in at the right time.
Yeah, catch them on the wrong foot. That was always the maxim that I had when I played this type of position. Like, you keep on threatening d4 until your opponent gets lazy and doesn't expect it anymore, and that's when you strike.
And it's harder for black to get that d5 break in, simply given the construction of Wei Yi's pieces, right? Rook and the 2 knights eyeing that e5 pawn, far away from being defended by 3 forces. I predict this is still going to be a long fight. I don't think this immediately goes into, over the next 10, 15 moves into an Armageddon. I think this is a full brawl. We get the middle game, we get the end game in this one.
Yeah, we will at least have a bit of tension for a while. No easy way for either side to trade off pieces. It will all revolve around this break. Also difficult for white to break in the center, we should say. If white ever breaks out, we would see a trade and black push forward, and white would be left with an isolated pawn. So, yeah, neither side, easy plan, I would say.
And David, because you earlier mentioned that this is an opening that's occurred in another very important game for our standings, right? We've got the Italian in the Fabiano-Gukesh game as well, but a very different dynamic in that one. Maybe a good moment to sort of draw the parallels as we see there on our top left of the screen. Started as the Italian game, but it looks anything but slow right now. White has got this construction of the bishop and the queen lined up, making it very difficult for Gukesh to go short castle. 8-6 is already a bit of a weakness. Any break in the center would be a lot of fun for us, as it usually is in these structures, but even more fun the potential of a long side castle by white, by Fabi.
Yeah, that's definitely in the air, right? And it's Gukesh, actually, who's playing these G6, H6 systems, taking it away from conventional opening lines. So that's going to be incredibly interesting. I also just want to kind of shift our focus to the game in the top middle between Arjun Erigaisi and Magnus Carlsen. And there we see one of the sharpest variations on the Queen's Gambit exchange variation.
Yeah, and some small but very interesting stuff going on there between Arjun and Magnus. Where do we deep dive? Which one do we jump into?
Well, we can start with Gukesh because we just checked one Italian, and then I think it would be really fun to follow. Yes, to compare the two very different positions that we have, and then let's go to Magnus.
Yeah, this one is very different, and okay, this time I'm going to properly backtrack and hopefully be able to show things. So, okay, an Italian game, which is always marked by the bishop going out to c4, f7, sometimes a bit vulnerable, knight f6 played, and knight g5 is a possibility. This has been explored very, very deeply. It's been played by many top players, including Hikaru Nakamura, but Fabiano says, no, I want a quieter game, nothing too sharp. And this is where Hikaru played the move bishop to e7, just developing, getting castled very quickly. Gukesh played much more ambitiously. He played the move h6, and he did this in the candidates, as I mentioned earlier. He did it last year. He very quickly played like h6, a6, and then in the end did bring his bishop out to c5, but here, h6 does hint that black might even expand with a quick g5, g4. Fabi, clearly well prepared, plays the move a3, mysterious, but the main reason is to drop the bishop back later if needed. And now a fianchetto from Gukesh. Very ambitious placement of the bishop, it should be said. But you do lose a bit of influence in the center as black. And after the move a6, which he did as well in that candidate's tournament, queen to d2 from Fabi, stopping black from castling due to tension against this pawn.
I will point out that this opening, Grandmaster Sethu Raman, a well-known trainer, a strong, very aggressive style of play. Sethu has a good friend of Gukesh, a good friend of these youngsters. They've all worked together, has a chessable course on this 8-6 line. And I think a lot of the Indian team has actually picked that up from the chessable course to deal with the Italian game with this little move 8-6. It's been a great weapon of surprise until, I would say, a year ago when suddenly in the candidates and other big elite tournaments, it starts appearing often enough, takes away from the surprise value. But still, you know, you mentioned the idea of g5. This is the other way for black to develop with the bishop on g7, a more controlled way as you take the light squares into account as black here. He does keep it flexible as well, Gukesh does, you know. We were talking about long castle by Fabi. I will not be surprised if Gukesh eventually, another idea mentioned in the Sethu Raman course there, take the queen out, get the bishop out, challenge the light squared bishop, queen e7, bishop e6, long castle.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be seeing how Fabiano Caruana reacts to this whole system with h6. We know he set up queen to d2, bishop to e3. That's been played very quickly. But he's had a tough time of late, losing 2 games in a classical, and he caught up with Sverre pre-game and told him that he was feeling a little bit out of energy and doesn't necessarily feel that a win in classical will actually win him the Norway Chess crown.
Hey Fabiano, how much will your choices today depend on what you see in the Magnus game?
I can't really win the tournament, so I'm not thinking too much about it. I mean, obviously, not going to count on Magnus losing, and the chance is pretty minimal that even with the win, I would get any chance to win the tournament. So I'm not thinking about it at all.
So that means that today it's all about just playing a consolidated good game of chess and nothing else?
Yeah, I would be happy with any sort of decent game. I'm out of energy. Unfortunately, I lost all my energy to play. I don't know which moment exactly, but probably some point during the Arjun game. So yeah, any sort of decent game would be fine.
Good luck. I hope we see a good final game from you today, folks. Thanks.
And a good final game is what both of these players need, Tanya. Gukesh, if he wins this, he stands to have a great chance of winning Norway Chess. It would be the first time an Indian has won Norway Chess.
Yeah, they've had some great results, right? We had Pragg here last year who got his first classical win against Magnus Carlsen, a historic moment in Indian chess, a historic moment in any chess player's career, a big milestone, a personal milestone. And then this year, Gukesh, you know, it's been up and down. He started with 2 losses, and that just shows the incredible mental attitude that Gukesh has when it comes to these setbacks, and then striking back after 2 back-to-back losses the first 2 rounds and finding himself going into the last round with a real shot at championship, only half a point behind Magnus Carlsen. Also, let's point out, these two played against each other, when they orbited around the players the first time. It was Gukesh who took the win in the Armageddon. I think today, for Fabi, he's not just fighting the board, he's not just fighting Gukesh, he's also fighting his own mind coming out of those two back-to-back losses.
Yeah, definitely. For Fabi, it is very, very difficult. He just needs to recompose and just have that goldfish memory that we keep on talking about. But, he can basically decide his own fate and do his best by trying to win, at least take down Gukesh with him. And here we are going back to our beautiful, colourful board viewer. I almost said bird there, board viewer. And, well, again, it's really interesting because in the top half, in the open, there we can see that it's really cagey stuff, a lot of tension, not that many pieces have been exchanged off. Whereas in the women's, it just seems like everyone, well, especially between Humpy and Ju Arjun and Anna Muzichuk against Vachier-Lagrave, that they're kind of seeking their play in the endgame.
For Muzichuk, it makes perfect sense. We're going to see a lot of pieces being traded off. The queens and the rook also lined up. That is the center board, bottom row. Humpy, I think, just David wants a game where she can play perhaps for 2 results. She feels completely safe and then is able to kind of fight for more if the opportunities presents themselves. Very pragmatic approach by both these players. I will say what we see, apart from those 2 boards, I think the other 4 boards, it's a game for 3 results. In fact, if we played the Armageddon prediction at any point, if it was to happen now, I'd say we get only 2 Armageddons today. I'm putting my bets in
I think
early.
we have to wait a little bit and give us maybe
half
an hour.
You guys take your time. You and David can take as long as you want. I'm putting my prediction in already on this, and I'll stick to it.
Yeah. 2 Armageddons.
I think, and I'll tell you the boards I think it will happen in. It is the bottom 2 boards. Going back to that top row right there. Again, Gukesh, the opening that he's come with, the fight against Italian that he wants with the black pieces, it isn't the most solid approach that black has against Italian. So he also looking for that game. He realizes, and at the top level, this matters so much, right? The mindset of your opponents. When can you take an advantage of that? Arjun, Carlsen, as expected, it's crazy what we're seeing. One player playing at the center of the board, Arjun aiming for that e4 break. Magnus has already started the party on the flank side, on the queen side there, with the pawn advance of his own. So much of it also depends, Yovi, on getting c5 for Magnus at the right time.
Yeah, definitely. It's cagey stuff between Arjun and Magnus, but we are going to go on a very short break. The opening stage has been set. The tension is very much brewing, so stay with us because when we return, we're going to be bringing you all of the action.
Figured I would come in a little bit earlier today because all the games have reached interesting moments so far and my opponent is thinking. First things first, I'll talk about the other games and I'll get to mine. Gukesh, again, showing youth, he is going all in against Fabiano. Normally these h6, g6 setups, if you look at them with the computers in this Italian opening, that's considered a little bit dubious, but this is definitely an all-in attempt to try and win the game. So Gukesh is going for it. He's not hoping to make a draw, maybe win an Armageddon, something like that. He just wants to try and win outright here in the classical game. So I expect big fireworks between Fabiano and Gukesh.
Magnus looks like he's doing the exact opposite approach with the black piece. He's trying to just be a rock solid. They're playing this typical Carlsbad structure in the Queen's Gambit decline. So Magnus is going to try to be very solid, probably hope that Arjun goes insane at some point and just like over pushes or tries to create some kind of attack. But that looks like it's much more on the positional side. And then we get to my game, and in a way I'm kind of happy that I got this position today against Wei Yi, because I expected him to simply make a draw. Because he's having such a bad tournament. But the reason I'm happy I got this position is before the tournament, I had prepared this exact line, and then I played Gukesh in round 3, and I decided to play one of the other lines that I had looked at as well. This is the knight a5 c5. Of course, it didn't work out very well for me, so I'm kind of happy that I get to at least go back to something I'm familiar with and kind of atone for making that very poor choice earlier in the tournament. So my game's probably pretty boring, but should be interesting. But I think that the game to watch is definitely Fabiano and Gukesh. That is a game where I expect big fireworks. So that's not going to lead to anything simplified anytime soon. So for the fans out there, that's the game to keep an eye on more than anything else right now. All right, see you guys.
We are back to Stavanger, Norway Chess. We are feeling good. The opening stage has been set and now the players are in the middle game portion. And it's been a cagey start, I would say, for our players, some of them in a must-win situation, some of them needing a draw. We heard in the break from Hikaru, our fourth commentator, I would say, and he kind of gave a roundup of some of his counterparts' positions. You know, he said that the fireworks are going to be happening between Fabiano Caruana and Gukesh, because Gukesh is going all in. He wants to win in classical, and he's saying that Magnus is just simply playing oh so solid against Arjun Erigaisi, and Hikaru feeling quite happy with his position.
Hikaru the prophet, I want to say. Take a look at what's just happened on that top left board. You know, Gukesh, he didn't stop that pawn on g6. He's moved it all the way up to g5. And I think we all can agree that this isn't the most solid approach to Italian. Gukesh wants a fight. He's playing with the black pieces. He's playing against one of the best in the world ever. But he still wants to get that game going. And I think we'll deep dive into that. Magnus's game, I think Hikaru mentioned it, right? That Magnus is waiting for Arjun to come at him, because when you're playing against a player like that, you know the opportunities will arise, the chances will arise. It's an asymmetrical position. Both players have eyes on different parts of the board. Arjun, kingside center. Meanwhile, Magnus looking for either that c5 break or further advancing on the queen side. Hikaru Wei, KG start, and that's really interesting because similar storyline in Norway Chess women as well. 2 endgames, the one which still has queens on the board. Also, very cautious approach by both players. Last round of Norway Chess, and David, I want to say, probably the most, what's the word for it? The slowest openings that we've seen in the tournament so far. Not one, barring Gukesh with the potential, sort of that fiery, feisty action yet.
Yeah, not yet. It always explodes, right? But so far, it does feel like the players maybe unsure themselves how hard they should be pushing. It's such a difficult ratio kind of to balance the risk-reward. And I think especially the players who are out of it, out of contention for first place, maybe they've run out of energy. Maybe they're not fully believing that they can kind of push as hard as they want to. And the ones at the top have something to protect. So at the moment, all very quiet, but yeah, we have learned from experience. We've predicted quiet days before, and it never ends that way.
And I'll never learn from experience, because I am regretting my Armageddon prediction so much right now. Please remind me, why was I in such a rush?
You stuck to it. You can't change it now.
Well, I can. Yesterday, you guys were ever so kind, and you said you can retract it.
But you didn't.
No, I didn't, because I'm stubborn, like most chess players. Oh, I gotta say.
You don't. I happen to play some chess as well, you know. I'm stubborn too, and I just feel that if you're
gonna stick with it.
Yeah, if you change your mind and then you win, it just doesn't feel like a win, you know. It's not okay. So I'm gonna stick to 2, but I am regretting it. You know what? Before we proceed, you guys gotta make one as well.
Okay.
Okay. Ivanka, after you.
Okay. So, I'm just gonna do a spot assessment of the games in front of me. Fabiano Caruana Gukesh, that's going to be fireworks. Don't know, predict decisive. Arjun Carlsen could also be decisive. Wei Yi, Nakamura, he wants to take it to a draw because of the candidates and rating protection. So draw Armageddon, so 1 Armageddon. And then Lei Ting-jae, she's all in. So that's going to be fireworks, also decisive. So I'm going to say 2 there. And Anna Muzichuk, Vachier-Lagrave, Armageddon, and Humpig, Ju Arjun. So empty, this position. I mean, the only thing that I can see wrong for Ju Arjun is the king, and I don't think that's enough. So I'm going to say Armageddon there. So that was
3.
4. Did I say 3? Did I say 4?
You
Did I say
concretely say, but you kind of hinted that you thought the top left and
top 2
top centre.
Oh
would
yeah,
be
3,
decisive,
3,
so.
3. Yes. You know, they always say that maths, you know, is a chess player's forte. Not mine.
Been there, done that. The amount of times I've messed up basic math on stream, I mean, somebody could just make a whole video out of it.
Come on, give me, yay.
And not a great look for any of us here. But, you know, we don't give up. We keep saying, so it's 2 for me, 3 for Ivanka. I just want to say that Ivanka totally stole that whole conversation we were having during a break. And I was like, I wanted to go for 3 because these are the 3 that I want. And then you just picked those 3. You totally did that, Yovi. But that's fine.
I'm so sorry. I have the memory of a goldfish at the minute.
It's an asset for a chess player. David, your pick.
I just want to mention I'm in the lead in the Armageddon, and we've been talking about, you know,
flex.
permutations in the tournament, who's in the lead and stuff. I don't even need to be right in the Armageddon prediction. I just need you 2 not to be right. I need you both to be wrong to win. So I'll say, I was going to say 6. I'll probably say 5 Armageddons.
5 Armageddons.
5 Armageddons.
I just need you 2 to be wrong.
I just need
Okay, hang on a
both of you
second.
to be wrong and for me to be right.
I don't even need.
Are we
I'll
playing
happily be wrong as long as you're both wrong with me.
Do you think that's what Magnus is thinking as well? I don't care what's happening as long as everyone else also loses their game.
Yeah, Magnus can be like, I can lose as long as Gukesh and Gukesh does too.
Anna Musichuk as well with a similar mindset. We're all thinking alike like the champions, guys.
Yeah.
Something to be said about
It's the
that.
inner game.
Learning from them, these great players in front of us. And okay, maybe we do jump in with Anna just for an update for everyone, because it does feel like that might be the first game to finish. And okay, still a while before we get to a point where the players are allowed to offer draws. We're still only at move 14. Maybe we backtrack the whole way, because some viewers at home might be wondering, how do I try and draw against a higher rated opponent? How do I try and force a draw with white if I'm happy with that result? Anna Musichuk is showing us one of the most well-known ways at the top level of playing it safe. And I know we're quite into this game now, but just to go the whole way back, we kind of joked about the 4 knights game, where all the sides bring out the knights here. You can go for the 4-knight Scotch by pushing a pawn forward to d4, but the 4-knight Spanish is known to be this one, where you kind of belatedly bring your bishop out to hit the knight. We now see the black knight jump into the center, one of the main moves. Just to mention, Magnus earlier in the tournament played bishop to d6. That fizzled out into a draw against Wei Yi. And Hikaru Nakamura played bishop b4 against Magnus himself, and that also fizzled out to a draw. So it's very hard for white to kind of get in trouble here. It's very hard for black to keep the tension, essentially. But after the knight jumped in, this is known to be a very combative move. Often you sacrifice the e5 pawn, but if white wants peace, then a knight trade, followed by this cool move, pawn to e5, ignoring the threat on white's knight to counter the black knight. And this tends to lead to equality. White's actually threatening a nasty check here. Taking the pawn on d2 is very risky, because often we see the bar rise. You get hit very quickly with some checks, the white bishop coming out, so you can't be greedy as black. Queen takes pawn, and just to race through the next few moves, Anna with a one-track mind. Check. She wants to get the queens off, a block. First she castles. Now she, I was going to say, wants to get the rooks off. No, she doesn't. The queen's coming off first. She takes with the bishop, though, instead of the rook. And her whole idea is to try and pin down the black bishop on c8 to the defense of the b7 pawn. It's only bishops, though, and I'm expecting Vachier-Lagrave, maybe with or without a rook trade, to bring her king across just to defend any back ranks. Bank ranks.
As we call them at Norway Chess.
Yes,
Exactly.
because we are playing in a bank. That's it's not that we don't know, that is a back rank.
Taking the money to the bank.
Exactly.
There's a bank heist here in Stavanger.
Banking those wins. All right, but at least a little bit of pressure on the b7 pawn. So Vachier-Lagrave, like you said, trades, brings the king, stops any penetrating spots for that white rook eventually, and then perhaps defends that b7 pawn, eventually taking the bishop out. You could go rook b8, get the bishop into the game, and it feels like you have enough time to do that because the dynamics are so far and few. Yeah. Should we zoom out of this one? Do a little walk around the path?
Yeah, let's do that. And let's turn our attentions elsewhere. So still a lot of maneuvering happening, I'm seeing in the game between Wei Yi and Nakamura. But we haven't checked in on Sara Kadem against Leiting J. Leiting J playing with the black pieces. It's the bottom left in the red. She's in a must-win situation. So she's going to be looking at trying to steal those 3 points away from Sara Kadem.
Yeah, and it's actually a great start, I think, to this game for Leiting J. What do we think? Quick action replay?
Let's do it. Let's take it from the top.
Because there was one interesting moment, I think, for either side. We started with the d4 opening. Sara nearly always starts, I think, these days with d4. And she hasn't got too many opening advantages with white this tournament. Her openings not quite at the level of some of her opponents here, unfortunately. But bishop f5 is a very kind of combative move. Fabiano plays this very regularly, I should mention, bishop f5. He's maybe the guy at the top level who employs this move. The whole idea is that when the white knight comes out to c3, it's best square. When this knight develops, you're always ready to hit it with a trade here. And a capture actually soon occurs on c3. The reason you want to trade as black is because you're slightly cramped. White has a bit more space. Pawns occupying the center of the board. When you're cramped, you lack squares for your pieces. They're fighting each other for kind of breathing space. So trading one set of minor pieces tends to alleviate any pressure. Queen to b3, a very fighting move from Sara, hitting this pawn. But the blue arrow appears. Leiting J takes the knight. You cannot take this pawn hitting the black rook in the corner because black saves the rook with this move, bishop to e4, and then tries to save the knight next move. So instead, a capture, bishop e4 anyway, defending the vulnerable square. And here, I just really don't like white's double pawns. You have to play very energetically to to justify this. And I think Sara's moves a4 followed by a5, it's just a bit too slow. And b6, we will see some exchanges. But no matter which way, I mean, both moves are actually tempting here. No matter which way black captures, these pawns are going to be weak long term.
And that's a critical decision that Sara has to make, and not an easy one, right? Because if we just back up to our live position, this last move, you either decide to push that a pawn to a6, which might look aggressive, but is that an asset or a weakness? Or you take the pawn on b6. Now, I just want to point out, a6 would be very tempting, because long term, you just feel you're tying down that a7 pawn, and if your knight ever gets to b5, happy days, right? But it feels like that pawn comes under direct attack. There are moves like queen to c8, knight to a5, blocking the defense. And suddenly, you can imagine white being down a pawn just over the course of the next few moves. So it's not a move that you can just lightly play and say, strong pawn, I want to go ahead with it. The other decisions that you were talking about, pawn takes pawn, right, David? I am fully with you that usually, traditional chess wisdom, you want to capture, from flank towards the center. But in this case, even taking with the c-pawn, creating a long-term a-passer in any endgame, not only the weaknesses on the c-file, c-line opened up, but you're looking at a big advantage to play for once the pieces come off the board, a long-term advantage to play for. Tingzhe dreams thought with the black pieces in this one.
Yeah, it's what she wants. She wants tension, she wants a target, and big decision now for Lei Tingzhe. Capture with the c-pawn, keep it a little bit more stable by capturing with the a-pawn towards the center and just hoping to line up the queen and the bishop along the long diagonal.
It's going to be the c-pawn, Yovi.
It's going to be the c-pawn.
I feel it.
She's in a must-win situation if she wants to have a shot at those big money prizes. So,
what do you think?
They're both good, that's the problem. I'll say a-pawn, just
always wants to be different.
Yeah, I don't know. You said C, I feel like I can't play copycat.
C for copycat. David doesn't want it. So I would also be very tempted to take with the c-pawn simply given the tournament situation, like you were saying. But Tingzhe, she wants the imbalance, loving that open c-line, loving the a-passer. And you mentioned that pawn takes pawn, the other one, also equally good, David?
Yeah, equally good, just to put it on the board. As Ivanka mentioned, rook takes rook. Now, the black queen actually gets where she wants to go on this nice long diagonal, supporting her bishop. And maybe later, the queen will just slide forward to a6, knight a5 ideas. This pawn structure often arises in the Nimzo Indian defense, and it's always the front pawn that comes under fire first. Just really unpleasant for Sara. I don't really see the compensation here for her doubled pawns on the c-file. Normally, you kind of want a big pawn center, but this bishop's doing a great job of just blocking everything and maybe trading off for the other light squared bishop a bit later on.
Well, but the fact that she's hesitating indicates to me that she is seriously considering c takes b6. Because otherwise you would play a takes b6, capture towards the center in a heartbeat.
It's the hand move, right? And usually in compensation for this terrible pawn formation that white has, you need that initiative on the king's side. You want that pawn center, you want the attack going, but it looks like it's far from that. Advantage Tingzhe in this one. Let's zoom out. Continue with, I think we've got one more remaining game that we haven't checked in with before we go on to Norway Chess. Should we do a quick deep dive into... quick deep dive? Is that possible?
That is.
Oxymoron?
What was that?
A quick deep dive into this game of Humpy versus Vengeance, the endgame.
Yeah. Let's dive in. I always say deep dive. Is that wrong?
Deep dive is great, but I'm just wondering if it can be quick at the same time.
It's like saying a slow sprint. I don't know.
That's what I do.
Oh, that even has a word in English, right? When you have these...
Like a dichotomy, like an oxy... Is it called an
oxymoron?
Oxymoron, yeah, of course.
I'm just a moron, but we all
Bringing in the oxy here.
Exactly. Put the oxy in moron. Okay, let's backtrack a few moves, because we were here just 4 moves ago. We only talked about this briefly, but we talked about how white is about to win the pawn back, and this does indeed happen. The black king being misplaced is actually the biggest factor in the position, despite the lack of queens, because the king does sit on some open files and will do for a few more moves here. Black played the move knight to d7, and we saw some captures in the center, so back to level material. Before the white knight comes back and grabs the bishop pair, having won the pawn back, here Zhu Wenjun, the world champion, decides to prevent that forever, f6. But this also loosens up some light squares, the bishop no longer defended, maybe some tactics in the air, the white bishop slides to c3. This was the main point behind Humpy's development move earlier. Now bishop to d5, apparently a mistake. in this position, hitting the knight. Okay, wow. I've seen something I shouldn't have.
Is it to
I
do
normally
with
sit
you
with the engine off,
castle
but it was on.
queenside, and then you just harass it? But I only said that because you said, oh, wow. And then suddenly I'm like, oh.
Okay, so the knight's hanging in the center.
Right, so this is what I'm thinking.
Oh, wait. Tactics, tactics, tactics?
Yes. You could just defend the knight, I should mention. Like bishop d3, I would say, is the most natural move, just defend the knight. Or you retreat, and it's equalish.
But then you wouldn't be like, oh, wow.
Yeah, I wouldn't say wow to bishop d3 or knight g3.
Knight takes f6.
Yeah, it's got to be that.
Boom. Knight takes f6. Best move. It doesn't give a winning advantage, but it pushes black to the edge here to try and defend. This would be a huge shock to Zhu Wenjun, I'm sure. The world champion, I don't think, has seen this. Because if you take back with a pawn now, it looks like you're just a piece down with white, but you play this move. The reason I said, oh, wow, is because you don't even castle. This would allow black to hit you with gain of time with a nasty check. So you just play the very calm rook to d1, apparently.
And David, the difference is if you allow that check, for example, in this line, bishop e6, bishop takes pawn comes with a check because the knight is pinned, the king slides to c7, and the difference here is that the rook on e8 isn't connected to the rook on h8, so you can just end up winning material. But now imagine this, with that bishop on h6 thrown into that line, and then suddenly the tactics would work in black's favor, because exactly in this position, bishop, let's say king to b1, firstly runs into bishop e4 and you just solve all problems. But also the fact that the rook on e8 in many of the lines would defend the other rook.
Yeah, even if black were to have to play a move like bishop c6, black would still be better in positions like this, as you point out, Tanya. The rook now has opened up. So first you need to see knight takes f6, which is difficult, I'm going to say. But then you have to kind of realize you don't castle, which is the most natural move. You don't connect your rooks. Humpy's looking away. Maybe she's spotted this, by the way. Okay. But rook d1, the bishop's hit, and bishop takes f6 coming. This is dangerous.
This is a huge moment, right?
Yeah.
Because Anna Muzychuk about to draw her game, take it to Armageddon. Humpy can be fighting for a bigger edge in this one if she spots this tactic. And getting that classical win in, and then we're talking anyone's tournament, right?
Well, if she gets the classical win, then she will move to 16.5 points. Anna is on 15.5 points.
Right.
So it's very relevant for Anna because the Armageddon means that she's guaranteed 1 point, but she loses the Armageddon. She's going to also tie with Humpy with 16.5 points.
Wow. And imagine if Humpy plays knight takes f6, gets a big advantage, and then suddenly Anna's like, wait, I'm going to Armageddon. I have to win this. Suddenly there's pressure on. Suddenly the tournament comes wide open. Huge moment. And Humpy, she's leaning forward.
She's going to play it.
Yeah, her eyes look like she's going forward here as well. She's definitely calculating, nodding her head now. You don't nod your head if you're going to retreat that knight.
Or play bishop d3.
Or play bishop d3.
That's not a nodding move at all. I completely agree. And Humpy, she senses it, she sees it. Will she go for it? And for Anna Muzychuk, you said pressure will be on, and crazy things happen when you're playing under pressure. With so much on the line. Humpy, is she about to sacrifice her piece with knight takes pawn?
Huge.
And seize this opportunity?
Huge moment there, Tanya. Knight takes f6. Such a bolt from the blue, right? And did you just observe her body language as well? She was kind of leaning backwards, and then you guys said she nodded her head, and then she did the whole chess player thing where, a big towel, you lean forward, and her eyes are looking in the direction of the king side.
You're looking at the opponent's pieces. Yeah. Like, if you retreat your knight, you're not looking at the black camp. You're only looking at your half. She's definitely 100% calculating here, and she's been thinking for 11 minutes, Humpy, already. I think it's going to be at least another 5-10 minutes. This is a huge moment. You invest a lot of time here, that's for sure.
Yeah. And the thing is, though, if you're going to play bishop d3, you do it relatively quickly. Bishop d3 makes the most sense. You go bishop d3, and then you retreat the bishop if it gets attacked, and then on you go.
She's going to play it. She's going to play knight takes pawn. What she's working out is what happens right after. And I think she's also spotted the difference between rook d1 and long castle as well. The checks that come in. It requires a bit of calculation, but Humpy is a beast. She is known for her strategic positional play, but she doesn't miss these tactics when they do present themselves. Intuitively, she might not be the one to take big risks, but given the opportunity, she rarely misses them.
Mm-hmm. Can I change my Armageddon guess?
Can I change mine? Can we all redo it? No, we cannot.
Oh no.
Actually, yeah, we should all do a shake-up, right? Can we all move one along?
I thought this would be an easy draw.
I'm feeling better about my 2 though.
Yeah, you should. You should be feeling good. I wonder whether Ju and June spotted it, or whether she's just chilling, thinking, okay, I've hit my opponent's knight, she's going to retreat or react, and then the black bishop will retreat, black's fine, black will just move the king, get the rooks connected. If black gets one more move and like moves the king and connects the rooks after the bishop comes out as well, total equality.
She could also be doing the poker face bluff thing, right? I mean, I don't know how, if you guys ever pulled that off, you totally spot, you've messed it up, you've made a big mistake, your opponent has this huge chance to get into tactics which favor them, but you pretend like nothing's happening. Because if it shows on your face, that's a big tell, a big gift for your opponent.
I do it like daily, like every game I play.
Yeah, I had once a moment. So I just made move 40 and it was a big time scramble. It was really unclear. And then I realized that my opponent had one killer move on the board that would actually, at first I thought it was going to win the game for him. Then I was like, no, it's going to be a draw. And he sat there thinking for 1 hour and I didn't know where to look. Like, do I look in that direction? Do I look here? How do I react to this? And a big moment there between Ju Wenjun and Humpy. Humpy could deliver such a decisive blow with knight takes f6 and really push Ju Wenjun to the brink. Oh, okay. Well, Humpy doesn't look like she's moving, so maybe.
Could we just show one final variation?
Let's do it.
Yes, let's do it.
Which might make her pause. Because it doesn't give a winning advantage. It's a good move. And the computer with the eval bar we see on the left of the screen says 0.2 for white, very modest. I think the one thing holding her back might be after knight takes, black can also take with the knight. We looked at pawn takes, and then white has to play the move rook to d1. And due to this pin, due to the fact there will be a bishop takes pawn fork, white seems to be doing very, very well. But after knight takes, first you have to take this knight. The black knight defends the bishop. And then this time, it's not rook to d1 anymore. Because now you get checked via this angle, and look at the bard fall. You get checked this way, the king steps forward, you get checked this way, and suddenly nowhere for the white king to go other than in front of its rook. The pin is broken, white's just a piece down. So Humpy, the other move, she would have had to play rook d1. Here, she does have to castle instead. So it's like one way, the other, this way, totally different here. It looks like you're about to win this one back, but black can give a check with the rook and then defend her bishop. And here, you would have to see in advance that you can play the move pawn to b4, hitting the rook. And it does feel like, I don't know, maybe this pawn is a bit weak. And by force, we would get an ending such as this one, opposite color bishops. Maybe she's weighing up whether she has more winning chances here. Yes, she's a pawn up, but opposite colored bishops, drawish tendencies, or whether to keep the tension with all the pieces on the board if we go back to the game.
Yeah, that's very important defense there for Ju Wenjun. But knight takes f6 is a beast of a move, right?
You see it, you play it, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, whoa, and your opponent will maybe fall off the chair. But in Ju
It's a
Wenjun's
big
case,
chance. She has to go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, even if she gets to that point where she has that extra pawn in the opposite color bishop, she needs to do this. Because if she doesn't, give Wenjun one move, the knight comes out, the king comes out, and that's it, right? You're also looking for those minuscule advantages where it perhaps doesn't exist. There's already a wall against that dark squared bishop. Knight takes pawn has to be Humpy's choice here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I completely agree. It is a huge moment in that particular game, and it really could just decide things for the tournament. So we'll keep an eye on that game because Humpy is just delving into all of the calculations and complications. And we have another tournament leader, Magnus Carlsen. He's got the black pieces against a fearsome fighter that is Arjun. There is no Magnus at the table, but I'm talking about the table. Magnus hitting the table has been huge on media all around the world, not only on our broadcast, but also on all the other chess.com broadcasts. So let's relive this moment together.
Magnus, though, lacking the knight, lacking the time. He's one move too slow. Look at his hand shaking, Magnus Carlsen.
It's not over yet, chat. Very tricky still. It's not easy. 15 दिखा रहा है वहाँ पे. I mean, surely. He found knight b2. Trouvez les coups. Et c'est cavalier b2 qui est choisi. C'est là encore le meilleur.
4 rey e2 parecería normal, pero increíble.
نايت سي 4 الان مش حتوزر كينج اف 4 يا سلام شوف كيف كباسس اوبو
Have Have you guys been seeing those memes which have gone completely viral with all different sports happening, people playing different games, and then the reaction from Magnus, the reaction from Gukesh? You know what? I've been really enjoying that.
Yeah, my timeline on all social media is just littered with reels, with memes, with kind of AI outtakes of that moment. I mean, it was crazy. We were lucky to witness it live, but yeah, who would have predicted that reaction and the whole world kind of witnessing and understanding that this is the passion of chess.
It was awesome, right? We had Paris Saint-Germain tweeting with a photo of Gukesh's reaction as their reaction getting the UEFA Champions League win in. All the memes we've been seeing, the table smash that happened, a huge moment, huge result, which impacted so much, right? Magnus so close to winning that, and I feel like we would have been talking about a completely different tournament had that result been any different.
And Magnus said it himself, because I was expecting Magnus to say he's great that he's in the lead, and he was like, no, that game has really affected how I view this tournament.
Yeah.
He wanted a perfect tournament where he was in full control, and the fact that he squandered such a winning position has really played on his mind.
It took him a few days to get over it.
Did. We saw, I mean, he had rest day in between as well, but we saw quick draws from Magnus and not the same energy, not the same fight. These days, I mean, he's done it all. He's won Norway Chess 6 times already in his career, Magnus. If he stops at 6, that's still fantastic. But nowadays, he just wants to crush everyone. He played Grenka, won 9 out of 9 there. That just made him hungrier, if anything. And he said yesterday, the most important thing, I think, was that he believes he's head and shoulders above everyone else. And he did totally outplay Gukesh in that game, which is maybe the most annoying thing. If Gukesh won fair and square, Magnus would be like, okay, tournament goes on. Yeah. But he feels like he lost it more than Gukesh won it.
Yeah, and by the way, Magnus is in the confessional right now, and we'll show that during the break. So if you're a subscriber, enjoy. And if you want to listen to Magnus's inner thoughts, then you know what to do. You have to hit the subscribe button, and of course, you can catch it during the break. I can't wait to hear what kind of mood he's in, because is he going to be locking it down, heading it to Armageddon, or does he want a full-blooded fight?
Yeah, big question, so much on the line, and yeah, I think for Magnus, it's not about winning the tournament or proving that the championship is what he's after, but just showing to everyone that he's still the boss, he's still the final boss, and he is the best player on the planet by far. And I think that loss was a big stumbling block in getting that narrative in. And like you said, what a game it was by Magnus, right, until those very last moments. And what a game. We are getting to this one still in early moves, but we can see the imbalances, the makings of a true fight. The rook lined up now against that e3 pawn, which has been weakened by Arjun's f3 move. Now, David, to my understanding, you're in these positions, white really wants to get e4. That is the main break that you want. Ooh! Oh. And we switch because there's a huge moment here. Knight takes pawn on the board. She plays it.
She plays it. Our first double exclamation mark move of the day so far. Knight takes f6. That is a boss move from Humpy. Arjun looks pretty chill. She always does. But I'm pretty sure this would have been a nasty shock. Bit of a cold shower for her. And Humpy looked like she was masking a smile as she started to sip her water there. She must be feeling like she's got a chance now. The tournament is not over. Anna Muzychuk is not safe yet.
No, not safe yet. And with knight takes f6. I still can't get over that despite the beauty of this move. You know, the knight is on prise not once, but twice. And is completely like invisible square. That Humpy still has to play very accurately to get an advantage.
But it's also such a straightforward calculating line, right? And at this level, you just sit down, you take your time, you work the moves out, and Humpy definitely has. It's also a bit of a gift early on because, like you said, it's the Berlin against this d4 setup, which Vachier employed, and you don't expect your chances to come so quickly. It feels like it's going to be a long, fought-out draw at the end. But then suddenly one inaccuracy, and to spot this big opportunity, to go for it, you know it's your only chance at an advantage, and Vachier slowed down. I don't know if she spotted it while Humpy was thinking about her move, but definitely in shock right now for the women world champion here, knight takes pawn. Beautiful stuff. Should we go through the lines one more time?
Mm-hmm.
One last time, let's do it. It's a fork in the road here for the world champion, Zhu Wenjun. It's a clear 50-50. Either you take this knight back with your knight, or you take with the pawn. Otherwise, you're just a pawn down and facing some threats. I'm going to start with the pawn first, because that's the more ambitious move, I would say. here, white has to play the move rook to d1. Let's remind everyone just joining us, you cannot castle your king to hit this bishop because you get checked. And if your king moves now, wherever it goes, you get checked again. Black breaks this d-file pin with gain of tempo. So this is unthinkable. Instead, you have to play your rook to d1 in this position, hitting the bishop. And now, apparently, black has only one move not to lose on the spot. If you move your bishop out the way, no matter where you move your bishop, bishop takes pawn on f6 is a check, a double attack due to the fact the knight is pinned. And at the very end, it's very important that after you take this rook, a check is met by the bishop retreating. Otherwise, the bishop would be lost in the corner, but you can block and exchange and 2 pawns up here for white. Rook for knight, and you have the 2-pawn advantage. If we go back, though, the key move would be knight to b6, but after bishop takes pawn check, the king moves, you take this one. This might be what Arjun is calculating. There are some checks. You still have to figure out how to get your king to safety, and there are still some tricks in the air. I'm going to say the more likely option, if we go back to the game position, is knight takes f6. And just to remind everyone, here you have to take this knight off the board, then you have to castle, as opposed to last time. There might be a check. Arjun would have multiple ways to deal with things here. She could defend her bishop, and at the very end, when the dust settles, white regains the bishop. Maybe we'll see a trade of rooks and opposite color bishops, but white has the extra pawn. Small advantage, but a 2-result game. Humpy would be very happy with this, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Humpy in a must-win scenario if she wants to be challenging for the Norway Chess Women crown. And knight takes f6, making an appearance, making us all very happy here in the studio. Okay, we're going to keep a close watch on that game, but where should we go to? Maybe we can revisit the game between Arjun and Magnus, because we didn't dive into the complexities, and I can see that e3, e4 has made an appearance. Now, one thing that I played this variation with the black side, and I've always had it in the back of my mind that white cannot rush with e3, e4. You got to prepare it like a snail would. You have to go rook ae, is it rook ae1 or rook d1? I can't quite remember.
Both.
And then you go bishop f2, then you go king h1, and then and only then are you ready for e4.
Yeah, and it's a fascinating moment because just to mention, Arjun's just broken out with e4. In the Gukesh game, Gukesh has just broken out with d5 in the center, and Hikaru has just played d5 in the center. So all 3 boards in this section, they've broken out on the same move. Suddenly, just action everywhere.
Do you think they all winked at each other and go, let's go?
We've waited too long. Action.
And it's on, right? Because this is where it explodes. And now Magnus just has to sit back and calculate a number of variations, because this is where it gets fun. Do you take on e4? Do you push that b pawn 1 step forward, kicking the knight out before capturing on e4? Knowing Arjun, I think if that was to appear, what he has in mind is pushing that e pawn 1 step forward as well. You know, b4 can be met by e5, and then suddenly we're looking at crazy, chaotic lines. I'm just glad that the bar doesn't just shoot right up, so it's not just a blunder. You take the knight, you take the bishop. c6 will be hanging eventually. This is crazy. Make some sense of this for me, David, because knowing Arjun, I think he's looking at these complications.
Yeah, I'm never sure which one to take with. Let's say black just takes with the knight. And at the end, knight was wrong one maybe, but I could see white's chances here. Backward pawn to stare down at. I could see variations like this being Arjun's taste, not Magnus's goal here. So yeah, e4, yeah, b4. I didn't even see e5. I must be said. Knight a4 is another move, but then just feels like the knight's offside when the action comes. And yeah, I was also wondering whether you were going to say like piece sacrifice, like take here.
Oof.
Computer says it doesn't work, but just to try and get some pawns. I guess the black knight just moves. Maybe flick in some other moves as well.
Can you also capture on e4 instead of going b4? Because that's like the traditional recipe, right? You take on e4, pawn takes, and then you go knight to g4. You go, woohoo, knight e3.
Coming in, and tension between the bishops. White will take on this square, e7. Queen takes.
Queen takes. And somehow it's not enough, right?
Maybe. It's still very tempting with black.
Yeah, but I guess you would do this if the bishop were on f2, the white bishop. Then it's a lot more attractive.
There was a bishop to chop off.
Yep.
I wonder, you said that e4 arriving a little earlier than expected in these kind of openings and positions. Is Magnus surprised as well at how quickly Arjun's made that happen? Has he just rushed in? Because, also Rival Bar seems to indicate that black's doing fine. Is it pawn takes pawn? Is it b4? Is it a completely different option? What do you think? Has Magnus been taken by surprise with this move by Arjun?
I think so. I think Magnus probably looked at it from afar a few moves ago, or maybe even looked at it at home. Not sure how deep his opening prep goes, but he's probably like, I've got loads of options there. But sometimes your opponent plays a move that you're like, nah, it's not going to happen. And then you have to sit there and figure out why, or kind of choose your mood. Magnus there, head in hands, wondering which way to go. I think b4 is the first one you look at, just because it's most forcing, or it's the most ambitious at least, but taking as well is more typical.
One of the tactics that White always has to watch out for in these positions, and this is coming again because I've sort of been on the receiving end of that a couple of times, is that if you do drive the knight out from c3, right? Let's say you go b4 and you move knight a4. If you don't play e5, c6 is hanging in these positions, but I'll just show the tactic and the plan. You take on e4, and let's say f takes e4, and then suddenly I think you can take that pawn with the knight, because the bishop on h4 is hanging. Another reason why you in fact want that bishop on f2 before you push this central pawn. Bishop e7, queen e7, bishop takes knight, everything takes, as they say, and it feels like it works out in black's favor. So these central complications also have to be navigated by White here if b4 was played.
Yeah, this is a minefield. I mean, that already is like a 6-move variation that Magnus is definitely calculating. b4 here, White can move the knight, White can push the pawn forward to e5, so that's already 2 other variations just after b4 alone. After taking these pawns, it's like you can calculate b4 followed by c5, you can calculate knight g4. You've got, I think, 3 or 4 branches after both of your initial 2 moves. It will be one of these 2, I think, a capture or b4. But Magnus, big decision if he wants to keep his winning chances alive, or if he wants to play solid. You know, it might be 2 different roads he could take right now.
And he's got to have one eye on Gukesh's game, right? So with that blowing up as well, Magnus, do you think that plays a role in the decision he takes right now?
Well, we're going to find out, because we are going to go on a short break. But do remember that if you are subbed on Twitch, you can listen to Magnus Carlsen's exclusive thoughts on his matchup. And if you're not, now's the time to hit subscribe and have a listen. We're stepping away and we'll be back with all the action in just a few minutes.
This is going to be a bit of a deja vu from yesterday, but I will say that I'm quite happy with what I've gotten from the opening. It's kind of what I wanted. I know that f3 on the last move, that it's it's a very typical move, but it's not supposed to be the most precise right there. But I didn't really know more than, b5 and black should have counterplay. But what more do you really need? It's a position where the pawn structure is relatively clarified. All pieces are developed, and you can start playing chess from there, which is nice. I am not like super thrilled with what Fabi has done in the opening. I think Gukesh has made a very clever choice. Also, his last waiting move, a6, provoking queen d2. Now, probably both, I mean, not knight takes e4, but at least d5 is a positional threat. And usually you want to meet this with bishop takes e6. F takes e6, and then transferring the knight from c3 to g3, but then this can be met by like knight e2, d5, knight g3, d4, trapping the bishop because the queen is now on d2. So it will be interesting to see what Fabi does there. It seems that maybe he can go for takes in d4, but that doesn't seem promising either. So I think Gukesh has gotten a pretty nice fighting position from the opening as well. And I just realized what Fabi's idea was. He played knight e2, and now the idea is after d5, then he will go c3, and if black takes twice in e4, he's got queen c2 hitting the knight on e4 and also g6. So It's quite clever. Then I take what I said earlier back. I think Gukesh still has a very fine position, but Fabi is probably not too unhappy either.
We are back for the final round, the final day here in Stavanger, and there we see Erigaisi as he is facing a bolt from the blue from Magnus Carlsen. We've had two brilliances, and it's just the beginning. And there we are seeing knight takes e4 from Magnus. We heard from Magnus in the break that he was feeling very happy. This is the kind of position he wanted, where it could be a fair fight.
I mean, I'm still trying to calculate. This is a crazy position. Tanya, you predicted this as an idea, or at least you mentioned it does recur in this opening. But Arjun's racing forward. Magnus has gone into this head first. Arjun, I think, finds the best move. At least the bar, it did dip slightly, but looks equal apparently. But the position, anything but calm.
It's unbelievable, right? We said that this line was possible, but couldn't believe that we'd see it on the board, and it all relied on the c6 pawn, which has just been picked up by Arjun. So how do these tactics work? And I think we have to backtrack. We have to take it from where we left it last. You know, Arjun exploding the position open with that central break. E4 is where the complications began, David, right here, right now. We were looking at all kinds of possibilities. We found this tactical idea, and here it is. But the big question, couldn't that c6 pawn be taken earlier than it was?
Yeah, we have to dive in. And Arjun played this move, knight to a4. And here the blue arrow appears for the first time. Magnus had to find this tactic. It's simple as that. He needed to stop the white pawn marching forward. with a huge attack for white. He needed to take, not just that, he needed to find this move. Knight takes e4, double exclamation mark, a sacrifice. Just again to reiterate what we were talking about earlier. Bishop takes knight, you drop your bishop on the edge of the board, and to my eyes, this is still super complicated, but the Bart prefers black. Bishop pair in an open position. Maybe after bishop takes a6, bishop takes c6. Maybe, I'm trying to calculate on the fly here. Maybe bishop a6 is the idea with a pin and kind of a double attack on this knight right now. Instead, we saw Arjun take the bishops, but Tanya, your move as well. Queen takes c6. I would have needed half an hour to calculate this. Arjun played the move in, what was it, 46 seconds.
This is really the reason why I thought the tactics in that position doesn't work when we were looking at it. But clearly there is something for black here that both Magnus and Arjun spotted. So what is the move here? Because you're hitting the rook. If the rook moves, queen takes knight, and you're coming in with the queen with a big check on h7, not giving black the time to pick up the bishop on h4. Thank you very much. I'm coming after your king once this is all done. Queen takes pawn. I mean, to me, it just looks like white should be winning after that.
Yeah. I mean, process of elimination, I think you have to take this bishop. I wonder if there are any tactics.
All right, so you take the rook.
Take the rook. So it's currently the exchange down for black. White has a rook, black has a knight in return. I'm looking at moves like this one.
Could you try to cage that queen in a8? Maybe knight f6?
This one? This
Yeah.
one? Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
I still see this as an extra exchange for white. I mean, this blows my mind. The fact that this is, I would say, even better for black given the evaluation, because we know the engines, they are greedy, right? Give them extra material. White should be completely better according to the computer. But here, it says it's in the balance, so it's actually advantage black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the fact that neither side really lingered too much on this, they both clearly evaluated it as good for black, despite being the exchange down. Arjun didn't even think about this. That is incredible. Like, the temptation to be greedy must have been so great here.
Yeah, but I can understand the risk, right? In this type of position where the queen is completely offside, she's at risk of getting trapped, and David is already highlighting that there's problems in the dark squares for white. So I can understand why you avoid this one.
And it's also your pieces are paralyzed, right? You can't go with your knight to c5 because straight d3 bishop is hanging. You can't move the knight from e2 anywhere because the d4 pawn falls with a check. Bishop, you don't have any happy moves with that either. And if you just play slow chess without trying to trade any pieces, then bishop g5, bishop e3 follows next, cannot be challenged, no dark squared bishops on the board. Incredible, not only calculation, but evaluation by both these players.
Yeah, the calculation for once is the easy part. The evaluation, this was incredible by both players. And Arjun didn't go for this, we should mention. Let's catch up with the game. Instead, he traded bishops first. And the key detail behind the knight capturing on e4 is that the queen and rook, defend this knight sufficiently. So Arjun, pawn down, grabs that pawn back, hitting the rook. And this is where we are. Magnus has to find a way to deal with that. And this time, I think you can just move your rook. You have two safe squares. Other than that,
Tactics or not?
It feels like there are, but I don't see.
You know, your spidey sense is tingling. It's that kind of position. And the one I wanted to point out, but I don't think it really works, David, is if you were to move the rook. Rook takes f7. Now, you can't take it with the queen because bishop c4, but I can't make king takes f7 work. It feels like there should be checkmate with bishop c4, rook f1 coming in.
Ooh. I'm going to give this a double exclamation mark.
Let's
just
do
for you,
it.
Tanya.
Yes.
Boom. For spotting that one.
Very nice.
Queen takes, just to make your point here. Bishop c4, this is just over. Skewer.
But this is the easy part. What about king takes rook?
Yeah, I was... Ivanka, I need help.
Well, you can, yeah, king takes, and then, well, you can see, maybe check on the diagonal.
Yeah.
Check.
And then king steps back.
There's a knight f6 block.
Is it?
Maybe knight f4.
Oh, knight g6, checkmate.
Ooh. Let's show that. It's hard to kind of stop this without... I think you just have to give up your queen here because knight f6, this is checkmate. It's a fork as well, but that's the least of black's worries. The king cut off, and the king is checkmated.
Wait 1 second. So black cannot be complacent with moves like rook to b8 because rook takes f7, boom, and...
If Magnus plays rook b8, he could be just lost.
Right.
If rook f7 works.
And that was my knee-jerk reaction. Until, you know, David goes, oh, maybe we could do something else and generate some play. And then I started thinking, you know, maybe get knight to g5. But, okay, rook to b8.
Yeah.
Is it really busted after rook takes pawn?
Arjun's definitely seen this, by the way. The speed he played. Now I know why he didn't go for the rook earlier, because he wanted this instead. He wants to set up the trick that if Magnus moves the rook, rook takes pawn. And how is this still only slightly better for white? It just looks winning.
I mean, I would play rook b8 10 out of 10 times in this. You know, even if the same position came, I'd repeat the same mistake thrice, every single time.
Yeah, how do you even save this? I guess maybe queen e6 or queen d6. Ooh, I'm not proud of that move.
Yeah.
But there's bishop takes knight.
But then
There's the rook is hanging. Yes. Okay, I forgot that important detail.
The rook hangs at the end.
Yep.
Wow, this
But
is
I like queen d6.
wild. Yeah.
This is crazy.
At least
This
white
is
can
insane.
minimal. At the minimum, you take a pawn on f7, you run away and pawn up in an endgame. Wow, Magnus is facing some real shocks here if he moves this rook, if he just defends it.
This is danger. I mean, you really want to get that rook out of the way, because if you don't, you're going to be down material. You're about to lose an exchange in the position. What is the move here if not rook b8?
Can you go knight to d2? That was trying to ignite the board a little bit more. So knight d2, my idea is knight takes rook, queen to e3, check, and then the bishop on d3 will hang at the end of it.
Let's show that. So queen takes rook.
Which one are you starting with?
I haven't made up my mind.
Rook f2, right? So maybe knight f1 might... But knight f1, king f1?
Yeah, okay, so let's start with queen e3 check.
All right. Rook f2. I'm materialistic. I want to...
Yeah, hang on, I did it wrong, so knight takes f4.
The bar doesn't move. The bar doesn't move.
Oof.
I mean, both sides, their house is on fire, right? Like,
Yeah.
black just gave up the rook. Now white's just saying, okay, take all my pieces. You can choose which one first. Rook f2. Do you take this one? Or
Yeah.
the bishop? So white's the exchange up again,
Yeah.
but it's still complicated.
Queen d5, just centralize the queen, but then there's knight f6.
Wow.
Maybe you can also
Oof. Whoa.
just ignore it. Just
Yeah.
take on e2. Also knight f6, but maybe you can take here, and it's... Oh, of course it's not this. Just knight f6, I think, as you pointed out. Knight f6. Block. So knight f4, I just want to point out there are like things white has to worry about, like queen e3. You have to be a bit careful here. If you bring your queen back now, then queen e1 check.
Oof, nasty. And why are you not taking on d4? You just want to set up this Chipolito. Is
Yeah,
that the point?
You know me.
You
see
knew
a
I was going to
checkmate.
fall for it.
I saw a checkmate. I had to show it. But wow, this is crazy. So knight d2 also dynamically possible. Should we try taking the rook first?
Yeah.
Because now queen e3 is in your pocket, but now I think king takes knight. White is a whole piece up.
Whoa. And the bar loves it.
Queen's just coming back, right?
Yeah.
Queen's coming back. Extra material. Okay, we are on move 17. Queen takes pawn. And the board is on fire here. Every single thing hangs. Magnus, if he plays rook b8, big trouble. And I'm going to say that that is really the move you want to make here, you know. You want to save your rook. You don't want to go into a line where you're sort of treading thin ice down materially. Magnus, look at him on camera. I think he feels the tension right now. He knows that this could be on which the tournament hangs, this moment right here.
Totally. And he knows he's playing a tactical genius.
Yeah.
So you are on high alert and you are calculating moves like rook takes f7. There's so many pieces on pre's. David, what is the computer's assessment of this crazy position?
Yeah, I've turned it on. I see the top move, and I don't understand why it's the best.
Okay.
I think we have to jump in because Magnus, he's going to go into the tank now. He's already been thinking 9 minutes. This is where he wins the tournament or loses it, it feels like. And I wouldn't be shocked at all if he spends another 15, 20 minutes thinking. Apparently, knight to d2 is fine, and we'll investigate that one in a moment. Rook to b8, and this really does give white an advantage, not just in practical, not just objectively, but mainly in practical terms. Rook takes f7, double exclamation marks, some variations we investigated there. Apparently, rook to a7 is best, but that begs the question: what if rook takes f7 now? The computer's changed its mind.
Oh, he's messing with us.
Is it messing with me? This looks very strong still.
I mean, queen takes rook, it's the same idea of pinning the queen. You pin and you win. If king takes rook, then the idea of giving a check and trapping the king in that kill zone, bring your knight, game over.
There must be a glitch in the matrix. I'm going to go back and leave it to run a bit longer, but okay, it is changing its mind. Apparently, knight to d2, knight f6 as well, it should be mentioned, is possible apparently, but knight to d2 is the best, I'm going to say. Safest at least. And just to follow through the line we were talking about, double attack here, knight takes rook and queen e3 threatened. White should just take the rook. Black queen does jump in with a check. everything we investigated earlier. And rook to f2. Apparently, taking the bishop is fine, but not the best. Knight to f6 is best. Magnus is a whole rook down in this variation, but he's going for knight g4. The white queen actually has nowhere to come back on this diagonal because the black knight prevents it. And this is crazy. Arjun would have to find the move queen to b8 here.
Ooh, to get it back all the way to g3 or f4.
Get it back. And then queen takes bishop, and somehow this is all equal. Magnus still the exchange down. This is just... I don't even know how to describe it. It's crazy.
It's just
Sanity.
Totally. And the fact that it seems like in every single position that we have here, that we have seen sides just deliver these shockers. And yet somehow or other, they're not killer blows. They're just there for effect. But both sides very much in it. But knight d2, the best move. Magnus will definitely have to work through these complications.
It's not an easy move to find knight d2, you know? You're one going so deep into your opponent's camp. You see the rook stepping up to f2, stopping that idea. Your own rook is hanging. Magnus almost looking like he's ready to make the move, but I think he's going to take a few more minutes. It really is such an incredibly critical position, and every move of each of these lines that we saw, a high-cost move, right? You could be lost with just one mistake because you lose big material.
Yeah, and if Magnus really stands head and shoulders above the rest, this is the perfect position to show it and redeem himself.
He's about to make a move, though. Did you see that? Hand analysis. We need our hand analysis expert right here, right now. Oh.
Yeah, I think he's panicking slightly, but he knows he can't move his rook. Magnus, when he taps his hands like that, whoa, he goes back with his knight. Magnus Carlsen.
Goodness. It's a mistake, David.
It's apparently a big objective mistake. I think he panicked there, Magnus. He didn't want to go into that really unclear compensation variation, but he's gone with an odd one instead. He's going for the same idea, delivering a queen check. I did check the supercomputer Ceci, which did say knight d2, by far the best move. Magnus needed to find it, but question mark. Suddenly he's dropping his rook in the corner. He's going to be the exchange down. He's going to give a check and take the bishop. It's not over. Magnus is not losing, but he's definitely worse in that variation.
Ooh, wow. Incredible scenes here in Stavanger for the final round of Norway Chess. Magnus Carlsen leading with 15 points, just a half-point lead. And now he finds himself on the back foot. And Arjun, he just looks ahead, but he will be looking at taking that rook there on a8. And looking at our 6-board viewer, I got to compliment you, David, on your prediction game. Not Armageddon prediction game, but it's between Humpy and Zhu Wenjun. You called it. You said this is the most likely thing to happen, and indeed, it has.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure I'm proud of that because I definitely didn't predict Magnus's move. I didn't predict moves on the other boards, but yeah, Humpy at least will be a pawn up heading into the endgame. We know that dynamic now. Zhu Wenjun on the defensive. I think we can safely say Zhu Wenjun isn't going to win this tournament now. She needs a win, and for Anna Muzychuk to lose. That both scenarios there, very, very unlikely. But Tanya, yeah, elsewhere, chaos.
Yeah, it definitely adds to the pressure to Muzychuk to see what's happening on the Humpy board. You know, Humpy on the push there, but I'm just thinking about what's going on that Magnus-Arjun board still. And I will point out that it was in Tata Steel Chess India, you know, Magnus having a fantastic tournament, just crushing and cruising through. And then it was Arjun Erigaisi who scored a miniature 20-move win against the world #1, the only loss that Magnus suffered there. And this also out of the opening with the white pieces, Arjun in control, in driver's seat, with tactics, with the kind of dynamics that he likes to play against. How many times we've seen this, right? The way to fight against a player like Magnus, against, well, the GOAT, the king, the world #1, you need to draw him into these complications. You can't expect a strategic positional battle to go your favor. Magnus will outclass you in that over and over again. And Arjun, his style, I think it kind of promises that. And he's at least managed to get that right out of the opening.
Totally agree with you there. You have to initiate chaos if you're playing the best in the world. And talking about chaos, have a look at the spread there on the top row. Caruana Gukesh, what on earth is happening there? Also weighing in, Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, ooh, I'm a bit nervous for his king. I'm going to hand the floor to you guys. Which direction do you want to choose? Left, right?
Also, what on earth is happening on David's laptop? Because while it's chaos on the board, he's there searching Gwaine Jones photos. And then he just showed me. Okay, I'm not even joking. I mean, Arjun Erigaisi was on our screen. Exact same pose. It was Gwen Jones. It was crazy.
Sorry, everyone, I'm obsessed. In the meantime, I'm also obsessed with the chess.
What was it like? He was...
Arjun was like this, and Gwen Jones always sits like this. Okay. We should update you with developments elsewhere, but maybe we do just break down that big mistake from Magnus because it was dramatic. And let's just try and predict there, and then we focus in on the other games. My biggest shock is not that Magnus played that move. It's more the fact that he didn't actually spend that long on it. I would have expected this to be played after 20 minutes of thought, retreating your knight. We were talking about how the best move is to come in. That, to my eyes as well, more logical because you're hitting the rook. Not just that, but you're also vacating the other square for your knight. Suddenly retreating feels like the wrong direction. In chaotic positions, retreating very rarely a good idea. Also, the other black knight now struggling for good squares to come to. But let's break it down. Magnus has to worry about this rook falling in the corner. This is by far the most critical variation. This is the acid test of Magnus's idea. We will definitely then see a check. Magnus, a whole rook down, needs to get some material back, hitting the king. The king most likely to run now. Rook to f2. I think the reason Magnus played this is so that he has knight g4 up his sleeve, hitting this rook. So now this is no longer an option. And queen takes bishop. Magnus is down a whole rook for bishop here. Knight to f4, for example. The queen will move, but then the rooks come. And it just looks like white should be winning this. White's rooks so active, so many open lines.
Yeah, big news. Magnus is in the confessional right now as we speak. So, of course, we'll be broadcasting that. Wow, huge moment. We've already seen some inaccuracies, brilliancies. The mind is just blowing here. Okay, so going back, let's have a look at the Gukesh game. He is in second place with 14.5 points, half a point behind Magnus. He's got the black pieces, and we already see that he's gone queenside with his king. Fabi, his king still in the middle. It's so chaotic, this position.
It's chaotic, but look at the bar. It's massively on white side. And Gukesh has also made some very anti-positional decisions. Not for the first time this tournament, it should be said. I'm going to make a prediction, though. One of the last, there's been a lot of chaotic tournaments in chess, but one of the last times I was this excited about following chess was in the Candidates 2013. And Magnus Carlsen, Vladimir Kramnik in the final round there, they were neck and neck to qualify for the World Championship match. Magnus went all out with white, lost against Peter Svidler. Kramnik went all out with black, lost against Ivanchuk, I think it was. And I have a feeling Magnus and Gukesh might both lose now. That opens the door to Hikaru Nakamura.
Oh, my goodness.
But it's
a lot of parallels there.
And also Fabiano.
Fabiano as well.
Because
he's at 12.5. I mean, he gets it, he goes to 15.5. He leapfrogs Gukesh. Magnus, if he loses, stays at 15.5.
Okay.
At 15, actually. Magnus is at 15 right now.
Yeah.
A classical loss would mean that Fabi overtakes both Magnus and Gukesh.
Exactly.
Unbelievable. And you're talking about 2013. I'm also thinking about the 2025 Tata Steel tournament, right? Where you have this incredible run by Pragg and Gukesh, and then both in that last round looking for that championship fight. One loses to Vincent Keimer, the other loses to Arjun Aragaisi, both just playing spoilers.
Gukesh should have learned from that, no? But this is crazy. At least this time Gukesh is slightly behind, so I understand why he's taking risk. But let's break down the last few moves. Because in the confessional, Magnus was talking about some nuances, some small details. And he was actually talking about all the way back in this position with the white knight hopping over to the king side. White's king very likely to castle there later, although Fabi still hasn't made that decision. So he wants to use his knights as shields, as guardians of that flank. Now Gukesh pushed a pawn forward. This is why Fabi has refrained from castling the white king, because the black pawn might come and blow open that side of the board. But first the white knight posts up, the black queen moves, Fabiano pushes a pawn to c3. Magnus said that this would happen just to stop the black pawn marching to d4. He thought that that wouldn't be likely if Fabi had a pawn on c3. But lo and behold, after black castles, very committal, very ambitious move. Here, pawn to b4, starting the expansion, starting the pawn storm. It was pawn to d5, and apparently a big mistake from Gukesh, and I do believe it. Like, normally you don't want to break the tension in these positions. I don't think the black pieces, especially the bishop on g7 and the rook in the corner, are ready. d4 opens up a line. Yes, you break your doubled pawn here on the e-file structure, but capture, the bishop retreats, and queen to e7. I'm struggling to see what he has in mind against ideas like rook c1 and just taking this knight off the board. As well as later queenside expansions, in this case, going for the black king. It just feels like white's path is easy. I don't see where the black attack is originating from.
A lot easier, right? You've got this hook on a6, an easy, a clear target there. You could bring the rook to c1. You could also go directly for the plan if you don't want to think about sacrifices on b4 with rook b1 and b5. You've got a clear direct line towards the black king. But look at this. Fabi with his king in the center is perhaps the safest spot for that king. Gukesh has got no inroads there. Yes, you have a g4 break if we counter that hook to h3. But where does that really get you? Maybe you take, maybe you just simply slide your knight over, right? You can even think about a knight move or pawn takes pawn. But the point is, where is the attack here? White's king is so nicely netted around, safe with his own pieces. Black's got no open lines. And once b5 or a4, b5, even stronger, comes in, cool king with the shades there, shaded by all his pieces. I mean, I don't know about Gukesh's king feeling the same at all. It just feels like Fabi's first to the party.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. Because as you mentioned there, it all hinges on white keeping the king in the center. White is not obliged to castle kingside right into the makings of Gukesh's attack. And, okay, maybe Gukesh, bearing that in mind, you know, he stepped queen e7, rook to b1. Okay, so he has to start preparing for the onslaught that is happening on the queen side. And let's be objective about it. It looks pretty dangerous, but let's see whether the facts bear out. And we're seeing rook to b1.
The board, one of the most natural moves, preparing a simple pawn storm on this side. Gukesh, the only logical reason I can come up with him kind of playing queen e7, the queen's not better placed there than d7, but he's vacated this square. But I don't know, is he going to do the same as what Fabiano's done, take a leaf out of his opponent's books and plant two knights in front of his king to act as shields there, act as bodyguards? Or is he maybe going to bring a knight to the center, pawn to a4? Ooh, apparently pawn to a4 not the best. Maybe knight to e5?
Yeah.
Is this the idea?
And you definitely don't want to take the d4 pawn, not only opening up the bishop on g7, but potential tricks on the d3 pawn once that knight from d7 jumps over. Queen takes knight, knight e5 is a move that comes to mind. Queen moves connected to that knight. You take rook takes knight anyway. Boom, queen takes rook. Knight f3, game over.
GG.
GG's.
Yeah, Gukesh, he might win it on the spot with his tactic. But
ooh, knight d7, good call there, David. It's on the board.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out why queen e7. It just looks like such an odd move, but the knight now does retreat. It's coming into the center. It's not one-way traffic, but it does look really nice for white, this position.
It's also this incredible understanding, right? You don't need to play moves like g4, something that might be very tempting, but you realize it leads you nowhere at all. You need to go not on the offense, but make sure your king is feeling safe. Now, I will say that, yes, the bar says Fabi's better. The position optically looks very strong, cohesive for white b5 coming in. But how many times have you seen Gukesh in far worse positions out of an opening? One of his biggest superpowers in this tournament has been defending and, in fact, going on to win. The big turnarounds that we've seen in difficult positions, is the mental strength that he shows, his youthful optimism, just playing on with it. And I wonder, you know, if, yes, we say Fabi's better, but perhaps for Gukesh in his head, this is just game on. It's a fight for 3 results.
Yeah, you know, that's what struck me about Gukesh's interview yesterday, because he was saying in his game against Wei, he felt like he was much better, that Black was struggling, but we had the opposite viewpoint. We were like, hang on a second, you know, other things have happened. And Gukesh was like very optimistic. So I suspect that Gukesh would be like, well, it is a fight, 3 results possible. Maybe I'm a little bit worse. But at the end of the day, let's be really objective about the queenside attack, right? So now I see castles being played. Or is that you, David? No, castles has been played.
Yeah.
And, okay, now it's getting scary. I was going to say, if white doesn't castle kingside, then it will be just a rook and a bishop attacking the black king. And that should be able, you should be able to fend that one off.
Yeah, Fabiano, he waited for the black knight to move away. Now g4 isn't a possibility. You just take a pawn. And black struggles to get open lines, get past the white knights. So I love how Fabi just waited. And only when the opponent retreated, then he castles. And the rook is now coming. White would love to sacrifice a rook for this knight just to destroy the black pawn structure. And I mean, this is a 3-result game. I do like Gukesh's approach, like the fearlessness. He basically says, sometimes you have to be worse in order to be better. It's like every great superhero movie, like there's always a dip. There's always like yeah, it looks hopeless, you're struggling. It's like you versus the world. And then suddenly you turn it around. Someone rides to the rescue at the end. That's Gukesh's tournament kind of journey here. But can he do it one last time, turn around a difficult position?
Well, that is a huge question. It would be a lot of reward if he did that. So can we go to the right, top right, Vachier-Lagrave? Because I'm looking at this white king stepping up to g2, and suddenly I'm visualizing a rook swinging over to h1, some kind of sacrifice on h6, and Bob's your uncle, as we say in the UK, or older people say in the UK. Checkmate is going to appear.
The black king will not be happy if that does happen. Whoa, whoops. I'm going rogue with the the emojis there. I'll get rid of those before they come back to haunt me. But okay, king g2. Yeah, let's recap the last few moves, because things have only gone in one direction, and that's towards the king side for Wei Yi. For Hikaru Nakamura, he's been playing in the center. That's what they normally do recommend. We actually last left it a while ago, half a dozen moves ago, and the position looked totally different. Rook on e8, Hikaru's last move, the white knight started gravitating towards the black king. Knight and f5 will thrive, as they say. The black queen stepped forward. The other knight dropped back, just like Gukesh's position, his strategy. Sometimes in life you have to go back in order to go forward, and the white knight is coming into g4 to eliminate a key defender of the black king. We saw black now break out. That is the consequence of white stepping backward, but the queen now also has a path forward. This is very typical. I used to love these ideas when I was coming through the ranks. Like, they always work at kind of lower levels. Essentially, you just bring a knight to g4, knight to f5, and it's always just checkmate. But of course, Hikaru, a great defender, will try to stop that happening. Rook to d8. The knight does land on f5, already sacrifices in the air. Hikaru guards against that with his king. A knight trade now. The knight coming forward, opening the h file, as Jovanka mentioned, and pawn to f6, stopping any breaks. Suddenly, g3, the bishop moves, king g2. I am terrified for Hikaru Nakamura. Bar is not impressed, says it's only slightly better for white, but that could shoot up within a move or two.
I don't know what you guys are on about and whose uncle is Bob right now, because I also see a lot of defensive resources here. I mean, black's not done anything wrong in the position, right? You've got this healthy pawn formation. You centralized both your rooks on the central line there. You always have the idea of challenging that monstrous knight on f5 with a knight retreat of your own. Knight e7 would trade that off. If things get too out of hand, I'm already looking at take on e4, slide that queen to d3, get the queens off the board and say, I'm not getting checkmated, not today, not this game, Wei Yi. And it just looks like, oh, and I see the bar, not the ideal way to go, but it's just a defensive resource that you do have to avoid any checkmating patterns. Yes, knight on f5 looks incredibly strong. Yes, h6 sacrifices in the air, but just the way Hikaru's played, developing every single piece, you know, keeping that tension in the center for that right moment for a break. Having, again, played these kind of setups with black, I feel you have enough resources to defend against the attack.
Yeah, I've played this side of things as black as well, and normally you're okay, but you have to be accurate. You have to be kind of ready to switch from energy to maybe a few passive moves once in a while to defend. But yeah, one more move, and maybe then we start to get stressed on behalf of Hikaru.
Do we trust in Hikaru's resourcefulness and resilience? Is there ever a question about that?
Normally if anyone can find defensive moves, it is Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, he's fantastic at defense, that's true, but rook h1 is coming, and as we saw, the evaluation bar was kind of not that optimistic about black's chances, which was after the most natural, in my opinion, pawn takes pawn, followed by the queen coming into d3. Because I have a rule in life that when your king is feeling the heat, you swap off queens, and everything should be fine.
That's a very Hikaru kind of bailout as well. Like, take pawns off, take queens off, and then you might be slightly worse in an endgame, but you grovel and you make it.
What expression number was that? Hikaru just doing the Beth Harmon there. And
869, Hikaru's face. Now back to the frowning.
How many faces, how many expressions does he have?
Of course, 926. Everyone knows that, Jovanka.
Oh, sorry. I was going to put out 960. 960 chess positions.
Yeah. That would be a good one, but I think since he's taken streaming, a few of those have dropped, so he's back to that number, whichever one I said.
99.
926.
Or 926, save.
One of them, but Hikaru head in hands right now, both of them twinning with that pose, a classic chess pose, and Hikaru, I haven't seen him with that too often, you know. He's usually looking very chill, sort of having that conversation with his chat sometimes in his head. But very tensed position. And we go back to the Arjun board. It's the center, the top center board, and a line that we were earlier looking at. Arjun, in fact, provoking Magnus to pick up a central pawn right there, looking to get his rook into the game. Very energetic play by White.
Very energetic. Quick update that Anna Muzichuk against Vachier-Lagrave is looking dead drawn now. All the rooks off the board in that one. It's only bishops and pawns left. We'll update you if a result comes in there. Armageddon we will have to follow because Anna Muzichuk could bank it with an Armageddon win. Quick action replay of the last few moves. We did predict these. They were by far the most natural moves in the position. Let's go back to Magnus's move. My computer has updated this. This wasn't me. It's given it a double question mark, Magnus. I think that's too harsh. That notation there, I think it was maybe not the best move, but definitely not a bad one. Only a small advantage for White, despite being the exchange up after Queen takes Rook. Arjun deciding to take the bait. I think he had to. He was pretty much committed there, allowing a Queen check. The White King slid in the corner. Remember, Rook to F2 now. Magnus's idea becomes clear. The Knight would come and hunt down this Rook. So the King had to slide. Queen takes Bishop. And the most natural move in the position, Knight to F4, hitting the Queen. I'm expecting Magnus to take this pawn. I'm not sure where he's going next after the White Rook hits the Queen. But either way, the material balance will be a Rook for White versus a pawn and a Bishop for Black. Magnus quite likes sacrificing material, though. He finds it quite cool in general, I think. So it's not going to be over yet.
It's definitely not over. Black's pieces are pretty active. By that, I mean the Queen and the Knight. But on the other hand, everything is primed for the White Rooks to start motoring, right? The Rooks centralize, then you take control over the E line. It's just the King that you have to be worried about if you're playing White.
Yeah, there's only like 3 safe squares, to be honest. Or you trade queens, but I don't think you want to trade queens.
No. So I'm just thinking like after Queen to E3, you drop back with the Queen if nothing bad happens. Golden rule 101.
Swapsies.
Swapsies, exactly. Cover the F2 square.
Now, I don't think with so many open lines I would want to take queen, so maybe I go back. At least now, well, Bar hates it. I wanted to play Bishop B7, but maybe White's just too quick.
Yeah.
Can you jump in with the Knight at the center of the board, trying to get rid of the Knight on F6?
Yeah, I think this is it. Bishop B7, and something bad feels like it's about to happen. I don't really see it, though. Take. Maybe just queen somewhere.
Queen F2.
Or
Can I bully?
Queen F2. Stop bullying me, Ivan.
Swapsies.
Stop bullying me.
It's like my favorite thing to do on the chessboard, right? You don't want to trade up queens?
Bullying David is your favorite thing to do on the broadcast.
No,
That's off the chessboard.
I never bully David. David's too cool.
Like my older sister, just bullying me all the time. But you're right, like White is going to bully the Black Queen around the board. Like exchanges will always, or most of the time, favor Arjun. Maybe Magnus can find a loophole there, but first, taking a pawn makes sense.
But this is also such an uncomfortable situation to be in, right? You've got that half-point lead. You see crazy things happening on your closest rival's board on the Gukesh-Fabi matchup there. You know that game can go absolutely anywhere. And here you are, you're down material. You're sort of fighting for your initiative compensation. That's not so clear. You need to be precise for the next 10 to 15 moves. And perhaps Arjun, he doesn't have just one best move in the position, you know. The move's slow, easy. You could plant that rook on C1, you could plant it on D1, you bring your queen back, you try to do the swapsies, the trades in as quickly as possible, while it's Magnus Carlsen on whom the pressure is on right now. I just think it's a very unpleasant spot for the world number one right now, what he's managed to get out of the opening.
Yeah, it feels like if Arjun goes wrong, probably Black equalizes and maybe draw. If Magnus goes wrong, he might just lose on the spot. Big moments for the world number one, the leader at the moment in this tournament.
This is really not the position you want to have when you are leading by half a point. And you really do need to take it to Armageddon to just hold on to your chances. But Knight to F4, do you take on D4? Do you open up those lines for the rooks? Do you try to seek solace elsewhere, maybe stepping back with the queen to B5 and trying to hunt down the knight?
But even if you were to do that, right, White can anyway centralize the rook and start targeting the rook on E8 because the bishop on C8 is so weak as well. You don't need to just think about defending that knight after a move like queen B5. Again, it just feels like Arjun's next few moves are so much easier to make, while every single decision that Magnus makes here is one that could be extremely costly. Just high responsibility moves for Black every single turn.
Yeah, completely agree with you. Magnus will have to play extremely well just to hold the balance, whereas Arjun can just rely on a few factors like centralizing the rooks, trying to swap off queens. play is so much easier for Arjun.
Do you guys think in Magnus's head right now, he is thinking that taking this to an Armageddon would be a success?
Yes, I think so. I think he's trying to mask the panic, but maybe he's not thinking too much about the result, but he's definitely trying to equalize, trying to stabilize the position.
Yeah.
We should also say amazing calculation from Arjun. When he played e4, he had to foresee this whole variation, queen takes c6, queen takes a8, and evaluate that as well. So both players showing off great form so far, but definitely it does feel like Magnus on the back foot. Whether he will acknowledge that or not is another question.
Do you remember we have a confessional from Magnus, which occurred just after this knight e to f6 inaccuracy, I'm going to say. So, of course, we will show that one either during the break or on the show.
One thing I will point out, so I mean, the computer on chess.com that I'm using isn't the strongest, but Ceci, the Norwegian supercomputer that runs on, I don't know how to describe it, I'm bad with tech, but it's a super strong computer. It sees very deeply. It does say 0.00 evaluation, which to my mind is just crazy. The fact that black is material down, but level.
And what's Ceci's move here for black?
He takes d4.
He takes
Best
on.
move.
Mm-hmm. But let's not forget that computers play perfect chess. They're not intimidated by factors such as, you know, endgames, swapping of queens, king safety. They can just see everything.
And it's not just that they play perfect chess for one move, right? They can play a series till the end of the game. They will play the next 30 perfect moves. They will be able to keep that narrow margin, that narrow path going and keep walking on that. But when you've got a player with a heartbeat making moves, that's usually not the case, because you can be precise for 1 move, 5 moves, 10 moves, 15 moves, but can you keep it going in the long run with the clock ticking down?
Yeah. That is one of the issues when humans play chess. As you said, anyone with a heartbeat is going to be feeling the pressure. And let's not forget, it is really tense in there. It's final round, so much at stake. There's a lot of prize money, there's a lot of glory. And Magnus is playing to win what would be his 7th Norway Chess crown.
Yeah, I mean, most people haven't won 7 tournaments in their life. He's won most of them out there, but just this one alone, that is very impressive. I'm
thinking of great 7s in sporting history. You know, Magnus hunting for his 7th title. The one that comes to my mind immediately is Lewis Hamilton. Was it 7 world championships?
It was a lot.
It was a lot. Chat will, of course, correct me. And I think Schumacher also somewhere close to that mark of 7 championships. It's a big number.
It's a huge number. And meanwhile, we don't have 7 boards. We have 6 boards. And we have a lot of action. I must say, all of the action is at the top. But maybe we can just do a quick recap and assess, say, for instance, Humpi's chances against Ju Wenjun. That's the bottom right. She is a pawn up, opposite color bishop endgame. We've seen that they are notoriously tricky because the rooks are on the board.
Yeah, it does feel like a draw, maybe the most likely in the Humpi against Ju Wenjun clash. But she is on the better side of things right now. The black's last move, by the way, very, very classy. We won't go the whole way back, but just to show around here, maybe, when black defended her bishop, we saw a really cool sacrifice earlier from Humpi, but here she did win the piece back due to the pin on the d-file with this move b4. But b4 is very committal in an endgame. You hit the rook doesn't have any way to defend its bishop any longer, had to step back, capture, and a rook trade. And we predicted an endgame very similar to this, just with the black king on a slightly different square. And now this pawn hit b5. An unfortunate kind of necessity, because now it allows the black bishop this square, hitting the f2 pawn, which again had to move. So she's put everything on light squares. Normally, in order to win these endgames, you need some influence on dark squares for white. Normally, I've been told at least that when you have this kind of scenario, opposite color bishops, heavy pieces on the board, despite the fact you controlled the light squares, the breakthrough normally comes on the dark squares. It's when you finally tip over your opponent's coordination. And I think if black here had taken her eye off the ball, maybe played her rook to the center, white would have fantastic chances after bringing the bishop forward and maybe just bringing her rook into the action. Instead, h5, she's going to lock things down, Ju Wenjun. Like if white waits, the pawn will land on h4, the bishop will go back to d6, and it's going to be incredibly hard to create any tension on the dark squares. White's going to struggle to turn the 3 versus 2 into a pass pawn.
Yeah, nice technique there from Ju Wenjun, and also she understands that she's not allowing Humpi to anchor her bishop to a square such as e4. Maybe f3 might perhaps be an inaccuracy. Maybe she should put a bishop on that square just to anchor it to the g2 pawn. But as it stands, h5, h4, very classy.
Looks like a great defensive idea there. And for Humpy, the winning chances do rely on getting that passed pawn going. And that is the big hope. But like you said, once you fix those pawns on the light squares, how do you get that break? How do you form that with the 3 versus 2? Not going to be easy, but Humpy will play this out. She will make vengeance, sweat for that draw, try to combine the king, rook, and bishop. Yes, I can't create the passer, but I can get that piece activity in, plant that bishop on e4, get that rook on an open line, get your king via the light square, c2, b3, c2, b3, c4, d5, e6, all the way in if allowed, and then just see if you can put enough pressure that the world champion eventually cracks.
Yeah, you need to basically be playing Scottish chess, right? Where you make a whole series of moves in one go.
Just place everything on the light squares.
Yeah.
All the pieces on the light squares, maneuver them around. Don't trade rooks. A rook trade is an inevitable draw in this one. But yes, it's a long grind. I think we can zoom out of here. You know, if anyone can win this, it's Humpy, but more likely a draw.
Yes, it is looking like this is going to be headed into a draw. And do remember that Humpy Koneru is trailing the tournament leader Anna Muzychuk by 2 points. So a lot of drama still to be had. And you know what? Chess is better. Norway Chess is better when you sub on Twitch. Do remember that subscribers on Twitch will be listening to Magnus Carlsen's confessional, and it's ready and it's available right now during this break. And Norway Chess is better with a subscription on Twitch. Unlock exclusive emotes of your favorite players, no ads on chess.com, and best of all, exclusive confessional booth content from the players here at Norway Chess. So use !subscribe in chat to level up now. And on that note, well, we're going to go on a quick break. And for those lucky subscribers, well, you are going to listen to Magnus Carlsen as he was a few moments ago.
So the thing is, I could have prevented this whole thing with playing bishop a6 instead of rook e8, which was my original intention. And then I ended up thinking, well, rook e8 is a little bit more flexible, and I kind of wanted to provoke e4. And then I was all focused on queen takes c6 immediately instead of bishop takes e6 and queen c6. And I thought I would just be fine after rook moves, but then, yeah, of course he has rook takes f7. So I'm a little lucky that I'm not just losing on the spot. But since I'm not, or I'm pretty sure I'm not, yeah, the game goes on, and it's actually very interesting. I think he is a bit better with like some very difficult moves. Well, not that difficult moves, but I think he has to go take the rook. Then I give a check, king h1, I take the bishop, knight g3, queen b5, knight c5, takes, bishop b7, queen a7. It looks very promising for black, but I couldn't, yeah, maybe there is some knight g4. Actually, knight g4. Yeah, queen b6 still. I'm not sure. Queen b6, queen d7, queen d6. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, so what I was going to say there after queen a7, there are options like queen c6 or knight d5 or something. But I think he's always... Oh, he has to include rook e1, rook f8. That's at some point, by the way. And yeah, it's very complicated, but I think... Well, I'm not losing, or at least not clearly losing. So that's a good thing when you get a cold shower like that. But yeah, I'm a little bit anxious for sure.
are live here at Norway Chess. It's the final round and things have been rocking because we have seen so much action on the boards already, and going straight to our bird's eye view, we have to head there because there is already a result between Anna Muzychuk and Vachier-Lagrave that did finish in a draw as expected. Now, of course, with a draw comes Armageddon, and if Anna wins the Armageddon, that is it. She has clinched the crown for Norway Chess Women. So big Armageddon game there. If she doesn't, if she loses, then everything will hinge on Humpy Kanaru, whether she can win her game against Ju Wan-jun. But of course, there is action all over. And primarily, we've been focused on Arjun Erigaisi and Magnus Carlsen. And Magnus, in that confessional, he was saying a few things. First up, that he didn't anticipate this rook takes f7 blow that Arjun had in his pocket. That came as a surprise to him. Luckily, he says he found knight retreating to f6. But the more and more surprises came. And here you can see that rook to c1 has been given an exclamation mark. I mean, there were so many moments in that confessional where Magnus just says, he was only looking at one line, and those moves just keep on coming as surprises. Knight f4 from Arjun.
Yeah, it's a sign of a champion, right? To recover really quickly. Something you don't expect your opponent has a resource they have, but you spot it. You need to get back. You still need to give it your best, and that's what Magnus has been doing. I say that. I see the eval bar has actually jumped quite a bit in Arjun's favor over the last few moves. Knight f4 was another move that I think took Magnus by surprise. But let's backtrack, David, from when we left it last. This position, absolute madhouse on the board here. The bishop is currently attacked. Let's break this down from here.
Yeah, we left it with the black queen attacked, and Magnus was mulling over whether to take this pawn. He did, I think correctly, take this pawn. And when the white rook attacked the queen, blue arrow appeared. It acclaimed here, the computer, that the only move to kind of maintain the balance here, to minimize the damage from that whole sequence, was to play queen to e3.
But I just want to point out, Queen e5 has to be the more human move. And simply not just because you're centralizing it, you also defend the a5 pawn laterally in certain positions. You feel that your queen, you don't have jumps like knight d5, hitting it on e3. e3 might just feel like a vulnerable spot. How difficult was it for Magnus to find queen e3?
I think it's difficult, as you say. Like queen e5, another good reason is that we were looking at queen to e3, the white queen coming back to f3, trying to offer the queen trade. Queen trades here do not suit black. There are too many open lines. The white rook will be better than the minor pieces. And only now, does the computer say queen to e5. And the big reason is you've lured the white queen back, so there is no real attack against the black bishop. And we'll see that in the game. Magnus did misstep here. Queen e3 was difficult. That was only the beginning. There would have been plenty of complications ahead. Maybe the one thing speaking for queen e3 was the fact that the knight could jump into f2 very quickly in some variations. So that was maybe the one thing that could have convinced Magnus on the better move. He's retreated, though, immediately met by rook c1. Arjun, it feels like he's on fire, playing super quick moves, super accurate moves, and big threat on the board. In the break, we were discussing how big a threat it actually is. If black just does nothing, we should mention rook takes bishop wins, since there are no back rank tricks for black, as long as rook takes rook comes with a check. So Magnus does have moves such as knight back to f8 or king over to h7, take your pick, just to avoid any checks on the back rank. This might be what he's banking on, Magnus Carlsen, because rook takes bishop now can be met by the rather cool queen takes knight. And now this queen is untouchable, because rook takes queen ends in a checkmate. Oof. So, okay, still alive, Magnus, but even if he plays moves like that, he will still need to fight on.
Yeah, and the big problem for Magnus is that his pieces are really not active enough, right? The queen is on e5. I can understand the whole point of putting on e3, because then you have knight g4 ideas in the equation, but knight to f8... I know you don't get mate, but white is really just exchange up.
Yeah, it feels like the wrong direction. Magnus should have been going for the enemy king, but reluctant to attack himself. And he did say that he kind of underestimated or missed knight to f4. Maybe this whole sequence just
threw him off,
yeah. Just giving up the pawn for free for white. And he did mention in the earlier variations he missed one or two things. He missed that rook takes f7 idea, and that we were highlighting a bit earlier from Arjun. feels like Arjun's just calculating a bit crisper than Magnus right now.
But what was also very insightful about that confession was that Magnus, despite missing these resources that Arjun had, was quite positive about his position overall. He still felt that, yes, it was complicated, but it's a fight on. We've got the eval bar, but of course, these two players, you know, they've just got their heads to use and to understand what's going on. And I think Magnus felt like he's got tricks up his sleeves as well. I wonder if that sort of changed after Arjun's reshuffled his rook to c1. Also, David, I was trying to work out, was there a difference in Arjun's head that he needed to drive the queen away from d4 before placing the rook on this file?
Yeah, let's show that on the board as well. Arjun looking very cool, composed, very calm right now. If Arjun in this position had played the move rook to c1 first, attacking the bishop, potentially he might have been scared of ideas like knight to e4. It still exists, by the way, knight f8 ideas or king h7 as we showed, but maybe knight to e4 was the one he feared. Bar says no, but that's because white apparently has an only move here. To stop knight f2 check, you have to go to the edge of the board.
Yeah.
And that's a tough one to spot, right, in your head. It's just not a move that's on your radar.
Exactly. And often you're trying to be practical about it. You're like, why I even allow this kind of counterplay along the f2 squares? So, yeah, rook to d1, rook to c1, and there's no place for the bishop on c8 to go. So it does look like knight to f8 is more or less forced. I mean, where else can you go? I mean, I'm struggling.
Right? Like, these are the two ways that you can get out of the check on the 8th rank.
But it also feels with king h7 that you're not releasing the bishop on c8. I'd rather do that.
Yeah, at least if you move the knight back, you are kind of threatening here, like bishop g4 or bishop d7, maybe hit the knight, and suddenly the queen would be attacked. I guess the downside, both moves have downside, like knight f8 would allow the white knight forward and at least off the edge of the board, whereas moving the king kind of does leave you tied up. Apparently king h7 is a big blunder for white. I mean, I was expecting maybe the white queen to come back or something, for example. Maybe just push a pawn.
Rook takes bishop, queen takes knight.
Takes bishop, queen takes knight.
Maybe just rook c1.
Just come back.
Yeah.
Then queen f1 and rook a8, right?
Oh, gosh, yeah. Whoops.
But can you just defend this?
Maybe
because the rook on e8 is also hanging. I mean, it just feels like there should be something in this position.
Yeah, and there is for white, but will Magnus see this?
And you can go queen a6.
Ooh.
Defend. And now there is a threat to take this black queen because the white queen will cover a retreat square for the white rook. This would result in a rook trade. And Magnus is starting to run out of pieces. Like, rook trades here. Like, firstly, you're going to lose maybe a pawn on f7 or on a5, and you're just running out of ammunition. Pure exchange down in an endgame.
This looks completely busted. I mean, your compensation is just evaporating with every single piece that goes off the board, right? So Magnus, again, that's that whole thing that you need to be so precise on every single move playing with black in these kind of positions. And Magnus with the first inaccuracy, moving the queen to e5.
Yeah, and also, not only do you have to be precise, but you also have to avoid the simplifications, right? You cannot trade off queens. You cannot trade off a set of rooks. You have to keep everything on the board, and you have to continue with the momentum to start putting pressure against the white king. These are 3 tasks you need to do, and that's a big, big ask.
It really is. Do you guys think it's fair to say that in this game so far, I mean, Magnus, again, not in this position, but in a matchup against Arjun, the better player, the stronger player, and a favorite. But this game so far, Arjun's played it better than Magnus?
Yes.
Just all the way, right?
Yeah, all the way. And it's a totally different nature of game from their first encounter last week. Last week, it was very positional. It was very dry. Magnus just squeezed it. Magnus won a pawn and just easily converted against Arjun. He made Arjun look quite ordinary. But here, so far, Arjun, he's playing to his strengths. He's learned from that game against Magnus. Very tactical now, pure calculation. I don't think he's worse than Magnus in that regard. He's showing it here today. He's outplayed him.
Yeah, and Magnus fighting for the Norway crown. Someone who is almost there is Anna Muzychuk. Well, she is going to be playing an Armageddon in a few minutes against Vachier-Lagrave. So we caught up with her, and let's listen to her pre-Armageddon game interview.
First part of the job is done, but it's still a very important Armageddon game. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, I'll have to prepare now.
Do you feel like you have an advantage because you're so good in the faster time formats right now?
I think I'm better in the classical, but yeah.
Good luck to you, Anna, and I look forward to watching the game.
Thank you.
Yeah, and there we see Anna Muzychuk. She has 16.5 points. If she wins this Armageddon, she will get 17 points and she will be the official Norway Chess Women's Champion. And if she loses, she, of course, has a guaranteed 1 point, so she still remains on 16.5 points. But Humpy Canary will have to win her game against Ju Wen-jun. So this is such a huge matchup. And Anna Muzychuk playing with the white pieces is in a must-win situation. She started with 10 minutes. Vachier-Lagrave has 7 minutes, but gets draw odds.
And Anna with her fates in her hand. She starts with the Roy Lopez. It's the exchange variation of the Spanish once the bishop was kicked out. And maybe just really quickly as the game heats up, let's show everyone how this began. This is the game on which Norway Chess Women title hinges on. Can Anna wrap this up in this Armageddon? She's been so good in those Armageddons, Jovanka.
Yeah, she has been incredible in the Armageddons. I think she won 5 out of 7. So, but she did lose in the Armageddon against Vachier-Lagrave. She just let slip a checkmate. So we will see. Anything's still possible. Anna could finish on 16.5 points, or she could get that so crucial 17 points with that Armageddon victory.
Big moment. Vachier-Lagrave not aware of the opening theory in this position. It is a very old line, knight to c3. In this exchange variation. There we go. Anna pounces immediately. Vachier-Lagrave's gone the wrong way with her bishop because now the c7 pawn is almost indefensible unless you use your bishop again, lose time to drop back to block the threat or drop back to defend the threat. And yeah, I haven't seen this opening line, this knight c3, since 2002 when Jan Nepomniachtchi used it against me to win a very nice game. But either way, this is known to be very solid for white, so I'm surprised Vachier-Lagrave clearly hasn't looked at it before.
And it was in the very last move that Vachier-Lagrave went wrong. You don't want to rush by placing your bishop on b4. That bishop belongs to d6 to take away that f4 square, the very active point here. Vachier-Lagrave's play relies on the bishop pair. Now it looks like she'll have to give it up with a worse pawn formation. White's knight at the center of the board actively plays better piece development, a lead ahead in that. And this is a dream start for Anna. From a KG opening, getting the advantage early on. Vachier-Lagrave forced to retreat.
Yep, that's exactly what she had to do. And now it's decision time for Anna. Does she capture on d6, just eliminate the bishop pair, or does she try to maintain the tension with bishop to g3? My vote is for, okay, she instead retreats the knight back to e2.
What were you going to vote for?
I was going to vote for bishop takes d6.
Same. I was just about to say, it has to be bishop takes bishop when you play on the dark squares.
Yeah.
And despite the fact she's got rid of the bishop pair here, Anna Muzychuk, she still needs to do some real work in order to mobilize her kingside pawn majority. It's 4 versus 3 on the kingside in terms of pawns. Long term, if all the rooks come off, if maybe one set of knights come off, white has a big advantage. But still a long way to go before that. Vachier-Lagrave will try and keep some tension, centralize her rooks. And it's going to be very tough to break through. This is a long, long game ahead.
And you got only under 5 minutes, right, if you're Vachier-Lagrave. I mean, Muzychuk's managed to actually gain more advantage on the clock than what she started with. That's a big clock lead. She does clamp down on the king side with that last move h4, making sure the knight on f4 cannot be kicked out. And now, do you just simply get your rooks into the game? You want to connect your rooks and then start the maneuvering game if you are white. Find greener pastures for those knights.
Yeah. That's definitely one of the most attractive moves. Just take the open line. You can also deprive the light square bishop of squares with moves like f3. And then your whole idea is just slide up with the king to f2 and then get ready to either centralize your rooks or just be flexible. Play in the center, play on the right side.
It's funny you put the rook on d1. I was thinking about just long castle. Ooh. Get the rooks connected, get your rooks centralized, do it all in one go. She goes for the plan that you were talking about, f3, a beautiful pawn structure in the center, and the king, she says, belongs in the center of the board, not on the flanks.
Yeah, and Anna likely to do the same. Tanya, you know Vachier-Lagrave really well. Do you think Anna's using this specifically against her opponent because Vachier-Lagrave is more of a dynamic player?
That makes a lot of sense. You know, Vachier-Lagrave loves the queens on the board. She loves those feisty middle games where it's everything to play for. Even if you're down a pawn or two, you are fighting for the initiative. That is Vachier-Lagrave's brand of chess. And Anna's just devoid the position of anything of that sort. So going for the exchange Spanish, definitely targeted towards who she's playing against.
Mm-hmm. And there's 2 approaches in Armageddon. You can either play the long game, play a position like this, and just keep forcing your opponent to burn that time on the clock, or you can go all in for the kill when you are playing white and are in that must-win position.
And to that, I've often noticed that the world's best players choose the ladder approach. They want a slow game. They want to keep it going and keep the bigger decisions for when the clock's really low, when the pressure's really high, and you don't have enough time to calculate those critical moments, rather than just going boom, boom, boom from the start and trying to smash it down, because that can often backfire.
Yeah. Here, you just kind of extend your chances. It's a probability game. Chess, after all, it's like a lot of sports. You just got to play the odds. You got to put your opponent under pressure, and making them find 2 or 3 forced moves. The top players in the world, they'll always find that narrow path if they have time on the clock. Often you should just wait until they have 30 seconds left. Here, Vachier-Lagrave's already down to 3.5 minutes. It's only then you ask them big questions, and only then they might fall. But big problems for Vachier-Lagrave now. Big threats on the board. White was threatening to capture the black bishop, then jump forward with a knight. Vachier-Lagrave therefore offers a knight exchange. If black gets 1 or 2 more moves, rooks to the center, then maybe she will be able to stabilize the position. But for now, it looks difficult.
And the difficulty here relies on the pawn formation, right? It's 4 versus 3 on one side, the other side as well. But those double pawns that Vachier-Lagrave have, the 3 pawns that White has, completely controls the queen side in this position. So in a sense, White is playing up a pawn in any endgame, in any trades that you have. In fact, I think king versus king, only pawns remain. White is completely winning 99% of the times.
Yeah. You could take all the rooks off the board. Knight versus bishop, you're probably winning because black can't hold the dark squares. Knight versus knight, probably winning because knight endgames are like pawn endgames. King and pawn endgames, you're winning because you have a kingside majority. So all the exchanges just favor Anna Muzychuk. That is the problem with this pawn structure as black. It's a 2-result game. As black, you're fighting for the draw, fighting for your life, and that's just not her style, Vachier-Lagrave.
Yep, and Anna making the decision right now. Does she swap off knights and then give a check to the king and then swap off the knight for the bishop? She can get into an all-rook endgame, or she can keep the tension on the board, and she indeed does make the trade. Will she back it up with knight to f4 check and then trade off the last set of minor pieces, or will she just bring a king? As she throws in the check, the king steps back, and there we are going to see decision time. She has so many nice options. She can just march the king. The bishop on e6 actually doesn't look great.
I would be very surprised if she trades that last set of minor pieces. I think out of all the trades that you were talking about, getting up your rook pawn ending gives Vachier-Lagrave the best chance to hold this.
That's the one. That's the one. Rook and pawn endgames with their drawish reputation, you don't necessarily want to rush headlong into. A knight is so flexible in this type of pawn structure versus the bishop, which is very one-dimensional on just the light squares. The bishop also tied down defending the d7 square, stopping the white rooks coming in. So there's no rush. No urgency here to trade off. Anna Muzychuk, she's getting ready to double her rooks. The white rook in the corner, not playing a part yet. Very logical move here.
Yeah, some beautiful moves there from Anna. And now the question is, do you double up the rooks? Do you step in with the king? You can just delay this decision on trading the knight for the bishop for as long as possible. Or when you look at the clock situation, you also see Vachier-Lagrave just over 3 minutes.
I think it's the kind of position you want to maximize the improvement of pieces first before you take any decisions as white, what to do with your pawn. But eventually, Anna, to play for a win, will have to try to get a pawn break in. She will either have to expand for space on the queen side, first sort of getting the a4, b4, c5, or try to get a g4 break in. But before she does that, I'm expecting her to place her king at the center of the board, that e3 square, get the rook from h1 into the game, and then take those pawn decisions.
Yeah, sooner or later she'll make her move. She'll feel ready, but in the meantime, rook trades, the white king marches. Don't take this pawn as black on a2. You'll get your bishop trapped, as Fischer once did. Very famously in 1972, the white pawn will step forward to b3 and no way home. So for now, the status quo maintained. I wouldn't be shocked if Anna does start expanding on this side. I'm not sure which pawns she should push. a3 would be the safest option here. She might want to trade rooks at some point, but it's not that easy to do so. Black currently controls the only open file. Vachier-Lagrave, she's done a good job of stabilizing the clock situation, less dire than it was earlier. Maybe some chances.
Might be some chances. Also wondering whether Anna can be direct and go g4. G4 trying to create a pass pawn on the king side. With the whole idea that after pawn takes pawn, now you can take on e6 and then get your pass pawn.
Outside pass pawn with a rook behind it. That's very tempting. Yeah, maybe g4 is even more powerful before the exchange, just because then black will feel compelled to trade the pawns off on that edge. Maybe something up her sleeve. She's looking at that side of the board, Anna Muzychuk. She's looking at g4. Feels like a long think. She wants to force things. That's human nature. You don't want to think too long and then play a maneuvering move or a quiet move. she might be going for it here and now.
Because then there's this feeling you could have played this 3 minutes ago. You know, you've spent so much time. The clock's leveling out now, under a 1 minute advantage for Anna Muzychuk, who must win with white. And she doesn't go for it. She first trades, but I'm expecting her to play g4. You have to justify this knight trade with that H passer. You need to create that. And I wonder, this mix-up in the move order, does that benefit Vachier-Lagrave in any way?
At least Vachier-Lagrave isn't obliged to take yet. Pawn takes pawn, it will just be an exchange. With the white knight on f4, you were just threatening to win the pawn, so I don't really understand why she did it this way around. And now Vachier-Lagrave, she could also just bring her rook across, kind of back up her pawn here on the h-file. Lots of choice for black. Still, it does look like white is a favourite. She does trade, but now the white pawns are running, sprinting forward.
And look, as you mentioned, the rook on h1 is perfectly poised to support the advance of the h-pawn. Yeah, Harry is going to be the one winning the game.
I think what Vachier-Lagrave is relying on is a defensive constructive fortress where she places the rook, stops that h-pawn from going forward. The construction of the black king on e6 and the pawn on f6 makes sure that the white king cannot move anywhere forward towards the king side. Vachier-Lagrave might even push the c-pawn to c5, taking away the d4 square. And what she's hoping for is that after that trade, pawn takes pawn, well, maybe even g5. I like that option as well. She's saying, where is your breakthrough? How are you coming forward with your king? How are you making progress to this optically beautiful looking position?
Yeah, definitely. The optics are very tempting. And she goes for your plan, g5. Oh, allowing a passed pawn.
Commentator's curse. I was kind of hinting at g5 later, only if white pushes the pawn to h6, just to block the white king from coming. But now the white rook isn't tied down protecting its pawns. I think she should have waited Vachier-Lagrave, just at least 1 or 2 more moves. And I think there was a trick in the position, by the way. If the black king had come to e5, white could have taken a pawn on g6 and run through. But now, look at this white rook. It's going to come in sooner or later. Vachier-Lagrave is totally frozen. Rook can't move. It's got to stop the pawn. King can't move to stop the white rook coming in. All Anna needs is a breakthrough.
But you could shuffle around if you're Vachier-Lagrave right now with that rook, right? Try to provoke h6 at the right time. I mean, I don't see any other move that you've got. b6, she's taking control of some of the squares. You have to be careful how many pawns you move on queenside. If you're black, you can't allow penetrating squares for the white king or the rook. Vachier-Lagrave might just be left with rook moves, and that's it.
Exactly. And Anna does have a plan of improvement. She can go rook f1, rook f5, and break through with the e-pawn.
Nice. Very nice.
Beautiful. Pawn breaks are always the way through, ultimately. When the opponent thinks they have a fortress, pawn breaks are the only or real way to break them. Do you two believe in fortresses?
Yes.
But Vachier-Lagrave's fortress?
Not this one, but I am a Vichy fan, so I do believe in it. And Anna, she just keeps moving forward with the pawn. I think we might see Yovi's idea. And do fortresses even exist if there are potential pawn breaks in the position?
Not here. Not here. You need a fixed pawn structure normally, and this one isn't quite fixed. You normally need some very strong, stable pieces as well. The black king looks decent, but the black rook is so passive. Anna's first fixing the queen side. She might just put a pawn on b3 and then later decide on a plan of action. Yeah. I love this one, Jovanka. Rook coming to f5 and boom, break the king side.
And I'm also liking the way that Anna's played. She keeps on maintaining the flexibility because now Vachier-Lagrave will have to calculate the possibility of a rook getting to c1 and then going c5 as well. So there's so many options that Vachier-Lagrave has to be aware of, and that's why she goes herself c5, but now the rook comes in.
And this is Vachier-Lagrave trying to defend the g5 pawn against the breaking ideas that you were talking about, because they were aimed at getting 2 connected passers on the king side if you can get a successful e5 in. But for now, Vachier-Lagrave defends that key square on g5.
And Vachier-Lagrave, she's ticking down on the clock, 36 seconds.
10 moves to go for that extra second increment. That extra second means nothing at all. It's barely any time to make a move. And is she about to do it? She does it. The king will take that square.
The white piece is coming forward. Anna Muzychuk is on the brink of winning Norway Chess 2025. She deserves it. She's played so well. She's ground this one out. She's got a huge advantage now. All you need is to get the white rook in. She gives a check. The black king holding its ground for now. But black is in total zugzwang. The black rook guarding this pawn, the black king shouldering off the white king. All she needs to do is wait. If she waits with the pawn, black has to give way sooner or later. This is totally winning this position now. She just needs to finish it off. She's made Vachier-Lagrave suffer in this endgame. She's so close, but the final touches are needed.
Yep, she just moves her rook and c6 again.
And I think that was the greatest endgame player of all time, peering over at this Armageddon on which lies the crown to Norway Chess women. Magnus Carlsen looking at the Armageddon there. Rook f5, everything under control. At the right point, you start pushing the h-pawn, come in with that rook, attack the pawns on the other side of the board. You're sort of combining all your threats, right? Attack on the king side on the g5 weakness and that b6 pawn as well, tender. Rook f8, rook b8.
Lovely plan, and that's exactly what Anna will be calculating. She's just holding her nerve, she's just calming herself down. Vachier-Lagrave just 18 seconds on the clock, and they still have a few more moves before they get that 1 second time bonus.
Yep, Anna being a perfectionist here. It's a classy touch. Always, when you have a good position, you need to just focus, find the winning plan. You don't want to rush, give any counterplay. Maybe black will get some counterplay with the rook coming in and behind, checking the white king back. So she just wants to cover her bases. Will she rush? Will she just push her pawn forward, defend everything? She goes in. It's a race now. Vachier-Lagrave looking for counterplay with her rook, but it shouldn't be fast enough.
But you need to do it. It's desperation, Vachier-Lagrave. And now she's distracted into defense again. Vachier-Lagrave trying to get the counter offense going, but just so weak. And is it the only move?
It's the only winning move. Rook to b8.
She takes it back. She places it on c8.
And 25 seconds.
But has she messed it up?
Oh, suddenly, this is a drawn endgame. Black's rook is about to get active. Anna Muzychuk has let it slip. She's lost her pride and joy, the past pawn that was protected. Now the black rook is coming behind. The white pawns are dropping on the queen side. She put them on bad squares. They're falling.
10 seconds.
And now it's Anna's last time on the clock. 5. She goes for the pawn. It's too late now. She had to attack the other pawn of Vachier-Lagrave on that queen side. Anna Muzychuk in a must-win. She's going to go all out, but Vachier-Lagrave on the offense.
Yeah, Vachier-Lagrave initiating the race, and 6 seconds for Anna. She has to get her rook behind the a-pawn, and she is banking everything on the g-pawn.
Oh my God! Vachier-Lagrave's winning now.
Black was winning if she'd pushed her c-pawn forward, but she's happy to play for a draw. Vachier-Lagrave, it's Armageddon. A draw is enough. She's going to run with her king, run with the pawn. Rooks will have to give each other up here for the passed pawns. We'll see king versus king to end this game.
And the players are playing with barely any time on the clock. Vachier-Lagrave with a clear plan. Sacrifice her rook. Win Anna's rook. Handshakes, draw, and Vachier-Lagrave will take this Armageddon.
Anna playing with 1 second left on the clock, and she captures the pawn. And she's lost time.
But it doesn't matter. A draw would be as good as a loss. And Anna Muzychuk is still not sure. She doesn't get the title right here, right now. It all depends on Humpy's game now. What a turnaround.
Yeah, what an absolute turnaround. Anna Muzychuk with complete control in the Armageddon. She loses control and Vachier-Lagrave wins the Armageddon. So Anna remains on 16.5 points. And yeah, Tanya, you said it. We are now going to have to turn our attention to Humpy Canary, because if Humpy can win in the Classical against Ju Wenjun, we are looking at tie breaks.
Oof. And David, Humpy's been pushing from the start, that endgame.
Humpy has been pushing from the start, and some big evaluation is needed there. In the bottom right, that purple board now, Humpy against Ju Wenjun, because we're about to see a pure opposite colour bishop endgame. We're about to see the final set of rooks being traded. Ju Wenjun, there we go, she gives a long move. It is a check, forcing the rooks off the board. The big question is this winning? Do you believe in fortresses, Anna Muzychuk? Do you believe that Ju Wenjun will hold this? The black bishop is going to guard on this diagonal, but the white king is going to be running. The white king is going to be running as fast as it can, maybe over towards this side of the board later. This is 50-50. I'm not 100% sure. This is not as drawn as some endgames, because the black bishop is going to be so tied down on this diagonal.
And the bishop ideally wants to be defending on both diagonals. It wants to be defending absolutely everything on the c1, h6 diagonal. And the white king, as you mentioned, is coming into the center. That's another diagonal that the bishop will have to be taking care of. Yeah, wow. And I can bet you Anna Muzychuk will be following this game anxiously.
She's got to be gutted about what just happened, right? I mean, so close to just being crowned Norway Chess Queen. You've done everything right. You've played this incredible Armageddon. And then against Vachier-Lagrave, Vachier-Lagrave, ever tricky, always resourceful, just fights back. And in those last few seconds, Anna was up on the clock. She was up on the position. And then somehow Vachier-Lagrave tricking her in that endgame.
The clock was ticking down. She got nervous. You always get nervous when you're so close to winning the title. And you can smell it. You can feel it. And somehow or other, he just loses control.
It just adds to the pressure.
We saw the symptoms. She slowed down. She didn't need to slow down. She could have given some quick checks with the rook. She could have pushed a pawn. She could have done anything, but she slowed down for 40 seconds. I don't think she was even calculating it was the nerves. It's like, I'm there, I'm about to get there. And just one slip, putting the rook on the wrong square, cost Anna Muzychuk the guaranteed title, but still a big favorite. It does feel like this is a draw. The eval bar, the computer, the more time it has to think, the more it thinks this is a draw. I would start with the bishop coming back just to block the pawn from advancing. You don't want to stop a pawn on h7. That is too scary. So stop it in its tracks now, then try to bring the king into the center. It's a race. Xu Wenjun is calculating this one out. Humpy, only she can win, but she might not be able to against the most accurate defense here.
Yep, as we see, Humpy Kinaru, she needs to win this one. It's going to be difficult if she wants to take it to tie breaks. Otherwise, Anna Muzychuk will be Norway Chess Women's Champion. And, well, we have to go and check in on the drama on the other games because there's a fierce fight. What's happening here in the Magnus against Arjun? Because I just saw Queen F1. The Queen has disappeared.
Magnus has given up his queen. Magnus is down now. He's actually level material, but he has a rook, knight and pawn for the white queen. An only move apparently for Arjun Erigaisi, or at least the best move is to push his pawn forward, give the white king some space, very logical. We have to backtrack and show what just happened because Arjun in this position where we were last at it, the black knight did drop back to f8. Arjun could have taken a timeout now. He could have just brought his knight forward, chilled, he's the exchange up, big advantage for white, but he senses it. He smells blood against Magnus Carlsen. He knows Magnus has not been quite at his best so far, and it's all about calculation. Rook takes bishop. We saw this in another variation. Queen takes knight. Watch out for the back rank. Rook takes queen. There is a check and mate. And instead, queen to a6 was played, defending both rooks simultaneously. A rook trade is inevitable. Well, we talked about how if rooks come off the board, black doesn't have enough material left to hold the fort here. So queen takes rook, giving up the queen for the two rooks. And Arjun is banking on the fact that this is not going to be a fortress for black.
Well, I'll tell you one player who famously said he doesn't believe in fortresses, and he's trying to build one right now. Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces, finding that ideal setup with his knight and rook. By the way, Arjun does play the best move, creating that breathing space for his king. No back rank checkmates. But, you know, there are ideas that black can still set up once the white queen goes pawn hunting on the queen's side. Just want to construct a counter resource for Magnus here. If you're able to get your rook to c1, give a check, and your black knight via d5 to e3, I can see the makings of some potential perpetuals, and I appreciate, David, you just making that happen on the board. And now queen takes pawn. Maybe still not a perpetual, but does it work? Do you have... Want
to put a pawn
just
here?
Yet.
Right. How do we make this work?
Whoa, it's still level? I mean, that's just crazy, this position.
Knight.
It's tough, then, if there's no draw with knight f1.
f4. Queen takes pawn. Check. I think I've lured the queen onto a bad square. Now you can't run away from the checks because of a check.
There's a lot of help you needed with that.
A lot of help, but... yeah, counterplay. Magnus needs it quick because his pawns are not safe. If his pawns were back on like a7 and b6, I would say probably good drawing chances. You just defend on the 7th rank. But how do you ever defend this pawn? You need your rook maybe on a kind of square like d5 just to defend kind of across the 5th rank.
And Arjun's plan's clear, right? He needs to go pawn hunting on those weakened pawns. You see, king's side is absolutely safe. You make your own king safe. Queen b5 or queen f5, two ways to get to that pawn. Meanwhile, Magnus, yes, he can give those pawns away, but he needs to find activity for his knights. Again, it's about constructing that fortress. Maybe this game might make Magnus believe that he, in fact, should believe in fortresses if he gets it right.
It's one of those things right there he casually said, and everyone now has quoted it back to him.
About 1,000 times.
Yeah,
no one
exactly.
lives it down.
Yeah, I've even interviewed him and he's like, it was misquoted. I do believe in them. I've proven they do exist, but people just won't forget that one thing. They ignore everything I've said since. But yeah, we'll keep
reminding him.
Poking him with that one, yeah. H3. It does feel like the black knights need to find the best squares. I'm not sure where they are. This knight needs to find employment somehow.
Yeah. Well, if allowed everything, then you want one knight on g3 and one knight on e4 and a checkmate on h1.
Yeah, I like that one. Or I was thinking the pawn on h4 and the knight on g3 and then some kind of hook checkmates. But Magnus, he's in the lead, but he's leading by half a point. So he's desperately trying to save this one, to take it to Armageddon. Because Gukesh is just breathing down his neck with 14.5 points.
We have to update ourselves there as well. Magnus in a bit of trouble, but with some drawing chances. Very unlikely Magnus is going to win, though. So if Gukesh wins in the Classical, Gukesh is the Norway Chess Champion 2025. This is the current position. The eval bar still says an advantage for white, for Fabiano, but black is a pawn up. And it's up to Fabiano now to seek counterplay. Just a quick backtrack to where we last were in this game about 6 moves ago. Things have changed. We were last at it after knight to d7, the knight coming into the center, and Fabiano castled. Since then, Fabi has gambited a pawn. The knight came into the center. We saw knight to h5, putting some pressure on the black bishop. A knight trade, a check. The white king. Oh, okay, not knight to e5 I was expecting here, but the bishop coming into e5. Fabi now going for it with his b pawn. Maybe he didn't need to rush. Maybe kind of bringing his rook across was more accurate. But b5, opening lines, very understandable. The queen, though, swoops in to grab a pawn. Black having pocketed the a pawn. Open lines, though, for white's pieces. The rook, this rook as well. And to catch up with the current game position, rook f8, attacking the white queen. The bishop drops back, and Fabi has just struck with e5. This is either going to end very well for white, or black might be able to survive with some simplifications.
It reminds me a bit of the Gukesh-Weyi struggle that we saw yesterday, right? Gukesh coming into so much trouble out of the opening. He had the white pieces playing this creative chess, but then he managed to turn it around because Weyi needed to be precise. And I think for Fabi, it's the same story. You've sacrificed the pawn, so you have to be on the attack. You have to play that energetic chess. e5, I like the move, forcing a bishop retreat. I mean, you can't go to c5, you can't go to b4, I believe. The trades would favor white, with the queen and the rook eventually lining up for some checkmating ideas. Bishop to e7, and I just want to point out one resource that Fabi has, right? That knight on h5 can jump to g7 at the right moment. And suddenly I'm thinking, how are you defending the e6 pawn? It comes in with a fork.
Ugh, horrible. I can't believe this is only slightly better for white. This just
You need to do that again. We didn't have you on the camera.
Queen g4. This looks horrible for black. I don't think Gukesh is just going to retreat kind of submissively there. It does feel like he wants to do something. I don't really see what it is. Just to put it on the board as well, taking this pawn with bishop, knight, white will happily recapture. And as Tanya said, the queen line up, the rook lines up. This is just terminal. White's minor piece is clearly better than the black rooks with a big attack. He has to try something. Bishop back to e7. How does black defend here? I don't see it. Queen to a2?
Queen to a2 was the only thing that I saw, but then, you know...
But now that the d3 pawn isn't hanging, can you fall back with your queen? Go rook a1, go rook a8.
Oof.
Looks great.
Yeah, d1, e1, both work.
And the black queen is on the verge of getting trapped.
I didn't even realize that. I was just going for the king.
Yeah. Go for both. Why not? That's royally mean, going for the queen and king. This just looks brilliant for white.
Okay. Well, that indicates to me that what you have to do is go on the counter-attack. We mustn't just assume that the bishop will step back. There are other moves like queen a4. Mm-hmm. And this is like such an Indian prodigy special, right? You attack the bishop and you're like, okay, I'll attack the rook instead.
Yeah, counter-attack. Prague is a specialist at that. The eval bar says no, but to my eyes, that looks quite challenging. I'm not sure what white should be doing here.
Because let's point out, the rook needs to stay connected to the central pawn, right? You're not just attacking the rook, but you're threatening to pick that pawn up if the rook was to fall back.
Maybe it's just rook to b1, doubling down. Oh, but computer says no. This looked logical to me, just going for the b pawn. Maybe there's something even stronger for white.
But that was good enough as well. I mean, we saw the bar keep a big advantage, and I think rook b1 is such a natural human way to keep a chunk of it.
Yeah. Maybe your idea, rook b1 and rook a1, Tanya.
This one.
And then takes on e5, because black does have king to d7 to run away. It's not a checkmate just yet. Ooh, fans.
Yes, and fans, and who is signing? It must be Anna and Vachier-Lagrave signing. Anna. Vachier-Lagrave at least ending on a high note with an Armageddon win. And there we see Gukesh. He is under big pressure as his bishop is attacked.
And did you see that? It was Vachier-Lagrave and her mom together. And I'm going to say, Vachier-Lagrave's mom is as big of a superstar as Vachier-Lagrave and Prague themselves. She's always there, you know, supporting them in their biggest moments. Yeah, she's a rock star in there. She is.
She's bigger. If she had an Instagram, Vachier-Lagrave's mum, she would be like Magnus levels of fame.
Millions.
And there we see Vachier-Lagrave being interviewed, but there is someone else involved in the race for Norway champion, and that is Hikaru Nakamura. And Hikaru really needs to be winning in a classical with the black pieces against Weyi. If he can do that, he will leapfrog over Magnus, Carlsen and Gukesh if they both lose their classicals. And some smiles there, but earlier on I can tell you that Hikaru gave some confessionals, as usual.
Yeah, he looks like something just amused him a lot. Was it his own confessional? Was it something he missed on the board? What do you think that was about?
I think Hikaru believes Magnus is losing and that Gukesh is losing, and that if he wins, he will be the champion.
Well, let's have a listen to his confessionals and find out.
Okay, I'm back again, second time today. I think I confused a move order when I played this Queen D7 instead of Bishop F8 in the opening. Don't know it was necessarily bad, but as soon as I played Queen D7, where he started blitzing out moves, so I have a feeling that I inadvertently ended up back in a variation he had looked at, maybe through a transposition. And I really wasn't sure what I was doing. I basically had the choice of maybe suffering, trying to create some counterplay, or going for this line that I went for in the game, where I'm either completely lost or I'm completely fine. The line that I spent a lot of time making sure was okay is this line rook e3, queen d7, rook h1, knight e7, knight h6, gh6, rook h6, king h6, queen f6, knight g6, rook e1, king h7, rook h1, king g8. And now if white goes rook h6, I have knight f4, king h2, queen g7, and I'm fine. So I spent a lot of time looking at this line, and ultimately I figured either I'm getting completely cooked here and I'm just losing somehow, or I'm just more than okay and I shouldn't be in any danger. So it's been a little bit of uncomfort in this game so far, but I think the next couple of moves, it'll be very clear-cut what's going on. And actually, especially as the tournament gets towards the end, one of the things I like is when you have these situations where there isn't really much to think about. You either play the moves and you lose, or your opponent has nothing. I think I've mentioned it many times on my stream. It's like show me the money is the saying. And like if it's winning, but I just play the next couple of moves, and if I don't see the win, I go for it. If I miss something, that's life, you move on. But I think we'll find out pretty soon what's going on in my game. I think I'm fine, but again, we'll see how it goes. Okay, you guys, so made it back for a third time. My game has completely petered out, I think. Wei's spending a lot of time here, so I see no danger in my game. I assume it'll be a draw pretty soon, but have to be careful because anytime you think a game is going to end very soon, that's usually when you're at the most risk of just moving, being lazy, and blundering the game away. So definitely want to still pay some attention. I am a little bit confused by the other games. Optically, when I look at Magnus' game, I feel like he's in a lot of trouble. Maybe it's still okay, but it looks really, really bad for him. So I'm really confused by that. It looks to me like Fabiano has a great position. I think his attack on the queen side must be a lot quicker than whatever Gukesh is trying to do on the king side. So as it stands right now, I mean, I think Fabiano might win the tournament. I think there's probably a pretty decent chance he's going to win the tournament based on the current positions. But of course, everything depends on Magnus's game. But just looking at it, I think he's in trouble. So Fabiano's probably the favorite right now to win the whole thing, I would say, based on what I see in the game. So should be an exciting finish.
And we're hearing from Hikaru Nakamura that he reckons that Fabiano Caruana has a great chance of becoming Norway champion. But you know, there was big news during that confessional because the game between Humpy Kaneru and Ju Wenjun finished in a draw, which means that Anna Muzichuk is Norway's women's champion. A massive round of applause. I mean, she deserved it after yesterday's brilliancy. She's been calm, composed. She hasn't lost a single game in classical, and she's been the Armageddon queen.
So incredibly consistent, right? She was always in the mix, always in top three, sometimes chasing, sometimes right there. And today, this pragmatic approach also had it in the bag in the Armageddon. Didn't work out, but I think she did everything right. A very deserving winner. Heartbreaking moment for Humpy, who tried to create her chances, but probably never enough. And Anna Muzichuk is the Norway Chess queen.
Yeah, you beat the world champion, you deserve it. And yeah, she was fantastic. Yesterday, I think one of the games of the tournament, just her win against Ju Wenjun. So despite the Armageddon disappointment today, Anna Muzichuk, she's going to be celebrating tonight.
Yes. And we did see her on the camera, on the phone, calling perhaps her second, maybe her family to say, she did it. What a moment. Anna.
Or maybe her sister, Maria.
Could be her
Been a big
sister, could be her
supporter.
second, could be her family, whoever it is. I mean, I can't wait to hear from Anna and just hear her thoughts. You know, she's been a world rapid champion, she's been a world blitz champion, and last year she was runner-up for Norway Chess Women. This year, she's gone one step further. Massive congratulations. What a worthy champion.
And hopefully we get a chance to chat to her later. But yeah, fantastic. She was the favourite heading into today, and ultimately, I think, very pragmatic to go for the draw in the classical. That banked it for her. In the meantime, we saw Magnus with a couple of moves. He's trying to set up a fortress. That's the middle board on the top row there. He's trying to fight against the queen and knight. If you could remove one set of knights, maybe Magnus has a fortress there, but still a lot to play for. Hikaru talked about how his position was level. Does feel like lots of pieces are being traded off. Still some stuff to discuss maybe later, but Gukesh, big decision on the top left there, Tanya.
And Hikaru also mentioned, right, that after looking at everything that's happening, that Fabi perhaps at this very moment in the tournament is a favorite to take it all, to be the winner. And I think the story in front of us tells that tale, right? Magnus struggling. If Magnus loses, he stops at 15 points. If Fabi beats Gukesh, he surpasses that with 15 and a half a point ahead of Magnus. And Hikaru, I think incredibly difficult for him with the black pieces and what he has on his board to get to that 16-point victory. So I think there's something to be said about that. Fabi, despite the heartbreaking losses in the last two rounds, at this very moment, at this very second, in Stavanger, a favorite to win the title.
Only, though, if he plays rook takes knight and gives up his rook. That is the only move for white to keep the advantage. Otherwise, he's just worse. Gukesh's last move, pinning on the 5th rank, was genius. And now Fabi needs to find an equally ingenious move just to keep this game fighting.
But that is an inspired sacrifice, and I don't think it stops there, David. So you need to explain to us, why does that work? Because black is just going to simply recapture, hit that rook on b5, also targeting the e5 pawn. Also, let's just do a slow replay of rook f5.
Yeah, let's do it. We were talking about the bishop moving, retreating, potentially maybe a counterattack against this white rook. Gukesh found another option, also to do with the counterattack. Very impressive. Wasn't on my radar at all. Rook f5. Cutting the board in half here. The 5th rank is where it lies. Pawn takes bishop now would be a blunder due to rook takes rook, or at least it would throw the advantage away. Instead, Fabiano, because his rook is under threat, he needs to put it on a safe square, and the best way to do that is to remove one of the defenders. Remove the knight. You gain a bit of time after a recapture to shift your rook across, hitting the black queen. Wherever the black queen steps now, your rook ends up defended on this square. So not even a check at the top of the board. First, you take the bishop, and when the dust settles, we would see this position. Due to the X-ray here, black needs to take with the rook, and it does feel like the white minor pieces are better than the rook. It's a lot of pawns, but the white knight's going to come to the center, and it does feel like Fabi's going to be a favorite.
Yeah. And the black king is still, really shaky, whereas the white king can just literally hide itself on h2. So big moment. Can we run through that variation again? Because it's just so dramatic. So rook takes c6, b takes c6, rook a5, and queen b2 was the only other move that I saw. And here, you can't go...
But now you can give a check first?
Exactly.
Give a check first.
And then... Oof.
Moves. Oh, not that one, apparently.
Oh, right.
Oh, this is nice.
But now you just take the bishop.
Loose pieces drop off. There's something even better.
Oh, whoa. Oh, bishop
takes pawn!
Check, and next move, the queen falls once the bishop is taken. That would be so easy to blunder, especially with not that much time on the clock. I would certainly fall for something like that. But, okay, rook a8 check. Apparently the other way, though. Apparently this way.
That is crazy. The rook on d8. What happened to loose pieces drop off now?
Yeah, this is what Fabi's calculating, though. Rook takes rook. And I guess after rook takes pawn, there might be some back rank troubles. I just see that the black bishop covers the white king's escape. Although to my eyes, it looks like white's just a piece up.
But now
Yeah, this is crazy. And it's better for black, being down a piece here. That is insane.
For black? It is 6 pawns versus 4 pawns, so you have 2 pawns for the piece. But if white gets one more move and kind of puts the knight in e4, it looks over.
This is crazy. What is the move?
But also, let's just point out our live board. First, Fabi has to play rook takes knight. I mean, this is the moment that perhaps the championship depends on right now. Magnus in big trouble. Fabi, if he plays rook takes knight, he's fighting for the win with a huge shot at it.
Yeah, totally. So if Fabi wins this one, he picks up 3 points. He moves to 15.5 points, and he is heavily dependent that Magnus loses his game.
Just me, or has Fabi gone really red?
Yeah.
Where's the camera color?
That's the lighting. He's got a lot more time, though. He's got 16 extra minutes. It looks like he's about to go for something, and he knows it's quite brave. He knows it's going to lead to an even more complicated position, but he's just holding back for now as he does those last-minute calculations. Maybe two of the best calculators in the world in terms of long variations, evaluating those long variations. Fabi still pausing, though.
It's here and now, 40 minutes on the clock. Does he do it? Predictions. Rook takes knight. Will it happen?
Yes.
Jovanka.
It's complicated, yes. Yes, I think it will.
Is there also a factor of process of elimination here? You know, the e5 pawn is falling. You need to find a way. If you fall back with the rook, black can simply snap up that pawn. So if you look at all these things, it does direct a player towards a move like rook takes knight, checks, captures, and threats.
Exactly. That's the first thing you calculate are captures. The one thing that I think might throw Fabi off here is the fact he can take this bishop. Maybe we can just put this on the board, keep an eye on the physical board while we do this, because pawn takes bishop, allows this rook to fall. But after a capture, this is a check, very tempting check. The black king has to move. You take another pawn with check, the black king out in the open, and maybe you can bring your knight forward. Maybe you just start grabbing all the kingside pawns, and this just gets complicated. This gets messy. It feels like if you land one check against the black king, it could be the end. The more I look at this, though, the less tempting it does look. You are down material with white, and the black king might just be safe amongst its pieces. Yeah, I don't think Fabi goes for this one. He's going to play rook takes knight.
I think rook takes knight. It happens. This is Fabi's moment, you know. He was on the lead for such a big part in this tournament, right? Getting those big wins at the right time. We called him Mr. Consistent this whole tournament. And the last two rounds have been absolute heartbreak for the American Grandmaster. And it just feels like all hope was lost. And this is his moment to shine back again. He's done everything right in the opening against the world champion. Fabi always motivated. Let's not forget, in freestyle chess, Fabiano Caruana picked Gukesh to be his opponent and then went on to prove his pick by winning their mini match. And Fabi now on the brink of this. There's so much history between these two players. We look at their Olympiad chess Olympic clashes where Gukesh got two big classical wins, one in 22, one in 2024, which played such a big role in the India versus USA rivalry. And is this the moment that Fabiano gets his grudge match in, his revenge in?
Yeah, I think he's just plucking up the courage to go for it. There was a bit of a, not quite shake of the head, but a bit of, it's just so messy kind of feeling from Fabiano. I think he will be forced to find this and forced to go for it, but it is still quite an irrational position.
Oh, well, there you see him bobbing his head. I agree with you. Rook takes knight, pawn takes bishop. Those are the only moves he is calculating. I was personally quite drawn to the pawn takes bishop because, you know, black's king is so unsafe, and you think, well, there must be...
Check that out. Fabiano.
Will he find an Sakuana? He does it!
Is Fabiano Sakuana as rook takes c6 is on the board?
Fabulous Fabi, finding the best move. Now shifts his rook across, attacking the black queen. That rook is defended by white's bishop, and now the black queen has to shift. She's only got two safe squares. She has to go to either the b3 square or the b2 square, and things only get more complicated from there. Fabi does look red from this camera angle. I wouldn't be surprised, though, the blood pumping, because suddenly he knows Magnus in trouble, and he could leapfrog Magnus Carlsen with a win here.
And you could see it on Gukesh, you know? He realizes that once again he finds himself in dire straits, a position that he'll have to defend. Maybe he missed rook takes knight. He missed this resource by Fabi. But that is Gukesh's stance when there's a shift in the position. Feeling like he's in control, suddenly having to back that rook f5 move up, suddenly having to find some creative defensive resources to keep things together, and maybe none exist.
Yeah. Well, Gukesh's defensive skills will be put to the test here. First up, decision. Which one is the most practical move? Queen to b2, which, as we saw, led to a line where you have to be prepared to sacrifice material, or queen to b3?
Queen takes rook is absolutely silly, right? I mean, just to point out, inspired by Magnus's queen sacrifice.
Crossed my mind briefly. I think just to put this on the board, queen takes rook giving up the queen, a la Magnus Carlsen, just as in the world number one's game. This would land a double attack, and for a second I panicked, but I think you can just defend your bishop with queen to d2, maybe even queen to a2, thinking about it. And the bishop does defend any squares, so the black rook cannot deliver any checks. And yeah, white should be able to consolidate. The bishop will drop back. The white knight will desperately race towards the e4 square, and white has a queen and knight for the two rooks. That is a material advantage. So yeah, definitely first thing you calculate, Tanya. I think we were remiss to not think about that one first of all. But yeah, ultimately he's deciding between two other safe squares. Just to point out one other detail, queen to b2. I think you can take this, kind of originally I just thought we couldn't take the bishop because rook takes rook and there was a pin on the second rank. But now the white queen can go and grab a pawn, and then you can go and take the bishop, the rook here. Although this gets even more complicated.
Yeah, let's continue that line, because I know what you mean by more complicated. Now there's a check on a1 and you lose the bishop on a5. What happens then?
Ah. Ooh.
Fun.
Wait, it's a check, but we can drop back.
Ooh, yes.
But you can...
I mean, who knows? I would rather have the two pieces than the rook, but still very odd position. Rook takes pawn, and I guess the white queen, I don't know, comes back somewhere. Check first or back.
And you're two moves away, right? Knight g3, knight e4, Jovanka.
But you've got some kind of counterplay with c5, c4. You know, I'm just going to start being a madman and seeing what I can do.
Wrong board. That's Arjun's board. That's where the action happens like that.
Computer likes it for black, or at least thinks it's the best move. And yeah, I don't think we should take this pawn because this looks a bit scary now.
Very strong.
This could be the type of position we see, whether it's this exact position or not, whatever the pawn structure. Like, even if the other move, queen to b3, we would see some captures. I mean, we could see the same plan that Jovanka mentioned there, the c pawn running. Maybe this is even better because black actually has a pawn or two more than in that other line.
And this is why maybe the decision's so difficult for Gukesh, whether to place it on b3 or b2, right? Has its own set of pros and cons. The b3 square defends that e6 check. You keep the pawn defended. But the b2 square has this idea of not only pinning the bishop on d2, but queen a1 check in some of these key lines as a counter resource.
And some kind of scary possibilities based on the queens looking at each other. But decision, Gukesh ticking close to the 20-minute mark. Queen to b2, queen to b3. I think he's going to go queen to b3 and perhaps go for that rook against two minor pieces and then try to initiate chaos by advancing the c pawn. Oh, it's such a big moment. Things are getting critical here in Norway Chess. Everything is completely unpredictable, and we are going to go on a short break, and when we come back, of course, we are going to have Anna Mizichuk right here with us, the queen of Armageddon Chess, the queen of Norway Chess, right here in the studio, so you don't want to miss it. We are back, final day of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and we are here in the studio alongside Norway Women Chess Champion 2025. Anna Vachier, congratulations! And first of all, how are you feeling, and what does this win mean to you?
Oh, now some time is passing and I'm giving the interviews, but yeah, now it's getting better because I was really quite upset after Armageddon game because I thought I must win it just by the way the game developed, but I didn't, and then I had to wait for Hampus game. But yeah, I'm very happy, and of course this is quite an important title. So because it's one of the strongest women's tournament, if not the strongest by rating. So of course it's a big success.
Big success, yeah. And we did see you on camera calling someone. So can you tell us, who did you first call after you knew that you won?
I always call my sister.
I knew it was going to be Maria. That was my guess, Anna.
After each game, yeah, because she's the one who is following. She's the one who is supporting. She asked me to say some nice words about
Maria, we love you. Yes.
We miss you. Yes, and she has the access to my files. So for Armageddon games, it's quite helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, did you kind of throughout this tournament, throughout the last 10 days, what would you say were the critical moments on your journey to becoming champion?
Oh, well, there were many important and critical moments, but I think, the biggest one was yesterday winning against Zhou Wenjun. Zhou Wenjun was black pieces, and with one round to go, the situation has improved a lot. And my chances to win the tournament also increased a lot. So I think, this was the game.
Anna, you've been a former World Rapid champion, World Blitz champion, and you said that, this win at Norway Chess means so much to you. Where does it stack with your big achievements in chess, being the Norway Chess winner this year?
Okay, I still put the World Champion titles higher, but winning Norway Chess, it's it can be even after that.
Wow, it's a big event. And what moment did you feel like, yes, I can win this event?
Before the tournament, we were given interviews, and in one of them, I think each player was asked to put 3 players top 3, but not only top 3 the names, but top 3 how you rank. And it was really inconvenient, and I was okay, I put myself the first. And but I wasn't so sure about it. It's I really wanted it. But at the same time, I knew it would be very, very difficult. And also considering that I finished the Grand Prix not so long before this tournament, so I'm also quite tired. I just kept trying my best, and it worked.
You manifested it, a champion's confidence there. Anna, I noticed one thing, that you've been wearing this Norway Chess sweater for the last couple of rounds. Is that superstition? Do you think this is your lucky sweater?
No, I think it's second time, but yeah.
It's a different one, right?
Yeah.
You've got a few.
I have the pink one. Last year pink one was my favorite. Now this is my favorite, so I simply allow the merge of Norwich.
And some of us here don't even have one.
One day I'll persuade them to let me have one.
We don't mention the names.
No, of course not. No names taken.
Yeah, so the content with Take, the 1, 2, 3, manifesting it, predicting that you'd be number 1, is that what you're going to do before every tournament now? Predict that you're...
Okay, it can't work all the time, so I don't think...
Why not? What's next for you, Anna, after this success?
I go to London to play World Rapid. It will be like this. And then a break. Okay, break is a strong word because I will have maybe 2 weeks and then with the World Cup. So this season or now I have quite many tournaments with short breaks in between.
Yeah, and how will you celebrate? Tonight, tomorrow? Do you have a tradition when you win events?
No, not really. Just finally, I will be happy that I don't have to prepare for tomorrow's game.
And what's the preparation been like? Because it's been pretty intense, right? So you have the classical games and the Armageddon games.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's really difficult because sometimes you prepare like for 2 games and your opponent plays more than one opening, so you prepare not one line but different lines, and you're like, your head is explode.
I've got a question for you, Anna, and I think this is a tip that I'm asking more for myself and maybe for others watching. But how are you able to handle the pressure of these Armageddons and stay so calm? At least on the camera, you look like, you're completely in control. How do you do it?
But I have been playing chess for 33 years. So yeah, I have had already quite many important games, and when the stakes are high, so maybe it's just experience, but still, like for today's game, I think I was the most nervous. Okay, maybe for yesterday's game also, but normally, I try to somehow speak to myself, and to say that, everything will be okay.
Everything will be okay. Okay, and it turned out more than okay, because we now have a new queen of Norway Chess. Anna, congratulations once more. We give you a massive round of applause. And thank you very much for joining us here in the studio, and I wish you best of luck when you join us in London.
I'm
going to be in London.
Tanya?
Yeah. No, not Tanya. That was a slip of the tongue. Just me.
We'll miss you, though, Anna.
Yeah.
Okay, I will also miss you. Yeah, you did a great job. Yeah, I heard there are
Thank
many
you very much.
positive feedbacks about all the commentaries. So yeah.
Yeah, best of luck there.
Best of luck in London, and thank you. And congratulations once more. That was Anna Muzichuk, the new queen of Norway Chess. Wow, what a competitor. And there we are seeing so many dramatic moments. Gukesh on the back foot against Fabiana Caruana. Magnus Carlsen, he's desperately trying to create a fortress, but it is a queen versus a rook and knight.
Yeah, and I think Magnus actually, his chances of a fortress are gone. 0 chance of a fortress. He's going for counterplay. He's going for the white king as his last hurrah, his last stand here. Magnus Carlsen in the last round here at Norway Chess. He's trying to open up the shelter around the white king. He's maybe aiming to plant a pawn to cage that king. And in the meantime, Arjun's queen and knight, they've done the hard work. They've grabbed some pawns. White has a potential A pawn that's just going to win the game as long as Arjun doesn't allow a perpetual check or a checkmate. So, Tanya, they are offside, the queen and knight. Any chances for Magnus, do you feel?
Well, when it's Magnus, there are always chances, right? And Arjun, he knows he's so close, but he needs to put the finishing touches in it. Never easy against Magnus, creating counterplay. Like you said, Magnus cannot aim for a fortress. When you're doing that, you don't make moves like G5, G4. He's definitely trying to trap Arjun's king there. The clock could potentially be Magnus's best friend here, right? If he's able to get Arjun down to those final few moments, we've seen big swings, big turnarounds happen. But Arjun, what a performance so far. He simply consolidates the knight on c4 and will start targeting the b4 knight once his queen is now free to roam around queen b7, queen b6.
I have to take you to this game between Hikaru and Wei Yi. Hikaru, if he wants to win this one, he needs to be winning it in classical. But as you can see, Wei Yi has sacrificed a rook in order to get a perpetual check. So queen to g6, and the black king can simply not escape.
Yeah, only move though for Wei Yi. Otherwise, white loses. Otherwise, white will just be a rook down, and the black king will march forward towards the center. Wei Yi has to give this check here and now. We see Hikaru's body language. He looks like he's resigned to the fact that it's going to be a draw any moment now. Wei Yi doesn't have too much time, but has surely seen the sequence. You don't sacrifice a rook without having seen the way to the draw.
100%. And you give this to Hikaru at the start, he would take it with both hands. But looking at what has happened on Magnus's board, looking at what's happening on the Fabi board, Hikaru probably wanted more. Wei Yi, of course, gives a check. Hikaru steps up. Queen f5 check will follow. A little bit of a yo-yo dance, nowhere to run. Hikaru resigned to the fate that this indeed is going to that Armageddon. And with that, Hikaru will not be the winner this year.
And Hikaru can go back when the position will repeat itself with another queen check. He can come forward when white will give a check. If he goes and tries to grab a pawn, if he goes for the win, he might find himself in danger due to a pawn check at the end of the variation. He's going to go forward, I think, just to test Wei Yi. But ultimately, this game is going to fizzle out, and one of the possible scenarios will be erased here. It will only be Magnus Carlsen, Gukesh, or Fabi who can win.
Yeah.
And you can continue giving the check here exactly where the queen came from. Black's king steps up to d5. That would be a checkmate on c4. I was going to say if the queen is on g6, but now the rook on e4 hangs. Can Hikaru take king takes pawn?
Look at Hikaru. He's frowning. I think he can take the pawn, but it's going to end in a flashy draw anyway. With white giving a check, let's put it on the board just while Hikaru thinks. King takes pawn. There's no other move here. You're a rook down. You have to continue giving checks. And other than giving up the queen, which I think would be losing for black simply because the white queen now attacks the rook. That's the difference. Wei Yi put his queen on this square. So you have to take the white rook. The white queen swoops back with a check. The king moves. And now you swing across again, check. And you swing across again, check. And the yo-yo back and forward. And this is a draw.
A beautiful perpetual for the content, right? You couldn't have asked for a more prettier way to get draw. But okay, that's why he's smiling. It's so beautiful.
And he knew it, right? You put that queen on g6 with a check, you'd have the draw immediately. But it's Wei Yi who's playing for the content, as you said, Jovanka. It's Wei Yi playing for the crowd here with that pretty queen dance at the end. He's seen it all the way. Hikaru knows it. It's about to happen any moment.
That's flashy. 2 rooks down, but Hikaru, he's just going to calculate the danger. If there's no risk taking this pawn with black, if he knows it's a forced draw, he would rather do this than let the position just fizzle out with a meek repetition. In the meantime, Magnus Carlsen, is he fighting back? I suddenly see the bar locked in the center again. Has Arjun Erigaisi blundered in the last couple of moves?
Wow. Wow. Whilst we're expecting Wei Yi, Hikaru to finish in a draw, let's head here and find out what's happening. King to h2. It looks like a very natural move. Defending the pawn on h3. Where is the draw?
But let's back up, right? Because we left it last when Arjun played b3. What happened?
It's a miracle draw. I think Arjun's realized he's blundered. While Magnus is away, he's just defended his pawn with the king. Just to mention Arjun here, we last left it after b3. Pawn takes pawn. Magnus swung his rook across. The white king can just come forward to this square and defend the pawn. Should actually keep itself out in the open to run. But he's moved his king to the wrong square. Now, this wasn't me, but knight to g5. Giving up this knight, this is pure genius, because if you take this knight, rook takes pawn, check. The king moves, rook g3, check. Giving up the rook, walking into a fork, saves Magnus Carlsen, and the white king cannot run away from these. If you step across to f2, you get forked again, and black wins. If you step back to f1, then black gives a check, wins the white queen. Magnus Carlsen, let's watch the body language. Knight g5 is a miracle, study-like save here.
It's absolutely stunning, but it's so difficult to see.
He sees it. He's going to do it, Jovanka. It's difficult, but this is Magnus Carlsen. He set this up, right? He moved the g-pawn forward. He's lined up the rook against it. The 2 knights are ready to pounce.
Yeah, I mean, but it's just unbelievable. You're giving up the knight on f6 just to set up one of the most picturesque drawing formations I've ever seen. Wow.
Look at
Arjun's realized. Look at Arjun. He's staring. He's staring at the board. He's trying to keep a poker face. He's like, whoops, I put my king on the wrong square. If he'd put his king on g2, the black knight coming to g5 is not threatening because rook takes pawn would never come with a check. He's just chosen the wrong square, and suddenly Magnus is back in.
And one can understand why Arjun didn't play king g2, perhaps fearing the other knight jumping in with some checks, but it required precision and calculation. And Arjun messing it up. I think before Magnus has calculated it, we could see it on Arjun's face. He realizes the king doesn't run away anywhere. The construction of the knights, the trickiest pieces in chess. And Magnus Carlsen, knight g5, he bags the draw.
He just kind of perked up, Magnus. His body language totally changed. His posture, he's straight-backed suddenly. I think he spotted it only maybe this moment.
Has he done his puzzle rush this morning?
This is more than puzzle rush. This is a study-like save. Knight to g5. Magnus's only chance to save this game. And if he does it, we're going to see Armageddon. And Magnus will get a much-needed point.
But if he does it, then Fabi's chances are out of the window. Regardless of what happens, whether Fabi wins his game, it doesn't help him. Fabi is rooting for Arjun in this one to get that win. And Magnus fully locked in. David, he spots it.
I think he's seen it. Otherwise, he would play like, I don't know, a knight move with this knight that's hanging. Otherwise, he would maybe defend that knight, set up that threat. But that loses a key tempo, using your king to defend this knight. Magnus, head in hands here. This is full focus Magnus, locked in, and he's carved out a miracle opportunity for himself. Will he take it? Arjun must be kicking himself. He's normally so sharp tactically, Arjun Aragaisi, but this is such a rare pattern.
And Arjun has played spoiler in so many tournaments. He's the one who took down Gukesh 2025 Tata Steel that last final round after having a disastrous tournament. Bouncing back there, getting the win in. And this time it looked like he was about to repeat the story against the world number one. He did it against the world champion. But maybe it wasn't meant to be. If only Magnus can spot knight g5.
No,
what was
didn't.
that?
Did you see what he did? He kind of made a gesture as if, oh, it's not working. He grimaced. He's shaking his head. If he's spotted knight g5, he would have played it. Magnus Carlsen trading hard right now. Head in hands a moment ago. He needs to find this move.
But why doesn't force to grab that knight on f6? That draws instantly, right? After knight g5, if you go queen takes knight, game over, draw, Magnus bags the Armageddon. But the game still goes on if Arjun is able to find another resource there. There are other moves.
It is possible to fight on, and the computer still gives white a tiny little advantage, but it does get scary. If this black knight comes forward, the black rook takes a pawn, the other black knight will start jumping, and the white king is going to be struggling to dodge all the checks that are incoming. I don't think Magnus has seen it yet. Body language, he's definitely not seen it yet. He was looking maybe at knight g4 check or some others, but he figures they're not working yet.
He's either seen it, and he's looking at other possibilities, Jovanka, instead of queen takes knight, or he hasn't spotted it at all. Knight g5 not on his radar.
No.
Yeah, knight to g5, you have to overcome the whole thing. And we have a draw between Wei and Hikaru Nakamura. So that's our third Armageddon of the day. Does mean that Hikaru is out of the race for becoming Norway champion.
Okay, Hikaru Nakamura, will see him go again in Armageddon soon, but that will not change up too much on the standings. Knight to g5 is the move. We're wondering, will Magnus find it? He doesn't have to. He can still fight on in other ways. He's not totally done, not busted yet. But that one should get him closer to the draw. That could be all important. He'll have half an eye on the other game as well. Gukesh in a little bit of trouble, potentially. So knight g5 would be huge for Magnus Carlsen. Tournament-defining move, potentially.
Yep. Oh, Magnus, he's trying to work this out. The big question, is it on his radar, this move, you know? Because once he spots it, it's just so tempting to play it as well. Once you see knight g5, the knight on f6 cannot be captured. You're about to win that h3 pawn. The white queen and knight offside, too far away to defend it. Nothing else matters. It doesn't matter if white has other ways to proceed. You still go knight g5. But the big question inside that head of Magnus Carlsen
is reaching for the king.
He doesn't play it.
He doesn't play it. He misses a golden opportunity. I'm not going to blame him. That was just a ridiculous move. Knight to g5, giving up the knight. But instead, there's a lot of complications still left in this position. He is threatening knight to g5.
He just sets it up. But he could have played it one move ago.
It's only easy if you find them.
You know, no matter how this game finishes, Magnus will be furious at himself for not finding that one. He loves these study-like ideas nowadays. He loves sacrificing exchanges, which he did earlier in the game. He loves sacrificing his queen for material, which he's done in this game. He loves looking for these weird tactics that very rarely appear. He's done everything in chess. He wants to find new patterns. That was one of them. He didn't spot it.
Would your best guess be that Magnus just didn't figure out that construction of the rook and knight forcing the fork if the knight was captured? Knight g5 he obviously saw, but queen takes knight and working that out, do you think that's where...
I think he just stopped there. I think he saw knight g5, queen takes f6, stop.
Yeah, that's it. Just didn't carry on with the calculation there.
Because if you continue, it's... I'm not going to say straightforward, but it's possible to find the rest. And in the meantime, Magnus away from the board. Arjun, can he create any more winning chances?
And you know, that's a great point, because you see your knight is going, you're losing a knight on the next move, and your brain just stops at that moment. You don't even look for the next one. It's sort of you just move on to the next candidate that you have in the head. You say, you know what, I don't want to lose that knight. I need to keep it defended. King g7, knight g5 coming next.
Exactly. And it's still really complicated because black's knights are primed to jump into the position. And there, if we look on the left, we see that Gukesh with the black pieces. He's just advancing the c-pawn, perhaps planning c4 and trying to get some counterplay that way. Oh, did you see the evaluation bar immediately shot up?
Huge spike in the eval. Let's jump to that game, Fabiano Caruana against Gukesh, because Gukesh has let things slip, and it's almost only move territory in order to get a decisive advantage for Fabiano. But I'm going to say it's the most natural move in the position. Let's just quickly backtrack since we were last here. Some big decisions. Gukesh put his queen on b2. He put it there very quickly. Fabi then spent 16 minutes debating what to do. He took the black bishop, the best move. Rook takes rook. Now the white queen gets out of the pin with gain of time, takes a pawn with check. He does find the best move, Fabiano, by the way. We'll catch up now. This black king moves now. A capture, and the white bishop does come back to save itself in a moment. First, the white queen saves itself, and now c5, a mistake. The black queen should have actually stepped forward to set up rook e6 ideas on the e-file, but c5, knight g3, Fabi's knight is coming, and it might be good night for Gukesh's chances in this tournament.
Wow, good night reminds me of Oslo, guys. I'm going to say that. Great pub if you guys find yourself in Oslo. Definitely check that out. But this night also going to be a monster on the e4 square. Now, Gukesh is relying on a break that Yobi, you mentioned earlier, right? He wants to get c4 in, push the d pawn. But David, I think there are tactics in this position. Let's follow through because this is the big resource. Let's say you step up, you get away from that pin, king to h2. d2 isn't yet possible. Look at the construction of the queen and the king. Bishop takes pawn, rook takes bishop, queen b4. Slide that queen back, double attack. Thank you very much. Give me that rook.
Yeah, and a very critical tactic as well because it simply allows white to coordinate their pieces. Chess is timing. As Bobby Fischer says, it's all about timing, and the knight will coming to g3, king h2 in the air. Once the knight jumps into e4, well, the black king is going to be in huge trouble. I mean, can you rely on any resource to, like, rook to b6 and try to get in that way?
Let's move the king anyway, right?
Yeah.
You want to sidestep away from the pin. I mean, Gukesh has to be thinking about making c4 work and getting that d-passer. So the bishop moves. Thank God for that knight. No checks on h1.
Oops. Nearly checkmate, but knight takes rook. Knights luckily can move backwards. But yeah, this is, I mean, still looks complicated, but ultimately, if the white knight gets into the action, joins the queen, it's always going to be checkmating attacks. And the white king probably can just hide on the g3 square next move. This does look winning now for Fabiano. You can almost pre-move king h2 as well, unless black does something silly and attacks your queen or gives up a rook. Magnus, suddenly things have swung his favor, and he's found that knight g5 idea. That's the red board on the right of your screens. He found it one move later than might have been ideal. Now it's going to be a pure race. Black going for the white king, but white trying to promote some pawns. Oof, anything could still happen, though. Fabi's not out of it. I still think that Fabiano, Magnus, those are the two most likely winners. Gukesh needs a lot of luck right now to win this tournament.
And he moves the rook, but to another square. Gukesh does. He is eyeing that c4 push at the right moment. Also defends, keeps the rook defended. You can't go knight e4 just yet. The bishop on e1 hangs. That pre-move we were talking about. Get the king out of the way, get the bishop out of the way, get your knight going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you have enough time? King h2, c4? Does it get a bit chaotic?
Maybe. Okay, we have Arjun and Magnus on the camera. Maybe we jump to them very quickly, just to show that Magnus did land knight g5, and then we'll dive in and see whether Fabi can keep control. But it finally did land. Rook takes pawn is inevitable next move. So I'm assuming Arjun, with his last move, putting the queen on b7, he's going to take this pawn.
I'm just wondering, David, you know, Arjun was so sort of playing all the best moves, right? He was so in control of his advantage. He converted it first, winning the exchange, then going for this queen position with the rook, knight and pawn balance, and then winning the a5 pawn. Was it really just that king g2 that where it went wrong, where it slipped out of Arjun's hands?
I think there were better moves earlier as well. But I think, actually, to my eyes, playing the move b3 has slowed him down so much. Keeping the pawn on b2, he wouldn't need to even go for the b4 pawn. He would have just pushed. It would have been a race, and he would have been able to get forward due to en passant here, just to put it on the board. Now it's so much slower because black will just take this pawn, and suddenly you have to spend time with your knight, and you still take an age to march forward. But just if we go back to the live position, if the pawn were back on b2, he could play a4, en passant. The white pawn on b2 would be able to capture it on a3 a long time ago and would have already run forward. So yeah, it feels to my eyes like b3 was where he started going wrong. So maybe some small inaccuracies. Impossible to be flawless here, though.
Yeah. And there we see knight to d6 played. Idea is maybe to go knight to f5, also to keep an eye on f7. But Magnus's next move is going to be elementary. Rook takes h3. Indeed, it's been played. And now, king to g2.
It's still pretty terrifying from Black's perspective, right? B4 is hanging, creating those passes, that knight F5 trick, F7 tender. Whenever there's a queen and knight dance against your king, you've got to be feeling the nerves in the position. Still far from over, completely level, but it's a game, I would say, still for two results. Either Arjun converts it, tricks Magnus with the queen and knight setup, or Magnus continues this brilliant defense and manages to take it to Armageddon.
Yeah. Magnus is working miracles. Like the way he's coordinated his knights and rook, it looked like he had zero counterplay just 6-7 moves ago, but he needs to stay accurate. I have a feeling if this goes down to a scramble, like both sides have 1 minute, it's so much easier to play with the queen. Like coordinating rooks and knights is so tricky. So Magnus cannot let himself run so short of time. Arjun still fighting well. Knight d6, a nice tricky move. Knight takes f7 is a big threat to decoy the black knight from g5, defending its rook.
And you earlier spoke about the move b3, right? I wonder if this is sort of Arjun's intuitive style coming into play. He's not thinking about the long-term passer and trying to convert it like that, but he wants to set up tricks with his queen and knight. He wants to come at Magnus's king. So trying to do that, stabilizing that knight on c4, and that is what gave Magnus the chances and the time to come back into the game. But the defense is still far from obvious for Black.
Yeah, very difficult moves ahead still for Magnus Carlsen to hold the balance. In the meantime, Fabi did, on that left board, the blue board there on your screens, he did move his king off the back rank, liberating the white bishop, getting ready to leap forward with the white knight. It is a race, but Gukesh just feels like he's running out of firepower. It's still material balance, almost rook and 5 pawns against bishop, knight, and 4 pawns, but the bishop and knight is so strong.
Just want to put it in that I've lost my Armageddon bet already. We're going into our third Armageddon with Hikaru and Wei. So mine was 2. Yovi, what was your call on this?
Mine was 3 in the end, and I think I'm well on my way to losing that one as well, because I do feel like Magnus will draw it against Arjun, and it's still very, very tense between Sarah Kadam and Lei Tingjae. Lei playing to win and try to snatch the second place.
It's so annoying that David Howell will win the whole thing even if he loses today in the Armageddon predictions.
Can I say, you know, it's just... I even tried... No, I'm not going to say I was trying to throw today's... I just said 5 or 6 because I thought it would be a funny...
But it was just a random, that was the thing. And that's been the whole story of Norway Chess. Everything has been completely unpredictable. When we've seen it, it's been like pretty solid. And then suddenly, like come the last hour, it's been just chaos, and we've seen a lot of decisive results.
But shout out to Chad. It feels like Chad is always knowing about these things. They have been supporting David every single poll along the way. Almost feels like they saw this.
The glasses.
Love you too.
Oh, stop, guys.
You know, when I used to have glasses, everyone used to think I was so clever.
I don't even need them, that's the thing. I've actually... People have started not recognizing me now when I don't wear my glasses. It's crazy. Like, literally, I'll be playing chess without my glasses on, and people are like, who's that? Is that Eric Hansen? I got mistaken for Eric Hansen here in Norway 2 days ago. I was fuming. In the meantime, okay, blue arrow appears, knight to e4, the most natural move, I'm going to say, in this position. Also the best one by a distance for Fabiano. That's what the computer says. That's why the blue bar appears. But Fabi, that's what been the move he's been setting up for a long, long time. Comes with a threat as well. The knight taking a pawn on c5 with a check. That would unleash the bishop if the pawns disappear. Fabi, of course, he plays it. Just improving pieces here is enough for now.
I mean, Fabi's been setting this up for the last 5 moves, right? You don't miss it, the opportunity that you see it. And look at the beautiful coordination. Now it's all about getting that dark squared bishop to a good square where it starts playing a role. And I wonder if ideas like planting it on g3 on the diagonal might be something on Fabi's mind. Meanwhile, Gukesh centralizes his own queen. Again, c4 is the counterplay that Gukesh is relying on. Create that deep passer.
Yeah, and I'm also wondering how narrow is the path to victory for Caruana, because I know the evaluation bar is saying it's completely winning. But as you mentioned, Tanya, c4 is going to be in the air. And when c4 appears, there's going to be a passed d-pawn. And I do like what Gukesh has done. He's just cemented his king side. Well, he's not his king side, his king position.
Yeah, and it was a similar story when these two last met earlier in the tournament last week. Fabi was dominant. He was just clear advantage for the whole game. But Gukesh dug deep, stayed solid, made it difficult, ultimately managed to save the classical in the very last few seconds, and even went on to win the Armageddon. So if Fabi doesn't take his chances here and now, he might start to feel the ghosts of that previous game.
And he does go for the idea of f3, trying to relocate that bishop to a stronger diagonal. It will become a sniper along with that queen, targeting the c7 pawn. And Gukesh strikes. Finally, c4 on the board. This, yes, the bar says Fabi clearly better, but I think it gets very tricky, gets very chaotic once Gukesh starts moving that d pawn. From a human perspective, not clear at all what's happening.
It's definitely not clear at all. And Fabi will have to basically calculate. Is it queen to b4? Just give a check. Do you capture on c4? Decisions to be made. And by the way, take a look at the position on the right side. Arjun against Magnus. Magnus feels like he's doing Magnus things.
Is Magnus playing for a win in this
This is
one?
what I'm
What is
thinking.
happening? I mean, there was a check before this. Magnus could have simply retreated the king to a safer spot, but it looks like he wants the two knights, rook and king, to try and set up some mating ideas against the white king.
The computer says Magnus is better. Black is better in the game. Arjun Erigaisi against Magnus Carlsen. Not by much. It should, of course, still be a draw. But the black pieces are coming. He's just left his king alone, Arjun Erigaisi. He could have run away with the king a lot earlier. He could, by now, have created a very powerful pass pawn. That's the board on the right, the red board there. But suddenly, the two black knights are riding forward. They will support their rook. And Arjun has to be really careful. Queen takes pawn played. Look at that bar slide. It's a spike in the favor of Magnus Carlsen. But the knights are coming. And then there'll be rook checks. I hear people screaming downstairs, by the way. Crazy stuff is happening. Magnus turning this around. It looks hopeless just 10 moves ago.
But is that the only move that he has to fight for the win here? Does he have to get the knight to the center of the board?
Only move, otherwise white is better.
Wow. Knight to e4 and the white king is in danger. And you can see that Magnus is going to be the one advancing his forces together. And Magnus, he's in full focus mode.
He's reaching out for the knight.
He's reaching it.
It's about to happen.
Is
That
it going
knight...
to e4 or g4? That's the big question.
Oh my goodness. Just the chess that he plays. It makes it impossible to commentate on it sometimes. You run out of adjectives. Look at that. Look at that stare.
Did Arjun just offer him a draw? Why would he react? Why would he look at his opponent like that? No, knight into e4. The game continues. And suddenly, the white king is about to face a scary attack. Arjun has to be careful here not to get checkmated. The black rook is coming. There's going to be knight checks galore. I think this is already a winning threat.
It's insane. Magnus Carlsen is a winning machine, regardless of what position he has. The way he turns it around, the way he fights back, it's impossible against him.
Yeah. And the way he's always able to harmonize his forces. When you think he's out, he rises up from the dead. Incredible here.
And look at Arjun. Look at Arjun, Yovi.
Yeah, he's really worried. He knows that the tide has shifted. Rook to d2, as David pointing out, a huge threat. And Arjun is in furious calculation mode. He has to work out how is he going to defend against that, because it simply drives the white king backwards.
And the reason knight e4 is so strong, you know, we were talking about king h5. That king isn't stopping there. The king will march further towards the white king once it falls back to that first rank. Again, setting up checkmating ideas. Arjun's the one who's got the extra queen, but it's Magnus who's on Arjun's king hunt.
Well, it's just checkmate. Like, you don't even need the king, I think. Like, pawn, let's put some moves on the board if we can. Like, pawn to a4. Let's say white makes a random move. The black rook will give a check, and the white king, if it moves, is mated. Like, if you go back, the knight comes to g3, check, and look at this. The two knights and their rook deliver checkmate. The white king is done. Arjun runs away with his king preemptively, but the same idea might continue. If black plays the move, rook to d2. The blue arrow appeared. I accidentally cancelled it there, but rook to d2, the best move for Magnus Carlsen. Also the most natural one. It's the move he was going to play anyway. And then the knights are coming forward with mating threats.
Wow. And the white knight there on e7 just cannot get back into the game, because if you ever go knight to f5, with a black rook on d2, you can just slide the rook across to f2 and just pick it off the board.
Yeah, this is just a lesson in coordinating pieces. Often when we talk about chess understanding, it's not necessarily about pawn structure, all these things. It's not about tactics, it's not about calculation, it's just having a natural feel for where pieces belong. And Arjun, he's so great at calculating, but I think when the critical moment came, he just left his queen offside a move or too long. He left his knight offside a little bit too long, and the knight, the queen, they haven't been able to defend their king. If you could teleport the white knight anywhere else in white's half of the board, Arjun would be winning this game. But Magnus coordinating his pieces, he just knows where they belong.
Yeah. Big threat.
Incredible.
Rook d2.
How this game has turned around in the last 5 moves is absolutely insane. You know, Magnus being on the defense the entire time, right out of the opening, but fighting back move by move, and against a player who's so incredibly sharp, that too. And then using this opportunity to use every single piece, every single resource on the board, not only finding a construction where you're talking about fortresses, but going on the king hunt here, getting that g-pawn up the board to open up the lines, to get those squares. Just impeccable play by Magnus.
Yeah, back from the brink. We had written him off. And
look at him.
He's
now checking out what's going on in Gukesh's board, I think for the first time. He was so under pressure this whole game. His eyes barely left his own position.
Maybe he's just wondering, Magnus Carlsen. He plays rook to d2, the best move, threatening a checkmate with his knights. But maybe he's wondering, if I can bail out with a draw, will that be enough? Or does Gukesh have some chances? Only Gukesh can catch Magnus if it's a draw. But if Magnus wins, of course, he will be champion. Arjun Erigaisi facing the prospect of a knight check on g3, followed by a checkmate with the other knight on f3. The 2 knights coming to these 2 squares. He might need to give up material. Yeah. That might be the only way to keep this game alive.
So many checkmating patterns here. David, I'm also looking at the black knight jumping into f3 and then delivering a rook check on... Oh, okay.
He does pin the other knight to the black king. Yes, you can give a check on g3, but that knight on g5 isn't going anywhere. Can Magnus now continue his king march, just unpinning for glory?
Yeah, unpin for glory. Unlike Ding, do the opposite. Don't pin yourself, unpin here. I would use the h4 square. If you go to g4, you might get checked by the white queen. So you have to be careful where you step as Magnus Carlsen, but he smells it now. Given a question mark, Arjun Erigaisi, this last move, he is done if Magnus finds the right way forward. Still not easy, though. But how to finish this one off? He is reaching for his rook. He gives a check.
Is he thinking about a repetition here? If white king steps up and Arjun doesn't stop on the clock and Magnus repeats it for the second time, will he go for the win? It's hard for me to imagine that he repeats.
He's just gaining a few seconds on the clock. They've reached move 40. They've passed move 40. So Magnus, by repeating the position twice, gained 20 seconds on his clock. He's got 5 minutes left to try and find a way to win this game. A draw and his fate is no longer in his own hands, despite the fact that Fabiano has a winning advantage against Gukesh.
And Magnus Carlsen likes to write his own destiny. I don't think he'll go for that option, relying on a result on the other board. He's got to be feeling that he's so close to trapping White's king right now. Magnus, he can get the draw in. He can bank the Armageddon right now. But does he want more? Does he want to finish off Norway Chess right here, right now?
What about the ghosts of the Gukesh game, though? Magnus was so winning against Gukesh. That turned around last minute. Will he play it safe? This is the other game. This is Fabiano turning the screw, doing all the hard work against Gukesh. He's won a pawn, and the black pawn on d3. Okay, will it fall?
And there's this feeling, right? Gukesh is about to lose. And Magnus, we saw him glancing up. He knows Gukesh is in trouble. Does Magnus feel that a repetition is the pragmatic way to go? Nobody else except Gukesh can catch him.
Mm-hmm.
That is true. And you see Gukesh living another day, king to c8. And it's still difficult for Fabi because he still has to handle this passed d3 pawn.
I thought he was actually going to win that pawn with a series of checks, but maybe not. Maybe after a white queen check here, the black queen can slide back and block, defend, and the game continues. It's not over yet. Fabi with 8 minutes against Gukesh's 3.
But I like that line. You know, that centralized queen, you get it to a worse square, and then you continue playing. But it's still far from over as the players are fighting. And we've got Magnus on the right side still contemplating, does he repeat with rook to d1 check? Or will he find a way to go on for Arjun's king? But what is the way here? What are the options for black? How do you do it?
It's very difficult. I've consulted Mr. Stockfish, Mr. Computer, and black has maybe 2 winning moves. One is to move the black king out of the way, that red board on the right there, to shift the black king just down 1 square, keep it on the edge of the board, just break the pin that the white queen has set up. The other move is to play pawn to f5 break the 5th rank pin, and if the white pieces take, there are forks galore. That is game over if Magnus pushes his pawn 2 squares, the f-pawn.
Oh, that's beautiful, actually. That's a stunning move.
I don't think it will happen because of knight takes pawn, so...
What do you think? Does he go for the Armageddon or does he play on?
No, he plays on.
He plays on. He does play on.
He plays king to g4.
King to g4, not one of the best moves, but now look at the bar slide. Magnus has not found the right way to win here. The white queen has to slide across and give a check. Arjun has only one move now. He must bring his queen across the 5th rank. That only is the beginning, though. Magnus is going to try and walk his king yet again round the front. It's always a king walk when it's Magnus Carlsen. It's always a king walk when it's Gukesh. It's always a king walk when it's Eragaisi, it feels like. This is going to be a fitting end to the tournament, no matter the result.
But Magnus's king walk against Gukesh with the black pieces did not go in his favor. He's trying to do it again, and this time against another Indian, against Arjun, as Arjun gets his queen to defend. There are a lot of checks on the board. The queen can go to e5 as well.
King goes to g3 and some big threats. The rook is threatening to swing over to f2.
You keep checking, right, Ivanka, if you're white?
Yeah, that's what you have to depend on. Queen to e5 check.
Where do you hide? Where does Magnus's king hide?
Only move. He's coming round the front. I think he's going to slide across the 3rd rank, that black king. Again on the red board. We're talking about the Magnus game right now. In the meantime, Fabi gave a check, brought the white queen back. He's still got a huge advantage against Gukesh. Borderline winning now.
That's our board on the left. Complete domination of these 3 pieces. The queen, bishop and knight, the center of the board. Look at the way he's created disharmony between Gukesh's queen and rook. Offside rook, the d3 pawn, a weakness can be picked up. The queen on d8 doing nothing at all. The 3 pieces in the center dominate the black queen.
Yeah, and there you're seeing queen to e5. And, well, the big question is, where do you hide with the king when the queen is seeking it out? You can hide it on d1.
Oh, just walk across the board, Magnus. Wow, he's got so many pieces, though. Knights are a king's best friend. They do say knights are the only piece that can really shield a king from the glare of an enemy queen. So black has 2 of those. It does feel like Magnus isn't risking much. Totally understand why he's doing this.
But he's under 3 minutes as well, right? You can see the white queen sliding over to give a check from f5. Black hides on e3. I'm not sure where you continue the checks then. Do you bring your knight to d5? Is that the idea? After king e3, what is the move for Arjun Eragaisi to keep the game going? Because there are some big checks being threatened by Magnus. Give him one move and it's over for white.
You feel that if king to e3, that knight should come in to check, because otherwise there are no more checks on the board. And look at Magnus. He's managed to protect every single piece he has.
The knight protects the rook, the other knight protects the knight, the pawn protects the knight, the knight protects the other pawn, the king protects everything.
Just need to keep the king protected. That's the one thing. And, okay, which way is he going to go? If he goes back to the right, Magnus Carlsen, he repeats the position, gains a few seconds on the clock. I expect that. Whether he's going for the draw or not is another big question. A draw might be enough for Magnus, but he won't know that for certain.
And Arjun, instructive by him, right? When you're on the defense, you don't want to think about your moves for too long, giving those extra seconds to your opponent. He knows a draw is his best shot. He repeats instantly.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing also on the left that Gukesh is now ticking dangerously close to the minute mark. And his king is in big danger. Also, it's very difficult to come up with a good move.
Look at the clock situation for both Gukesh and Magnus under the 1.5 minute mark there. Gukesh, it looks like he's just frozen. He needs to make a move. But it's kind of difficult to even come up with a move for black here.
No good moves for Gukesh, that's the problem. Maybe best would be to throw away his pride and joy, the black d-pawn. Again, the blue board on the left there, to throw it away in order to try and trade queens. Black can push the pawn to d2 if it's captured by a white knight. You can offer a queen trade, but that endgame looks lost. It looks bad. Gukesh does not typically try to bail out into bad endgames. He'd rather take dynamic chances. Although it's looking difficult for him. Magnus moves his king, meanwhile, on the other board.
And Arjun immediately checks it for Gukesh. No good moves in bad position seems to be the storyline there on our board on the left. Now, a big question for Magnus Carlsen. Does he slide over to e3 to keep the game going? Or will he, once again, having the opportunity, take it to Armageddon?
Yes, but big decision there for Magnus, because if he wins in Classical, that's it. He will be Norway champion for the 7th time. And for Gukesh, well, if he's looking like he's on the way to a loss, Fabiano Caruana is hoping that Arjun turns it around if he wants to be Norway champion. But Gukesh desperately trying to hold on, desperately looking for that draw, because at least then he will net 1 point and the pressure will be on Magnus.
Gukesh, though, his last move has turned a bad position into a dead lost one. He's actually going to lose his rook if Fabi slides his queen across and pins that piece. That being said, it's not over. At least in human terms, you do start to fear Black's pass pawns. Fabiano still has a lot of time on the clock. Magnus, though, moment of truth, he plays for the win, the world #1. A draw would have been enough, surely, for him, but he goes for it. Again, I hear the Norwegian TV crew here getting very excited because Magnus Carlsen is taking a small risk here. He's allowed the white knight back with a check, and Magnus centralizes his king.
Yep.
And this isn't the first time Magnus has done this at the big stage. You know, it was in the World Championship match against Vichy where he continued to play, and it did pay off dividends. Magnus still on the clock there. For Gukesh, 15 seconds.
Yeah, Gukesh making that last move with just 5 seconds on the clock. And there we are seeing that Gukesh just lining up, giving up the rook in order to bank all counterplay on the passed d-pawn.
Okay, big news on both boards. This is a very tricky move from Gukesh, trying to push his pawn forward, trying to trick his way into saving that game. Magnus, meanwhile, about to reach out. Is he moving his rook? He grabs the pawn himself, the world #1. Is that a good move? Arjun Erigaisi now in only move territory yet again. Otherwise, Black basically delivers checkmate. It's an extremely difficult move as well for Arjun. He needs to move his queen away and allow some nasty knight checks.
But you want your queen and king to be as far away from each other as possible, right? To not walk into any forks, but also calculate that you're not walking into checkmates with the 2 knights and the black king and the rook all ganged up against that white king. For Magnus, it's about hiding his own king. For Arjun, he needs to find a good square where the queen can start checking that king at the center of the board.
Also, there's a big threat on the board of the black rook sliding up, and the white king will be driven to the e2 square, upon which black can just simply go knight to g3. So there is danger lurking right now.
Where do you move the queen? Where is the right square? Where you can start not only defending your own queen against forks, but also get towards Magnus's king in the center.
Queen to d7, that's the right board. The red board there, he needs to line up the white queen with black's king, threaten some discovered checks, but that feels like it's playing with fire. If we do see that move, though, if Arjun does find it and he does have 6 minutes, then we might see some counter chances. Magnus is not entirely safe himself. Magnus might have to bail out at the right moment. There we see the blue arrow shows it. The only move for Arjun Erigaisi. Otherwise, he is lost. He can resign on the spot unless he finds it due to knight forks. Just to show you Vanka's idea, if we see a pawn move, for example, the black rook will come down, check the white king, and the white queen turns out to be on a vulnerable forking square. So you need to move her away, get her out of that line of sight of the black knight. Queen to d7. Not easy at all.
And he finds it. He plays it. It's game on as Arjun lines up his queen against the black king. And now Magnus has to be careful. Knight b4, a big threat on the board.
Yeah.
Discovered checks everywhere.
And seconds left on the clock from Magnus. Okay, he's frozen a check just to get those extra 10 seconds. Arjun will step up with his king.
And every time the question, does now Magnus repeat? Does he feel that Arjun has the perfect defense? Does he feel that Arjun's created the counterplay?
Magnus should bail out, I think. Magnus should really bail out. Gukesh has no chances of winning his game. Gukesh is still losing over there, but should not be able to win.
4 seconds. He's got 3. He needs to make a move.
He does. He advances his rook, and there's still going to be hope left for Gukesh. Well, because that d-pawn is still alive.
He attacks the bishop, but c7 so tender. I still think it's not as over as the bar indicates on the Gukesh board as well. For Magnus, the pragmatic decision, go into Armageddon. The only way you lose the title there would be if Gukesh wins in classical and takes it to that 3-point victory. Arjun, meanwhile, comes back, moment of truth, for the 3rd time in the Magnus versus Arjun. Does he go for a rook check, or will he play on?
Magnus has 15 seconds left now. He's looking up at the big screen. He is about to decide whether to bail out with a draw or to go for it. If he goes for it, there is risk attached. Magnus Carlsen, 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
And that decision depends on Gukesh's board. For Magnus. 3, make a move.
Oh, he throws in a check.
He made that move with a few seconds left. The position repeats itself. Arjun can now claim a draw. This will be the 3rd time they reach this position if Arjun retreats his king. Magnus Carlsen, head in hands there, knows it's a draw.
And Arjun pauses. He's looking at it, and he's going to call the arbiter just about now to claim that draw, which will be given, taking it to the Armageddon. And the championship will rely on what happens on the Fabi versus Gukesh match as this goes into Armageddon.
Yeah, and there we see the arbiter stepping in, and
Magnus
we're
not happy.
expecting
He's
this
not
game
happy.
to be declared a draw. He's not happy because he hasn't yet secured the title.
And I think he realizes and he knows that this position, it should be winning for black. He has to have his chances. Look at the piece construction. But he just didn't have enough time. And that's it. It does go into Armageddon.
Okay.
Oh, and just there, Arjun pointed out the winning move, f5. He just said to Magnus, you were winning. And Magnus, I'm sure, will react. But this is where we have to focus. Right now, Fabiano is winning. But there is counterplay. Pawn to d2, a big threat for black to push the pawn through here, punch it through to promotion. Wow, Magnus is going to be devastated if there's a turnaround on this board, but he had to do the pragmatic thing. Magnus was haunted by the ghosts of Gukesh in that turnaround earlier in the tournament. That's why Magnus played it safe there. But Fabiano, how are your nerves? 1.5 minutes left.
And that was a king march where Magnus's king eventually fell on the board right there. And Magnus lost. And I think f5, the move, and maybe you'll show us that moment because we looked at it, completely busted for Arjun had Magnus found it. And now going into the Armageddon, Magnus has to leave that thought behind.
We'll recap those moments a bit later, but first we have to focus here. Big time scramble.
Yep.
Fabiano has to move. 1 minute now.
He certainly does. Okay, so he just simply advances.
Oh my goodness!
And the evaluation bar drops. That was a mistake. Perhaps Queen A6 was the best move to give a check. But wow,
2 seconds,
D2!
He made that move with barely any time on the clock.
It's a massive blunder by Fabiano, who now, after queen takes bishop, will most likely be held to a draw. This is going to go to
Oh my
Armageddon
God,
in both matches now.
And we have a queen on the board, and suddenly there's
Gukesh
a
has
swing.
blundered.
Bishop takes queen.
It's a check, but there's a fork at the end. Gukesh has blundered a knight fork. This is over. Gukesh had the draw in his hands.
Oh, and
he
there you
realizes
see
it.
him.
Oh my God, the heartbreak.
Oh,
The pain.
he
Just having
realized.
all of it and surviving. And it's all over for Gukesh.
3, 2,
He's about to be flagged. Make a move.
and we have
resigns.
handshake. Whew.
Magnus Carlsen is the Norway Chess 2025 champion after Fabiano Caruana defeats Gukesh. It's heartbreak for the world champion, though. The young Indian grandmaster was so close, fought so hard, and actually had a path to a draw right at the death. But he blundered, he let it slip with no time on his clock, and wow, so many turnarounds.
And you can just see the emotion there on the world champion's face.
I mean,
Everything turned, and he could feel that the momentum was on his side. And just look at him. He is in bits. He's absolutely gutted.
it just speaks of what's going on here. I mean, you look at Gukesh and you feel the pain right now. This is tough to watch. I mean, after the roller coaster of a tournament that he's had, the top 4 takedown that the world champion did in this tournament, Magnus, Fabi, Hikaru, and Arjun, and he can't believe it. At the very end, just about surviving there, Gukesh is still calculating those lines. He's wondering how could he let this slip. He had it, and it would have gone into an Armageddon where he would have the shot at the title. And just like that, it goes out of his hand.
Yeah.
He suddenly thought he was winning, you know. If he blundered that knight fork, he would have just been the exchange up for nothing. He thought that Fabiano had blundered so bad that there was a full 180 turnaround. And let's just recap those crazy last few moves, because it was mutual blindness, mutual blunders, but all affected by the clock. If we go back to this position, Fabiano should have won this game with a queen check, just to show the king moving now, and multiple moves win. You can just slide your bishop back. Black cannot push this pawn forward because there would be nasty checkmating ideas. In the end, though, after the move f4, Fabiano blundering, d2, a capture here, trying to deflect the black queen. Gukesh should here have said, yes, deflect me. Queen takes bishop, queen takes rook, a check, and now the white king is struggling to defend itself. If g3, you can even take this knight. Maybe what he had missed, Gukesh here, and a drawn queen endgame.
And he's just frozen. Gukesh just not willing to move from that chair. He can't believe it, what he's just missed.
Yeah. Well,
And he does set the pieces back as usually does. He's in complete disbelief. How did he let this slip? He had saved it, and calculation being his biggest strength. Coming back, the turnarounds that he's done, and when it mattered the most, that one quality that Gukesh has, one of his biggest strengths, it just didn't pay out for him. And he's unable to move.
Yeah, live by the sword, die by the sword. It's his greatest strength, but also has come back to haunt him, not just here, also in Tata Steel Masters, playing for the win, playing the most ambitious moves in every position, when sometimes, yeah, you have to take a step back. And in the meantime, Magnus Carlsen looks relieved. Will have to play again, we should mention. There will be Armageddon, but Magnus has secured tournament victory.
Yeah. And there we see the new Norway champion 2025. Magnus Carlsen wins it 7th time, I have to say. A very impressive performance. And he had to recover from some dark moments there. Magnus losing to Gukesh and surviving some Armageddons. But in the end, there you're seeing some smile on the face from the world #1. As eventually, when push came to shove, he showed that he really, really wanted this.
Incredible. I mean, call it dominance, call it destiny. Magnus gets his 7th Norway Chess title. It's his legacy here. What a tournament it's been for him. So many emotional swings as we still see the world champion on our screen. But for Magnus Carlsen, he just makes the impossible look inevitable every single tournament.
Yeah. And the pain of chess is real, as we saw there from the world champion Gukesh. Still in shock. I think part of it is also the adrenaline rush, because he was surviving on those final seconds. And somehow the game was still going, and then suddenly, just when it thought like
he
was going to turn it around, no time on the clock, he just made a big mistake.
Playing on 1 second, 2 second, having to find those tactical ideas, I think it's understandable. Gukesh, he just slipped in those last few moments. But we've seen it in Norway Chess time and time again, right? The clock and the role that it plays for these players. It's been in those final moments that Gukesh has turned it around, but not today, not against Fabi.
And true to its style, Norway Chess has been unpredictable till the very end. We're going to go on a quick break, because when we come back, it's Armageddon time. We are back with the last day of Norway Chess, and it's been a round full of thrills and spills, full of all the surprises. And I just have to take us to the direct bird's eye view, because have a look at this. You are seeing that there are only one decisive result, and we are seeing that Vachier-Lagrave is going to be losing against Leiting J, and we have a very intense competition going on here in the studio.
The look of it.
Armageddon prediction game, and David is in the lead.
Yeah, David was 3, I was 2.
And I was 2.
Yes. So where are we now? So I've lost today's Armageddon. I predicted 2.
I predicted 3, so I'm out. And that means David, regardless of whether he wins this round or not, is the winner.
What can I say? You know, it was written in the stars. It was a close run thing, but
it was pot luck, David. This is not fair.
Are we sure about this? I mean, did we check that he gets it right?
Yeah, sadly.
How do you do it every?
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh. Not fair.
Thanks, guys.
Well done, David Howell.
Well done.
You get the Armageddon predictions in.
You get the bragging rights here in the studio, and we can see one classical game still remaining. I think we've traumatized David for life.
Yeah, one potential classical win here, but it doesn't change anything today. And yeah, the one Armageddon. We're going to end with the tournament winner, Magnus Carlsen. We can't complain about that at all. And we see him re-enter the building. Some new words. He took a breath of fresh air. Magnus maybe went out to celebrate, maybe to call a few people, but Arjun will try to spoil his party in this final Armageddon game.
Yeah. And I will say one thing, that does matter. You know, you want to finish the tournament on a high. You get this victory. He's had so many swings this whole tournament, but still at the top. Magnus is doing Magnus things, but he still wants to get the Armageddon in.
And Magnus there took a very interested peek at a screen that was showing some football. Magnus, he always turns up at breakfast to watch the basketball. He's always got something on his iPad, something on his phone.
He's got that hoodie on. He's got the iPad in front of him, and it's always sports on.
This morning it was basketball. Well, now it is football. But in a few minutes, it will be chess as Arjun plays Armageddon against Magnus Carlsen, Norway champion 2025. Arjun will start with 10 minutes on the clock, Magnus 7 minutes, but Magnus gets the draw odds.
Magnus gets the draw odds. I think a lot will depend on how focused the two players are. It must be difficult knowing that now Magnus has won things, an extra half point here on the line. It won't change anything for Magnus, won't change anything for Arjun. Arjun is fixed in 5th place. So we will see. What do we predict? Do we think they'll really go for each other? Will there be twists and turns? Any surprise blunders?
I think they'll just have a lot of fun. I think they'll go all out. Magnus, draw is enough, but I don't think he'll be playing for a draw. Arjun will also bring on, the Arjun chess on the board. But I think for him, it's also a bit of a heartbreak from the classical, right? He had Magnus on the ropes. And that doesn't happen often. What a missed opportunity for the youngster.
It certainly was a missed opportunity for Arjun, but it was a great escape from Magnus Carlsen. So let's hear his thoughts as he enters into the Armageddon.
Magnus, gratulerer med turneringsseier.
Jo, tusen takk. Hva skal man si? Det var ikke vakkert, men ja.
Men det ikke et kampparti hvor du virkelig nødt til å fighte hele veien og klarer å holde partiet levende, klarer å fighte tilbake, også ganske vakkert på en eller annen måte?
Jo, men jeg kjente at jeg var så tung i hodet etter hvert i dag, og det ble jo tyngre også av en veldig vanskelig stilling da, men ja, på et tidspunkt så trodde jeg at jeg kom til å vinne, men tiden begynte å gå ned, og så jeg at Caruana kom i hvert fall ikke til å tape partiet, så da til slutt så bailet jeg ut.
Ja, det var egentlig det jeg skulle spørre om. Når du venter lenge der, venter deg ned på klokka, det egentlig for å se utviklingen i Caruana Gukesh?
Ja, det var litt det, men også jeg prøvde å finne en veldig klar måte å vinne på, men jeg sånn etter hvert sånn som det gikk der, med mindre jeg så noe veldig klart. Altså, jeg skjønte jo på Arjun etterpå at jeg hadde i hvert fall en veldig klar måte å vinne på. Men det så jeg jo ikke. Men sånn etter det så var det i hvert fall prøve å finne noe veldig klart. Hvis jeg ikke finner det, så får jeg heller bare baile ut.
Kommer du til å legge mye innsats i Armageddon da?
Nei, det er jo, jeg vil jo spille, men det er ikke så viktig nå.
Magnus, gratulerer med dagen. Vi håper å få deg i studio etterpå etter at alt er slutt her. Og så nå kan jeg bare si mester nok en gang av Norway Chess.
Jo, tusen takk.
But Magnus clarifying that he did struggle in that game, finding it difficult at moments. But, you know, when he sensed that the momentum had turned, he also struggled with the clock time, and in the end he just decided just to agree a draw. But he did say he was going to try, but not that hard in the Armageddon. So we will see how the Armageddon gets along.
Still in the mood for a party. I think Magnus already is getting ready for the celebrations.
Yeah, he looked relieved, if anything, and I can't blame him. It's been a roller coaster event. In the meantime, it looks like the Armageddon has begun, so let's try and jump in when we can to that game. Here we go. It was a King's Indian defense that is marked by the advance of these pawn pushers, and of course it's crazy between these two. It only took them 12 moves to initiate the chaos this time, and this is a pawn sacrifice by Magnus Carlsen, but a capture here. Magnus will most likely castle his king and regain the pawn. It was a King's Indian defense that shows that Magnus wants to have some fun.
Yeah, move 12, I have to say this is the most fun Armageddon position that I've seen all week here, initiating that chaos with f5. It is a pawn sacrifice. So is Arjun going to go pawn hunting? He's still got the lead on the clock. Arjun with the white pieces needs to win. He retreats with the knight, a KG approach. Don't take on e4. The knight finds itself a beautiful spot if you trade on white's terms, giving that e4 spot for the white knight.
And f4 looks very tempting. There we go, the white bishop trapped, although it can be saved after an exchange of minor pieces. And look at this, a counterattack against black's bishop, which was his better bishop, needed to save itself. And it's level material, the position totally blocked, but bishops don't do too well in block positions. Magnus with a very bad piece, actually, on g7. I'm not sure he's going to be thrilled with how this opening has turned out.
And it was a win for Leiting J against Sara Kadem, as expected. So she finishes the tournament with 16 points, and probably in second place.
Oh, look at this double connect 4 from Arjun Erigaisi. Oh, double connect 4. It's the triangle, it's the pyramid, whatever you want to call it.
It's
Beautiful.
David's dream.
Beautiful stuff. Talking of having fun, but Magnus is trying to break that configuration, at least by putting some pressure on the king side flank. Arjun has to decide what to do with the king. They both have to decide which flank to go to. Maybe easier to decide for black.
I mean, considering the white queen is on the queen side and the two knights, which we know are like key defenders, and not even talking about Magnus's avalanche on the king side. White king, if I was white, I would choose the queen side to find safety right now. Getting it to shot castle just looks very terrifying. Arjun does go for it. And again, has Magnus overpushed on the right flank?
That's the big question. Does Magnus regret pushing his pawns forward if he's going to castle his king on that side? He doesn't castle his king, he just shifts his rook, getting ready to occupy the g-file, given a question mark, but doesn't change the evaluation too much. I don't think that's a mistake of any significant proportions.
Yeah. And there we're seeing king to b2. The position is very locked, you've got to say. And there we're seeing a trade on f3. I'm expecting Arjun to recapture with the pawn, just in order to challenge for the g-line. But is it possible to capture with the knight?
Had Gukesh's game gone into an Armageddon with Fabi, I wonder how different of a position we would have seen in this Armageddon.
Oh, imagine if Gukesh had saved that one, and suddenly playing this Armageddon, Magnus would still need to win it. If Magnus had lost this Armageddon, if Gukesh had drawn his classical game and then won his Armageddon, we would see a playoff between Magnus and Gukesh. That would have been incredible.
What a finale that would have been. But what a final this has been all day long as well. Magnus is already your Norway Chess champion. And this one for both these players, it's about pride, it's about glory, it's about finishing on a high, both on the attack here.
Yeah, and there we see Arjun jumping in with the knight to b5. It must be difficult for Magnus to actually adjust from the emotional highs of saving that game and becoming Norway champion, and then having to play an Armageddon game.
Okay, Gukesh. Yeah, Gukesh having blundered Magnus. I mean, he must have been watching that with his heart in his mouth. But this time, it's Arjun Erigaisi in the move. He moves his rook across, unpinning the white knight on f3, defending his pawn in the center. I'm just waiting for Arjun to push on the queen side. I don't see any other plan for white.
But you need to time that really well, right? Because there are ideas of opening up the A-line after the trade, the knight jumping in with the check eventually. Does that lead anywhere for Magnus, or will Arjun take it head on? You have to push that knight back at the right time. It's such a complex position. If you had to play from a side, would you rather be white or black here, Yobi?
It's difficult, right? Because kicking back that knight on c5 entails some risk, right? You're opening up lines against your own king. Whereas Magnus's plan is probably to double up on the g line and then bishop to h5 and start maneuvering so you can put pressure against e4. But there we're seeing the king goes over to f7. Magnus, maybe he wants to tuck his king onto h8 and have it safe as houses.
Yeah, super safe king there. And okay, Arjun decides to break on the other side, playing on the king side now that Magnus has fixed his king on that flank. I'm not sure how big a threat it is to trade pawns. That would only open a diagonal for the black dark squared bishop, but showing his intentions, Arjun, he wants to play on both flanks.
Makes a lot of sense, but you again want to time those trades well. I wonder if Magnus is actually going to tuck his king on the corner on h8. It's one thing's clear, the world #1 loves these king marches at Norway Chess. He's had some incredible ones. For now, he does fall back with the bishop, eyeing that g3 weakness, rook g8 in the air. You know, I think I would rather be black here. I mean, just feels like f4 putting the pressure, the two bishops sort of with the potential of opening up if there's any trade, rook doubling up. It looks like a very healthy... Okay, that's a big move. And not a good one.
Brave by Arjun Erigaisi, but will it backfire? He's opening the position. The black dark squared bishop poised now. That is a discovered check, but blocked. He's trying to kill the bishop pair before they become too menacing. But here, Magnus looks like he's doing very well if he can find the right moves, the bar in black's favor. How to continue, though? Magnus, that is the big question. He's 1 minute down on the clock. He brings his queen out, Magnus.
Wow. And there you can see the evaluation bar just keeps on rising for white, but it's not immediate, like why this is such a bad move. Perhaps it's just simply all about the exchanges, and the black king will be vulnerable once those trades occur.
Okay, big moment. Will he lure out the black king? Magnus pauses, maybe deciding whether to trade rooks first or not. He wants a king march.
Interesting decision. Also, if the king marches up, does capture, you have to think about ideas like e5, breaking open the center with eventual knight jumps. There are rook trades. The c7 pawn is thunder. What a crazy position this is. Everything hangs. Magnus, he's not happy with either of the decisions. Ooh, he does trade on the rook.
Rook takes rook.
King takes bishop will follow.
And I love your idea, Tanya, of just introducing the d2 knight into the attack.
Do you go e5? Is that a possibility, eyeing that h7 pawn once Magnus's king is on f6?
Super tempting.
You can also get greedy, right? Go knight takes c7 and just enjoy life being extra material up.
Magnus is suddenly hating his position. The tap of the hand shows that he is not enthused about recent developments. It is a check. Look at this. It's actually not the best move, apparently, but Magnus feels like he's getting attacked now. He has to take back with the pawn, otherwise it's game over. Magnus Carlsen, he has to take with the pawn, and then he's got to find the move. Bishop to g4, closing down the white rook next turn. But this is difficult. Magnus, with only 2 minutes left, hand reading there, body language, it feels like he thinks he's lost.
And that's understandable, right? Your king on f6, the queen opening up, the white knight's so strong. You don't have the eval bar saying. And that is a big blunder by Magnus. It's king of the hill, but this time it's about to fall. Do you just simply take on h7?
Yeah, go in. It's always going to be checkmate. Any check to that king is just going to be decisive. I played king of the hill with Magnus before the tournament, but this king is not going to survive long.
Look at Magnus. This is devastation on the board. And for the second time today, Arjun Erigaisi with a winning position against the world #1.
Yeah, but at least this time, ultimately, in the big scheme of things, it does not matter because Magnus is already Norway champion 2025. And we're expecting queen to g7. That's a beautiful check, eyeing up the bishop on g4.
Mate into queen g7. The
Knight
king
d4?
moves. Knight d4 is checkmate.
Oh,
and it comes.
Goodness. It's about to happen. Magnus Carlsen about to be checkmated. It's on the board.
And handshake. And Arjun Erigaisi wins the Armageddon, picks up 1.5 points. And Magnus Carlsen, he doesn't care.
He literally doesn't care right
he's
now.
Norway champion. He's won the big title. It's his 7th crown in a row for Norway Chess. Just complete domination here.
And Arjun, nice touch there. He said congratulations to Magnus. After the game finished, he just said congrats. Magnus said thanks. Great sportsmanship between these two at the end. Magnus, though, he did it the hard way. He was only half a point in front at the end. But, I mean, ultimately, this tournament won't just be remembered for Magnus winning. It's going to be remembered for all the games, all the surprises, all the headlines, the memes it made.
And can you imagine, like, Magnus winning 7 times, not in a row, as I said, but 7 times.
7 Norway Chess. I mean, that's a legacy, right?
Yeah.
What a number to have, and sort of what a way to build your domination here. And I think this was one of those Norway Chess where it was just not a given. It was such an up and down roller coaster, so many twists and turns for the world #1. But in the end, as it always does, you know, chess is a simple game. 2 players play. Magnus Carlsen always wins.
Magnus Carlsen is the champ. But there were other Armageddons, and one that's especially fascinating was the game between Wei Yi and Hikaru. So maybe whilst we're waiting for Magnus to maybe make an appearance here, there, everywhere, let's have a look at this particular ending.
Yeah, and I'm going to take us back a little bit. This was the final position. Hikaru resigned. White has a rook for bishop advantage, just mopping up all the pawns. Endgame win. Hikaru resigned. But I'm going to take us back to when the queens came off, because already there was some crazy stuff. Wei Yi had castled his king over to the queen side. We saw the queens disappear. And, oh, I hear some commotion. Maybe we'll have a guest soon. But pawn to g5. And Hikaru started to go wrong in a moment. It was after some exchanges, bishop to c7, and by the way, a very crafty move, totally paralyzing the black pieces. I just want to point out, this is one of the star moves to my eyes. If you ever take this bishop, you simply get forked by the white knight. So this bishop alone keeps the black bishop caged, therefore the black rook cornered. And here, Hikaru couldn't find a solution with not that much time on his clock. He first shifted his rook up the board, and in a moment, after a check, the king moving, we saw a big blunder from Hikaru Nakamura. Knight takes a4, double question mark, all about the back rank. And here, after a knight trade, we saw the first check, not just any old check, a double attack, and the bishop pinned, the rook in the corner, toast, and we saw more exchanges. Ultimately, Wei Yi just moved his knight back. This pin was decisive. That's how he won the exchange, Wei Yi, and he went on to convert smoothly.
Yeah, and while Hikaru Nakamura lost this Armageddon, I think it's a bit of a win for the chess world to see Hikaru motivated for that candidate spots with his performance, his overall performance that he's had this year at Stavanger. You know, he keeps his rating intact. That rating spot that he's eyeing, it's going to be between him and Arjun. He wants to try for that, and I think that overall is the performance that he was hoping for in classical chess. Hikaru was coming into this tournament, Yovi. He said if it doesn't go his way, he might retire.
Yes, and it's great news that he's still very much got his eye on the candidates, especially with his very impressive rating. But his opponent was Wei Yi, and Wei Yi did win in the Armageddon. Now, he might have finished in last place, but he sure captured the hearts of everyone here in Norway. So let's have a listen to his post-Armageddon interview.
Well, congratulations. What a beautiful game in the Armageddon. Please take us through what happened.
I think after opening, I think his play was very good. But then in the end game, instead of rook e6, I think rook e1 is just okay for black. So, but after rook e6, I was happy to find knight e5. That looks beautiful, but I'm not sure if that works or not. But yeah, but that move just confused him, and I think he fails to find the best move. And after knight e4, I think it's just winning for white.
We totally tricked him in this tactic and the combination, and also the classical game was very, very nicely done by you. Yeah.
I think I just tried to look for some chances in the last final round, because this was my last chance to try to win. But okay, he defended well, and and I think maybe after some inaccuracy, I could be worse if he played accurately.
Well, it's getting really crazy over here. So many games happened to finish at once. This is the final day here in Norway Chess, the final game that you played. What is something that you will remember the event for?
I think even though the result didn't go well for me, but I think it's really a memorable tournament for me, of course. And yes, and also, I mean, I got a gift in my birthday. That was the most memorable thing for me. Yes.
That's very nice. What a fantastic moment to have you here at this tournament. It was really nice to see you playing best chess, and best of the luck in the upcoming tournaments.
Thank you.
It was a memorable tournament for Wei Yi. It was certainly a memorable tournament for all of us here as we just check out the standings after the final round of Norway Chess 2025. Magnus Carlsen with that much needed draw in the end against Eragaisi. The great escape, but it nets him the pole position and first place. And Fabiano Caruana with that win, just turning things around, and he finds himself in second place, in Gukesh third place. I mean, but what an adventure this tournament has been.
Incredible. Fabi with those 4 classical 3-pointers right there. And look at the scoreline, right? Magnus at 16, Fabi 15.5, Gukesh 14.5. Everything came down to this last round, and what a neck-to-neck battle it's been getting to the title. And that's how we like chess, right? When you've got these top of the world in a super elite tournament. You have the top 5 playing, you have Magnus, Hikaru, Fabi, Arjun, Gukesh, and then Wei Yi, who started the tournament as world number 8. That's exactly the kind of finish line that we want.
Yeah, just incredible. I want more of the same. I want the same format now in every tournament, every classical tournament. And congrats though in the meantime to Magnus Carlsen. That's not bad, the money he wins there.
It was an adrenaline-packed round, but Magnus Carlsen is there on top with 700,000 krona. Fabiano Caruana in second place and Gukesh in third. Whew, what a round it has been, and it also was equally dramatic in the women's. So let's have a look at how that unfolded. So we can see that
Anna Muzichuk. She was such a star this entire show, right? Starting with her consistency throughout, getting that win against Wenjun yesterday, finishes at the top, 16.5, gets that championship, fully deserved every bit of it.
Absolutely. She did finish her game with some disappointment because she lost the Armageddon. She had to wait for Humpy Canary to finish her game, and in the end, that was also a draw against Ju Wenjun. So after all of the drama, Anna Muzichuk, she was the queen of Norway Chess, 16.5 points, very comfortable lead, Lei Ting-jae in the end. Just getting a very important win against Sara Kadem to snatch that second place from Humpy Canary. But it's been so much action, so much drama. And as we are waiting for Magnus Carlsen to appear here in the studio, we are going to go on a short break. And when we return, hopefully we have an interview with the world number 1 and Norway Chess winner himself. are back, and joining us here in the studio, it is 2025 Norway Chess winner Magnus Carlsen. First up, congratulations! The last round had some adventure, so how are you feeling?
I'm relieved, of course, but I gotta say I quite enjoyed the day today. Like, obviously I understood that there was a very real chance that I was gonna lose the game, but I was kind of at peace with that, and I was just trying to fight. And the game itself was, it wasn't the best game, but it was, I think, a great fight.
Yeah, and at what point during today's game did you think, actually, I can save this one?
I never felt that it was done. I think my lowest moment probably was when he captured my pawn the first time, and I thought I was going to go rook check and then rook c2, and then I realized, well, knight c2, and then I resigned. I should probably do something else then. So that probably was the moment where I was most down. But I managed to pull myself together. I realized that I do have some counterplay, and in some of these cases, I know that it can be more about the amount of pieces you have rather than the quality. So the fact that I have 3 pieces attacking, eventually 4, I thought I would always have very good practical chances. And the funny thing is that, I mean, I understood, and later Peter told me that knight g5 was a draw on the spot, and I actually seen this in a different line that I had this trick, but like maybe it was this, I don't even know. But at this point I was already happy that I have actual counterplay, and even after king g7 I felt confident in that I would have at least have very good chances to hold.
And Magnus, does title number 7 for Norway Chess feel like a statement with all this talk about next generation, motivation questions, that you're still the final boss?
No. It's more of a relief to win the tournament. Like, if I'd actually won the tournament convincingly, we might have been having these talks, but honestly, there were at least 3 people who could have won this tournament easily, and I kind of stumbled into it. So I don't think that's much of a statement. I would say overall, though, that, I mean, the Armageddon games were atrocious, but in the classical games, I did score +2, and it definitely feels like that was on the lower end of what I could have gotten from my position. So I'm happy with the fact that I managed to create a lot of chances, and I felt that I generally played the best chess. But, you know, stumbling over the finishing line, winning by half a point after a lot of results go my way, yeah, it doesn't feel like that. But it's good to see that I feel like, at least in parts of the game, I am a lot better than, you know, the kids who are trying to take over. Fabio and Hikaru are still very, very good at what they do. That's fair enough, but I generally feel that I can outplay the kids, which feels good.
And Magnus, I mean, as a chess fan, as a commentator, I felt like this was one of the most fun tournaments in years. So many twists and turns. It was unexpected moves, moments all the time. Do you feel it was just because of the format? Do you think it was the players invited? Was there just something special in the air here in Stavanger? Did you feel it yourself that you were part of this?
Yeah, it's hard to say what happened. It definitely was a very memorable tournament. It's rare to see so many twists and turns, and of course that comes, like, the quality wasn't perfect, but there was a lot of good chesses as well. For instance, I mean, Gukesh scored 4.5 out of 5 with white, and then, I don't know, lost, I guess, half out of 5 with black, or I think so, yeah.
I'll double check, but sounds like it.
Yeah. Only the crazy game against Wei was a draw. And in the 4 games that I actually tried to win as white, I got serious chances in all of them, which is quite unusual. I don't know quite why this happened. Like before the tournament, I was kind of thinking that I should try and play relatively safe, try and pick up a chance here and there, and if I make +3, I'd be very, very happy. With +2, I'd be happy as well. But in this tournament, I had chances to score more than that, and Fabi could have scored better as well, and Hikaru even with some luck could have scored better. But yeah, I don't know what I'm saying, but it was a great tournament. And definitely, yeah, it turned out a lot different than I think most people expected. But it's been great. And in terms of the format, of course, the reduced time control helps a lot. But I think it's a very good thing. It's not supposed to be easy to defend. You're not supposed to be helped by increment more time and so on. Like 2 hours is more than enough to play a really good game of chess, and it's up to us to use that time.
You did mention earlier on in interviews that you were unsure about classical chess in general. Has this victory swayed your mind?
So the thing is, even though I won the tournament, like the strongest emotion from my tournament is still the game against Gukesh. So it's more relief of winning the tournament than joy. So that's kind of why I'm like very much on the fence on whether I want to do this. So I'm not definitely saying that I'm playing or not playing next year, but well, I'm at least not ruling.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
We're just watching the football.
Yeah,
Just to keep Magnus
no.
Doesn't want to.
What can I say? I'm not ruling it out at the very least, and there were some encouraging signs in my play, but I also there are also moments where I feel very very old, and it's hard.
With all of that, if someone was to organize a classical match between Gukesh and yourself, would you be up for the challenge? Would you be up for it?
I think I heard the word yes.
Would that be something that would be interesting for you?
If I'd wanted that, I'd probably still be playing the classical championship.
Go on.
But what's next for you in the calendar? I mean, how do you keep your motivation going?
I have a lot of fun events coming up. There's first Zagreb, and there's freestyle in Vegas, and then the Esports World Cup, which are all great events in themselves. And before that, I'm doing something much better than that. I'm going on a honeymoon. So.
Oh, congratulations!
So I have a lot of things to look forward to.
And Magnus, at this point, you had this incredible run at freestyle, the 9 out of 9, the Paris win, the Chess.com Classic as well, and now coming here with the Norway Chess win. At this point, is it just about collecting formats for you?
Yeah, it's good to know that I'm probably more or less undefeated so far this year. No, well, there was Weiss Naus, of course. I don't know. As I said, I think this is as good a format as it gets when it comes to classical chess, but I've done it a lot of times before, so I'm not thinking that this is something new.
And is it extra special to be winning here on your home turf with all of this young generations that look up to you and use you as an inspiration?
Well, otherwise I wouldn't be playing. So, yeah.
Yeah, and Magnus, do you think the future of chess, do you think one-time formats or like one or two, or do you think having this variety is the way to kind of motivate players to bring in the new fans?
It's hard to say. I do feel like this format is, I mean, it wasn't necessarily shown to that extent in this tournament, but it is becoming less and less playable. Like, it is harder and harder, but yeah, I mean, I'd love to see a lot more of freestyle, rapid, and blitz, and I'm not ruling out the occasional classical tournament, of course.
And Magnus, speaking of future of chess, you've been at the top for so many years, dominated and continue to do that. But looking ahead, seeing all these youngsters, all of them, whether it's Nodebek, Gukesh, the Indian kids, if you had to pick one who might show that potential of the domination that you had in the chess world, who would your pick be?
There's no one. There's no one at the moment. That's the honest answer. There could be, but at the moment it's not likely. I think Gukesh showed in this tournament that he's on track. He's doing fantastic, but he's maybe not like way ahead of track as we may have thought. I think he's kind of a little bit where I was 2008, 2009-ish, where he can do extremely well, but you can still see that the great results, like, they come not only with the quality of the positional play, it's a lot of fighting qualities. That is what kids are supposed to do. You're not supposed to master everything at that age. And as for the others, yes, they are good, but the likelihood of one of them becoming like a very clear number one, I don't see it very clearly at the moment. Like, there are guys like Shkodchev, who became Grandmaster at 10, Erdogmus as well, who's way ahead of schedule and is extremely good at 13. Or I don't know if he just turned 14 or whatever. But at the moment, I still think that the older guys are better, and they're not ready to take over. Like, every single one of them has very, very clear flaws in their games, and which you're supposed to do at that time. Like, once in a generation talents are once in a generation for a reason. It's not that easy.
I was going to ask, what is the secret ingredient? Because we did kind of mention during the broadcast that your preparation was atypical of the standard thing where you're in your room preparing every single minute of the day, because we saw you going to golf, enjoying the sports.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to enjoy my time here. So whether that be golfing with Peter, or shopping with my wife, going to lunch or whatever, like, it's good to kill some hours with other things than prep, and I wanna enjoy the tournament as well. Like, the hardcore grind is not for me, and I also have Peter, who's very, very good, who does excellent work.
And this is Norway Chess. Magnus, what do you think of the Norway football team tonight, leading Italy 3-0 currently?
It's historic. This is as good as we've ever been.
And have you played against any of the Norwegian football superstars? Any chess happening there? Because I've heard that a few of them do enjoy the game. David, I think you were mentioning some of the names.
Yeah, I was actually read a headline, I think a couple of days ago, about Oscar Bob, who plays for Manchester City. And it says he has a new hobby, and I was like, yeah, this has to be chess. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, and then I checked. Of course, it was chess. So yeah, I think quite a few of them play, and I've
met many of the players. They're a great bunch who are now getting their potential out on the pitch, which is fantastic to see.
Yeah, and do you feel that chess benefits sports? And
So all 4-0? No?
Overpassing a bit now.
oh, okay.
And what are the celebrations going to be like for you after this crazy, emotionally demanding tournament, Magnus?
They're going to be very, very quiet.
I'll make sure that isn't true. Don't worry.
Yeah. I'll take it easy and I'll have my celebration on my honeymoon for sure.
Okay, well, once again, Magnus, congratulations. Have another round of applause, and thank you for joining us here in the studio. And here is our Norway Chess winner 2025. Magnus Carlsen does it again. 7th time champion, making a legacy here on Norwegian soil. Wow. It has been such an incredible event, full of thrills, spills, adventures. We can relax, let our shoulders drop. But I'm going to miss the action here.
Oh my God. I mean, it's just been insane, right? It's been incredible. 10 amazing rounds of chess, completely unpredictable in every single way possible. Every player here was tested to their absolute limit. The very exciting format, bringing out, demanding the best in each one of them. At the end of it, it is the king, it is the GOAT, it is the world #1 who took it. He is your Norway Chess champion. But what a thriller this has been, David. And how much fun have you guys had?
Yeah, it's been so great hanging out with the two of you this whole tournament, and it's actually been one of my favorite events just of recent times. It does feel like some events don't stand out anymore. There's not enough on the line, not enough at stake. But here we had all the best players in the world, you know, the main characters, the Avengers we were calling them, and it lived up to expectations. They all wanted it so badly. We saw that with the emotion with Gukesh, the heartbreak of his loss. We saw it with Magnus there, the smiles, and yeah, more of the same, please. I want this to continue forever.
Yeah.
And you know, Jovi, honestly, I think working with both of you has been so awesome in the studio. We've had these incredible moments with chat as well. Armageddon prediction game won by David Howell. But it's been such a blast doing this. And David and I would like to dedicate this to you. Let's go.
I didn't know this was happening, but I'm down for it.
Our very own John Bon Jovi, the rock star of the studio.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting that, but my God, guys, you guys have been absolutely awesome. I have loved every single second of it. I'm going to just give you a fist pump and also a fist pump, David. Tanya, you have been incredible.
And to Vic, our
and
producer.
I'm also going to thank Vic, Tadeusz, Stian, Chetel, all the guys behind the scenes who have been absolutely phenomenal, just making it look effortless. And of course, last but not least, I'd like to thank you at home for joining in, all of the excitement, the thrills and spills, every move of the way. And for the very last time from here and us in Stavanger, it's Norway Chess 2025. Until the next, stay safe and goodbye.